All right, all right. So I saw this the other day and I was writing some notes down. This is just something I noticed from the more evangelical side of Christianity. I wanted to point out some issues that I've seen. And if you're a former Baptist like myself, you're probably used to messages like this, where it's highly motivational. And I want you to take note of that. During the beginning of this sermon, it's all hyped up, like, yeah, Jesus, the Holy Spirit. Well, you know, and we're real excited and we feel motivated and we're inspired. And I want to point out the irony here that his uh, title here for Authentic Church is Broken Wells. And I think Protestantism ultimately is the broken well because we give these high octane, high energy, very emotional, platitude driven uh, speeches, and it doesn't do much for the message. And so I wanted to bring out some critiques I had while I was watching this, and see what you guys think. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not here to represent the church. I am not that far up the chain to do so. But I think it's fair to bring out the criticisms, at least to my basic knowledge of how Orthodoxy works, and demonstrate to you why liturgy is ultimately better than this. Because this, I believe, is the broken well. And so I'm going to go into why I think that's the case. I'm going to bring out my contention with the message. I think this is a shallow teaching. It has no structure. It's adopting a mixed religion while also criticizing adopting a mixed religion. So it's like talking out of one side of your mouth and then talking outside the other. It's very hypocritical, right? And it's a contradicting message because he's like, well, we're not here to be emotional, but here I am being super emotional through the whole thing, and I'm going to motivate you through this exegeted text that I took from the Bible, and Lord spoke over my heart, and the Holy Spirit told me today you could be saved through Jesus if you just believe the impossible. Do you believe the impossible? And don't get me wrong, this gets some people all hyped up, right? It's like, all right, let's go. This guy's bringing some fire, right? The problem with this is if you go to liturgy, you're going to see more of a reverence and more of a tradition and more of a practice. And it's more of a practical way of engaging with the Theotokos, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus Christ himself. Then exegeted text, which I'm going to point out, is meant to specifically point out this problem that we say, hey, good morning, good to see you. If you'd like to hop in, I'll drop the link for you, man. And he talks about spirit and truth, and I think this gets I don't know, let's just say misunderstood from an Orthodox purview. You hear this a lot where it basically means you don't need the church. You are the body of Christ. And here's what this leads to, because you get these empty teachings, they motivate you, then he's going to start crying and tell you this personal story that you could relate to. Yeah, I could drop the StreamYard if you want to also comment on this. I don't know if you're ortho or not, but I think this is this is gonna get interesting. This leads to church shopping. You know, I'm a victim of this self, where something happens in your church. They call it church hurt or something like this, or you run into a situation, and all of a sudden, if you don't like the message anymore, or you question the pastor and they were kind of mean or whatever the case was, that you typically kind of go, "Oh, fuck this place. We're just going to find something else," right? This is a vicious cycle that I see where all right, let me drop it real quick. There you go, buddy. This is a vicious cycle that I certainly see consistently, where we come to the church, it gives us this motivational speak. There's really no what I'd say fruit in it. It's just empty platitude. Believe in Jesus, believe the impossible, but no structure on focusing your life on God. Even though he'll say it a bunch, he'll be like, "Yeah, like we're supposed to be dedicated and all this." So let's play some of it, and I'm gonna give some of my criticisms here as we go along. But notice right off the bat, it's not supposed to be emotional, guys. Right? Not supposed to be motivational, but watch what happens as soon as I hit play here.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? Are they mad at me? Do they not like me anymore? I'm scared to ask for reassurance.
And today we are continuing our Believe the Impossible series, okay? And the vision behind this series is to teach you how to move by faith. And I love that we get to live that out as a church. We get to live that out. And I want to share this with you, that we pushed it back a week because I felt like the Lord was speaking to me about something. On December December 15th, we're going to do our big end of the year giving towards the church and towards the vision of the church and where we're going, of course, the building. With that being said, I also want to update you with how good God is on the giving for the new building right now. As of right now, we have raised $1.2 million towards the building project, the building fund. Can we just give God some praise on that? And I'm very thankful, very, very thankful. I want to say thank you all for your wonderful giving, for your faithful giving, by the way. And we still have to raise more. There's still more to come, and we're still in this waiting period right now. But the Lord is good. And like I said, he is writing our story in this moment. So be praying over to the Lord what to give on December 15th. But not only that, listen, okay, here's what the Lord placed on my heart. It's going to be different. December 15th is going to be different from what we've done in our past years. You're not going to want to miss that day. Okay, it truly will be believing God for the impossible. So again, that's December 15th. And today we're on week 3 of our series titled Believe the Impossible. And the vision behind this series is to teach you how to move by faith. Okay, not to move by just your feelings, by your emotions or the environment, but to move by the word of God. What has God spoken over your situation? And I love what Solomon stated out of Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. This is a powerful statement from Solomon, but it's not so easy sometimes, but it will bless you in the end, okay? He stated it like this: trust in the Lord with all of your heart, right? We like that part, right? Raise your hand if you like that part. I trust in the Lord with all of my heart. Now listen to the next verse. Do not depend on your own understanding. That's where it gets really difficult. Let me say it in a different way. Do not depend on your own planning. on what you have pinned within your calendar. You have to be able to trust God with your situation, even though right now you may not see it happen. God is still working. And I just want to encourage you today that believing the impossible means that you will make it to the other side. That there's always hope for the future, no matter how bad things look. There's going to be ups and downs through the process. So don't just lean or depend on your own understanding, but trust the Lord. Now watch this. Seek his will in all that you do. Seek his will in all that you do.
Here's somewhere where I would say, how do we discern that? Because from their worldview, it gets a little solo loop Torah, right? Well, the Bible tells us that this is how we discern. Well, how do we discern what the Bible says? Well, the Holy Spirit. Well, how do we know we have the Holy Spirit? Well, God. Well, how do we know we have God? The Bible. And around we go. Without any normative authority, you could basically, within at least certain barriers, develop some really bad theology. Because if we are the ones to discern what the Bible says and how it should be read and all of this, I can take an exegeted text and then give it context within another exegeted text and make it make sense in a way that it could be perceived to sound right, because it's like, okay, well, we're not saying anything too out of line with anything else that's in the Bible, but just enough off base to start to develop some twisted worldview here where it starts to contradict itself a little bit. And this is somewhere where I would challenge him, because he said, we want to follow God's word. Well, what's God's word? The Bible. Well, where in the Bible does it say that the Bible alone is God's only instructions that we have? This is something that's been debated about a lot and yet to be answered. They just go in a loop. And in fact, if you check out my recent Twitter, I'm having a more formal debate with a guy on this. We were supposed to do it Monday, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet. But I'm excited to do it. But to get ready for it, I'm starting to engage these people with this, because I have lots of questions. And I got this guy to basically kind of run away from this question because he didn't know how to answer it. I said, how do you know which Bible? There's multiple translations. Not only this, even asking which translation could get a little bit loaded. And I explained why, because you have like the more formal Bibles that kind of try to stay within the actual translations of what's being said, and then you have like the ones that are a little more flourished. And so I said, even asking that question, I wouldn't be sure what we're talking about, because are we saying, is it more helpful to have a more flourishing Bible? Is it more flourishing for us to have a Bible that sticks strictly to, okay, this is the Hebrew word and this is what it means, and going that route? How do we, if Scripture interprets itself, decipher this? And they don't know. Well, we have the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit leads us. If that was the case, I don't understand why there are so many different sects. Calvinism, Baptist, Methodist, etc., etc., etc. If the word were to lead you to one truth and one theology, and we're supposed to be one church under God, why are we so divided right now? Why doesn't anyone agree on this? Isn't that interesting? And I think that this is kind of like the Tower of Babel, where we're all trying to reach heaven in different ways. And Paul, I believe, talks about this a lot, where he said, it's not for us to decide. And so if you as the reader are just taking in the word and exegeting the text outside a normative authority telling you, well, this is the history behind it, here's the context, XYZ, it's really easy to be led astray because you can take stuff completely out of context. And a lot of lesser informed folks that read don't understand that the entire text is holistic, meaning it can't contradict itself ever from beginning to end, which is why I believe orthodoxy makes more sense considering Jesus was Jewish and we kept what was good about Judaism. We kept some of the practices and traditions, but we deepened the relationship and said it's about loving the Lord. It's about being humble. And notice that Jesus didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, right? Meaning it was to be completed and fulfilled and then expanded upon. This makes so much more sense than to say, well, now all of the Old Testament, it's gone. This wouldn't make much sense from a worldview where you're saying I can just take any text from any part of the Bible and make it make sense to you and relate it to you in a way where you go, oh yeah, like I had a hardship and this person had a hardship, and therefore I'm like Ruth, or I'm like Esther, or I'm like David. How do we know? And how do we discern that on our by ourselves? That's where it gets a little dangerous. But let's continue.
As a pastor, I get asked all the time, okay, I'm trusting the Lord, but it's not happening. Like I'm believing God for the impossible, but I don't see it in my situation right now. So what is the next step to get me by? What do I need to do? There's the answer right there. Solomon just told you. Seek his will. Seek his will, and all that you do, then he will what? He will show you which path to take. He will clear the path for you. He will part the water so that you can get to the other side. He will take down the giants. He's going to show you a miracle, but you have to be led by God. And what I want you to see out of the scripture, it's not just good advice. Okay, it's a promise of God. Okay, it's not just good advice. It is a promise of God that will change your life forever. When you move by faith, you're declaring, God, I trust you, and God leads the way to the miracle. And we see this throughout the Bible. But I'm burdened with this because I see so many believers not walking by faith, not knowing how to move forward. And I've had people, even those struggling with their faith, asking, well, Pastor, how do I know that God is real? How do I know that he's going to speak to me? Okay, here's how I know. Risk it all and see what happens. Because I'm telling you, when you're comfortable, you're like, is he speaking to me? Is this going to happen? No, I'm telling you, once you risk it all and you're going to fall in your face if God doesn't come through, that's when you see that he is good. What is he telling you to risk right now? That you're fighting with the Lord over? Maybe it's forgiveness. God, I don't want to go there. I believe that you have good things for me, but that right there seems impossible. No, believe God.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, morning.
How are you this fine morning?
All right, sorry.
That's good, man. Going over this video, I find it intriguing. Notice that up to now, I haven't heard any real like substance, right? Just lots of empty platitudes. Which I mean, this motivates people, right? This gets people all hyped up. But I'd love to hear some teaching behind this, some next step.
Yeah, this is all like a lot of secret stuff, like The Secret. That's what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could just manifest if you have belief.
Yeah. Lots of some Gnosticism here. You can manifest it, just believe it enough, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I believe like Jordan Peterson always said, life is suffering. Jesus suffered. Everyone else has to too. It's not
Yeah.
You know, it's not rainbows and candy.
Yeah. Well, so from our perspective, suffering leads to virtue, because then you learn how to become a virtuous person. You understand that it's almost a necessity, and that you have to basically overcome your passions, or your passions will overcome you. I think that's
Yeah,
a much,
the great Peterson says passions are evil. Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I think it's much deeper thought process than, yeah, just believe it and put it aside and do God's will. It's like, okay, but what is that? What what are we referring to? And I think this is maybe fine for the milk, the people that want the milk, but there's no bread here,
I
and
think this
that's
is all distraction, dude.
mhm,
Like, honestly, I mean, the Bible even says, you know, in Revelations, it talks about all these false prophets and everything. And it's like, today, I believe the pastors should all day long talk about Revelations every day,
mhm.
because there's so much coming true. There's so much. The mark of the beast is real. We could actually do it. AI is here. We could actually control it. There's so much in there,
Mhm.
you know, and no one talks about it. People don't even know. People don't even know the book of Revelations.
I went into a liturgy. Now, typically, I go to the Greek service, but this one was an alternative one. And the guy said there's going to come a time, and he was talking about this, where there's these false prophets telling you where you can find Jesus and what you can find Jesus in. And he said there's going to come a time where people are going to ultimately have to decide where the truth actually lies. And man, I wish I don't know if he does, if they do it online or anything like that, but if so, I hope I can find it and broadcast it, because I, I was sitting there and I was thinking about the stuff that like Andrew talks about all the time with the sewing circle and all this, and it was all tying together with what this guy was saying. I was like, holy, it just really made sense what he was saying, and he was going after the more worldly, mixed in with the Christian perspective from the progressive ideology. And he he was pretty blunt about it, but if you meet the guy in person, he was definitely full of grace at the same time, so you knew you were getting a good balanced meal there from what he was saying. But you're right. It's I know a guy. I'll probably gonna do a review on him as well. Don't get me wrong. He's good for evangelism, but I had similar issues with him as well, where it's just, well, you just gotta have faith, and it's like, well, okay, what's that mean? And really like dive into it, but it's again this circular emptiness that I'm saying from my perspective seems to be the broken well. It's like, hey, you can find water here, and then we keep digging to find it, and it's just a bunch of uh, motivational jargon to get you to feel a certain way, or and then you run into these vicious circles in these sorts of arrangements. And for the guys that want something a little more structured and uh, definitely more balanced in teaching, I'm telling them, hey, don't knock it until you try it. Go to a liturgy, you'll come out feeling a lot more invigorated, because the entire practice is welcoming in the Holy Spirit to the church. Even if you're not Orthodox and can't partake in the sacrament of the Eucharist, you can definitely feel the reverence in the room. It's a culture shock to the smoke screens and the coffee machines, and it's
Yeah,
something.
this is all. There's a lot of you know, Christianity's not supposed to be tolerant. And that's what all this is. Just getting you to be quiet and be tolerant.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's keep watching this. This is good so far. Like, we got some commentary now. I like it. All right. 26 views. Thank you so much for following. Please like and subscribe. That's awesome. I think this is the most I've ever had, dude. That's awesome. Appreciate everyone for being here.
God for the impossible. Maybe it's moving to a different state because God told you to move like he did to Abraham. Or maybe it's to start a business, something you've never done before. But if God is speaking it over your life, you have to hold on to his word, because there's a bigger purpose in the end, not just to impact you, but to impact everyone around you. This is what it means to believe God for the impossible. When you trust God, he takes the lead. Okay. So if you have your Bibles today, go ahead and turn to John chapter 4. John chapter 4. Something we've been doing lately, and I really like the flow of it, is I have been breaking down long stories out of the Bible and showing you new revelations. Now, my hope is to show you some stories that you have heard many times before, but show you new revelations, new things, maybe a new perception you've never heard of before. And today in John chapter 4, we're going to talk about a woman that is very known. At the same time, she has no name. She has no name. She's known as two different things. She's known as the Samaritan woman, and she's also known as the woman at the well. We do not know her name, but the Bible does speak about her situation. And here's a glimpse into her situation. She is avoiding people. Can you relate to that already? Some of y'all avoided people on the way to church this morning. It's okay. God still loves you. It's going to be all right. All right. But she is avoiding people. She doesn't want to be around people. She doesn't want to share her story because of her life choices, because of her personal decisions. Life hasn't worked out that well for her, so she wants to hide from everybody else. But here's the good news out of the story today. You can hide from people. You can't hide from God. She wanted to avoid everyone, but she could not avoid Jesus. And Jesus shows up in her messy situation. So let's go ahead and read it, and I'll break it down as we go. John chapter 4, verses 1 through 19. And it states this: Jesus knew that the Pharisees had heard that he was baptizing and making more disciples than John did. Though, now listen to this, though Jesus himself didn't baptize them, the disciples did. Why would the Bible mention this? It's because, can you imagine being that one person baptized by Jesus himself? What would you be doing? Maybe you would become boastful over this. You would start bragging like, hey, who'd you get baptized by? Oh, Bartholomew? That's cool. That's cool. I got baptized by Jesus. Yeah. Jesus actually baptized me. So we see this in the scripture that Jesus never personally baptized anybody. He allowed his disciples to do it so that people would not compare or become boastful. But then it states after that he left Judea to return to Galilee. And it states that he had to go through Samaria on the way. Okay, so here's Judea. Galilee's up here. Going north, midway is Samaria. But I can't help but notice the text here. He had to go through Samaria on the way. There's a biblical nugget here. Go ahead and underline that. We'll dive deep into that in a second. And it states, then eventually he came to a Samaritan village, to Sychar, near the field that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. Jacob's well was there, and Jesus was tired from the long walk, because it is a long journey. He sat wearily beside the well about noontime. Soon a Samaritan woman came to draw water, and Jesus said to her, please give me a drink. Now I need you to understand, in this culture, in this day, it was unheard of for a Jew to even be in Samaria, for a Jewish man to talk to a Samaritan at all, especially a Samaritan woman. For it even states this here, for Jews to refuse to have anything to do with the Samaritans. And so she said to Jesus, and she's kind of confused at this point, like, are you talking to me? Like, is there anybody else that you may be talking to? Because you Jewish men, you would never talk to a Samaritan woman like me. Why are you asking me for a drink? I love that she's being real with Jesus. And then Jesus replies, listen to his answer. If you only knew the gift that God has for you and who you are speaking to, you would ask me and I would give you living water. Now, this is powerful because in our minds, she's sitting physically next to Jesus, and we want to scream at her, if you only knew who you're talking to. But listen, even today, in your situation, when you pray to the Lord, if you only knew that God is telling you to admit what's going on in your life, it's going to be okay. He's in your situation. If you only knew that if you just believed him for the impossible will take place. If you only knew that the presence of God is around you and everything can change, it would change your prayer life. And I'm saying this because for most of my life, I was never really talking to God unless I was about to eat, right? Or go to bed. And it was a simple prayer. But if you only knew the power of prayer and speaking to Jesus and believing him. And so he says to the Samaritan woman, if you only knew it was before you. Now, I believe she got a little offended. Her tone seems to be a little sarcastic here. And she states, but sir, you don't have a rope or a bucket. Can you just hear it? And she said, this well is very deep. Where would you get this living water? And besides, do you think that you're greater than our ancestors, Jacob, who gave us this well? How can you offer better water than he did? His sons and his animals enjoyed. Now you can kind of see it. Now you can kind of see it in the text. Like, who are you? You showing up telling me you got all this stuff and these things that can bless me. Are you greater than the prophets we believe in? Jesus looks past that. And Jesus replied again, he sticks to the truth that he's revealing to her. Anyone who drinks this water will soon become thirsty again. But those who drink the water that I give will never be thirsty again. It becomes a fresh, bubbling spring within them, giving them eternal life. Now she's interested. And maybe you've heard this story over and over again. Usually we pay attention to one line that she states. But I want you to pay attention to the next line that comes after. Now that Jesus has her attention, she says, please, sir, give me this water so that I'll never be thirsty again. That's what we pay attention to. But look at the next verse. And I won't have to come here. I believe there's something deeper in this story. I believe what she's saying to Jesus is, oh, you have this living water and it means I'll never be thirsty again. Does that mean I never have to come to this place? Because I don't want to be here. I'm going to reveal to you that I believe she hated being at the well. She hated this location. She didn't want to be there. But isn't it amazing? In a place she didn't want to be in, it's the exact place where God met her. And sometimes in your life, the places that you don't want to go to, that God is telling you to go to, that's where God is going to meet you. And he's going to teach you a lesson. As he did with her. She said, please, can I have this? I don't want to be here. I won't have to come here and get water. Then you would think, like, this is the moment. Like, Jesus is going to say something that's going to make her cry in such a good way. One of those ugly cries, but it's like a good time. Like, thank you, Lord. Like, your face looks like a mess. And he kind of says something a little interesting, even offensive. He then states, go and get your husband. Jesus said, go and get your husband. And the woman replies, and she has to say this out loud, I don't have a husband. And Jesus said, you're right. You don't have a husband. But you do, or you have had 5 husbands, and you aren't even married to the man you're living with now. You have certainly spoken the truth. And after that, she's like, you must be a prophet. How did you hear about my situation? Isn't it crazy? Like, that's an opportunity right there for him to just like wow her. But he brings up something in her life. He brings up something painful. Because what he's about to offer her is a new life, a promise. But in order for her to step into that promise, she has to be healed of some of that brokenness that's still there. And in order for her to be healed of this brokenness, she has to admit that it's there, that it's in her life. And so Jesus said, you have spoken the truth. I know life seems messy right now. But then he reveals something to her that's pretty incredible. Verses 23 through 26 now. This revelation that I'm about to share with you is big. And at the end of the sermon, you'll understand it. But I want you to know this. He is revealing it to the Samaritan woman before he has truly revealed it to the disciples. He's revealing it to this woman that you'll see is considered to be an outcast before the disciples even understand what this revelation means. Verse 23 through 26. But Jesus stated that the time is coming. Indeed, it is here now when true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth. Listen to this. For the Father is looking for those who worship him in that way. God never changes. His character always remains the same. You know what this means? The Father is looking for true worshipers today. The Father is looking for those who are ready and boldly able to proclaim his goodness and worship his holy name. The Father is looking for those that don't care what the world says, how other people judge them. It's time. I want to worship Jesus more than ever in my life. That's what the Father is looking for. Not the fake stuff, the real stuff. You're broken, worship him. You're going through a trial, worship him. You don't understand your situation, worship him. The Father is looking for those who will worship him that way. Why? For God is spirit. And for those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. And the woman said, I know that when the Messiah comes, the one called the Christ, when he comes, he will explain everything. Now imagine this. Jesus looks at her and says, I am the one. I am the Messiah. I am the one you have been waiting for, but you've been searching for me in the wrong places. The title of today's message is this: Broken Wells. Broken wells. Let me ask you this question. Are you thirsty in life? Meaning everything you chase never satisfies. Always left dry. If life leaves you thirsty, could it be because you have been drinking from the wrong sources? The ways of the world, fake relationships, fake friendships, material possessions, that job promotion, trying to get these things in your life, thinking that it would fully satisfy you and give you the water that you're searching for, but it doesn't satisfy in the end. That's what we see in this story. So let's dive into our first point. Our first revelation is this. Point number one, always take the divine route. Always take the divine route. And again, there are little clues in this story from the very beginning. This is pretty incredible to me. John chapter 4, verse 3 and 4. Again, it stated, so he left Judea and returned to Galilee. He had to go through Samaria. Now, look at different Bible translations. I'm going to show you the Amplified version. Instead of stating that he had to go through Samaria, it states that it was necessary for him to go through Samaria. If you were to look into the Greek of the words had to, it actually means this. It was God's divine purpose for his son to take this route. Think about it like that, because there were other routes Jesus could have taken to Galilee. He didn't have to go through Samaria. In fact, in this time, the Jews never did that. They would not associate with the Samaritans, and they would go around. Now, this journey can be anywhere from 70 miles to a 100-mile journey. All right. So the fastest route to Galilee is straight through Samaria. It's 70 miles. Most Jews would laugh at you if you said that's the route you're taking. If they were to look at their GPS, they would constantly say, no, we're not going the quickest route. We're going to go the inconvenient route and go around. Why? Because they did not want to talk to Samaritans. They did not want to be in this area of the land. And so they would travel an extra a few days. Honestly, it took about 90 to 100 miles for the different direction that they took to get to Galilee from Judea. Isn't that crazy? That they would take so long just to avoid people. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever taken the longer route because you didn't want to see somebody? Because you didn't want to have that conversation? Or last time you saw this person, you got into an altercation with them, and now it's going to be a little awkward if you see them. You haven't really saw a resolution in the relationship. Or maybe somebody broke your heart, and so you're willing to go hours out of the way so that you do not see these people or talk to them. It's deeper here. There's a hate. There's an extreme hate over these people, over the land.
He said
And
my
so I want
name.
you to think about it like this, okay? Yeah.
He said my name. He said it's a hate.
Yeah, I was just saying. There's bits here that I agree with. So I've been kind of just letting them go on the tangent, but just let me know either in back chat or however.
I mean, I got a little something to say.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I'm always of the belief that all this planning, like he's talking about planning. I planned on not going that way because I don't want to see this person. Or
Mhm.
I don't live my life like that. I just think we just live our lives, man. And if God puts something in front of us, He puts it there. It's on you if you take it or not. It's not about praying for it or anything or planning. It just happens. If you're supposed to move, it'll happen. It'll happen. You'll get the option.
I'm under the belief that God puts you in the right place at the right time, and it's anecdotal, but I can demonstrate this. I was invited to. My buddy invited me to a Friendsgiving, and so I inclined to go. And they're going to a church that I used to go to until this guy misspoke on a few things, and I was like, I got to give Orthodox a try. That's kind of when I was finally done with it all, and it was pretty good because, we've been close friends for years now, and he just recently got married, so I was happy to participate in the Friendsgiving, and it was good because it's not like I planned it or prayed for it necessarily, but we ended up discussing some stuff about Orthodox, and not only that, there was this other guy that he invited who was still unsure. He was still unsure about God or his path or what his purpose was, and we both got to evangelize to him from our own perspectives. And I said, from my purview, I was trying to give him like a more traditional background on it, give him some reasons to at least give liturgy a try and things like that. And it's exactly like you said. Like, I think 9 times out of 10 when I've had situations like that, it's just being open to being a vessel for God, right? And God's going to put you in situations where I suppose I can kind of get where he's trying to get. Like, it may be uncomfortable, because these people disagree with the theology or something like that, or is it going to be contentious? And that's where the boldness does come in, where you're like, look, I'm just here to tell you the truth of the matter, and not spare your feelings and beat around a bush with it. Like, so, there's not, and this is what I noticed with pastors like this. There's nuggets of truth in there, right? There's definitely situations that, oh, maybe I want to avoid this to spare their feelings. Maybe I don't want to tell them I noticed something in their life that could lead them away from the truth, and I need to bring this up. And then if you're not, I don't know, let's say strong enough in the faith, uh, it's easy to be like, well, maybe I shouldn't say anything at all, instead of being bold enough to be like, no, I mean, if I'm truly trusting that I'm here for a divine reason and it's God's planning, that I should probably share uh, what's going on in my life and in my heart with these things. And even if I'm wrong, iron sharpens iron, and it it's being bold enough to be like, I could be possibly wrong about this, but this is sort of where I'm more so bold enough to be like, hey, like, this is my understanding as it lies. I don't lean on it, and comfortable enough to get some pushback on that. Like, well, how do you know, and how do you back that up? And this is somewhere where when I went to the more uh, feelings based motivational speeches, I really couldn't defend this worldview very well, because your epistemology begins in um, empty, like an empty faith. There's no real solid foundation. And I noticed this time and time again when I hear some of the more, what I'd say are good criticisms to consider when being challenged in your faith. And it's something that I've noticed a lot in the online sphere for sure, because you're going to get people that disagree with you, right? So a lot of this stuff, when we talk about theology or politics or any of that, it's uncomfortable. But it's like, at what point am I willing to negate this uncomfortness that I'm feeling and just be like, look, this is the truth as I've seen it to be from my purview, and get challenged on it, and see if you can provide justification for why you believe those things. And even if you had a bad epistemology or something like that, it's actually a great way to grow in your faith, because if you can back it up and you go, well, I have XYZ thing to demonstrate that this just logically follows, and you can articulate it well, you got yourself a pretty solid case for what you believe and why you believe it. And this typically tends to be coming from the more lukewarm, I just show up to church maybe once every occasion, maybe I'm just a Easter Christmas only person, and don't have a deeper biblical understanding on this. Now, me personally, I'm not a theologian or anything like that. So when we get into maybe some of the really, really deep stuff, I tend to defer people to someone like a Jay Dyer or someone like that, who would be more inclined to answer that more precisely. But I could give you, just based off of what I've heard from him and others, because I watch Jim, I watch Jay, I watch Andrew. Um, there's a couple others that aren't coming to mind immediately, but I listen to all these guys and kind of base um, what I understand of it off of what they're saying. So when I hear these challenges, my response is, while limited to some extent because I'm still studying it myself, um, tend to align with the worldview that they're proposing. It's like, well, how do we know this to be the case? And then having a good a good deep understanding, because if you're coming from this from a more manifest sort of thing, this can easily get defeated by criticism. And this is why I tend to think that a lot of maybe the more newcomers or things in that nature, when they're coming to Christ, they're looking for a shield from it. But it's actually criticism that's gonna get you to be like, well, maybe I need to study this deeper. So I even if I risk the possibility of being wrong, at least I can justify how I came to that, the entailments of these things. It's so I think if we're truly trying to follow in the footsteps of God and have Him in our life, you just got to get over the fact that it's an uncomfortable walk. And I think anyone can attest to that.
Yeah, it's definitely suffering. I know that. And then, this whole tale about the woman at the well, it just shows you God just shows up and he gives you an option. She didn't have to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have to ask about the water. She didn't have to do none of that.
Yeah.
She didn't pray for it.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't even know, right? She was clueless. It just happened.
Yeah. Well, and I noticed this when me and a buddy of mine used to go street preaching, and the one time we went, and normally we don't get too many people approaching us. Occasionally, it's just folks who are at least in alignment with the basic worldview of God's real, that support us and say, "Hey, we appreciate what you're doing." Blah blah blah. Well, we went out on a beach one day, and there was some sort of alphabet mafia shit going on right around us. And so we got approached by a woman, and she had some questions, and he was getting uncomfortable about it. And I said, well, wait a second. If we prayed that the Holy Spirit be with us and that our message be clear and distinct, just like Jesus was willing to engage with this Samaritan woman, why wouldn't we be able to respond to this person? Because it seemed like a legitimate question that they were asking. Why would we then kind of shy away and just say, well, they're just here to cause trouble, XYZ? Said, no, it could be it could be a legitimate question, and I don't think we should shy away from it. So I responded to her to the best of my ability. Now, granted, she got a little bit upset with me. She told me to screw off, all this, and he wanted to turn the microphone off and pack it up and be done. So I said, give me one more minute. And I said, you know what? I think, and I didn't know this for certain, but I said, I think that you've been hurt by someone that believed in the faith or felt unloved by them or something like this, what we call church hurt. And that those people put a bad taste in your mouth about God. But just because we're all sinful and fall short of his glorious standard doesn't mean that he isn't a good, just, holy God. And that I forgive her for saying all this negative stuff about us. I understand why she may come to that presupposition based off of whatever situation she was in. And that I hope that she continues to ask good questions, because it was a fair question. And, like, we wish her well and blah, blah, blah. So he's like, okay, now we got to go. Now we got to go. And so we're packing up, and she comes back and approaches us and says, you know what? I'm really sorry I said all that. You guys seem like loving guys, and I shouldn't just jump to conclusions. Not all Christians are the same. I've been through some shit, blah, blah, blah. And that's where we both gave our testimonies right there off the bat, and prayed for her. And it ultimately led into a positive direction. Now, did we plan that? Hell no. It's just being open to it. And when she left, I said, see what happens when we get uncomfortable. Like, now, that was an uncomfortable situation to respond to her. It was an uncomfortable situation to get sworn at and told to screw off. But our response, the way in which we respond, led her back so that we could talk to her more. And not only that, I think her and the other guy exchanged contact information so we could continue to stay engaged with her. And I said, boy, you don't drop that opportunity just because it's quite possible that she's a little skeptical. That's good. Like it's okay that she's got these unanswered questions. Keep checking in on her and seeing where she's at in her path, because it's really easy to do that contact swap and then never talk to them again, and then that's the end of it. But I said, if you're consistent and you're like, hey, how have you thought about what we told you on the beach that day, or just something small, and you just keep checking in, I think ultimately you guys will probably have another situation where you guys can sit down across from each other, whether it's getting coffee or something like that, and and go deeper into, maybe there's some misunderstandings, maybe there were some situations that led her away from it, and keep pouring over her, because for her to come back and apologize and kind of be open to what we had to say to her, it seemed to me like if she didn't want to hear it at all, she would just, be done with it. But she came back for a reason. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to talk to him much more lately, but I know that as far as he's concerned, he's still doing a lot of the go on the street kind of deals and talking to people like that all the time. And I think having that happen right then and there was part of his pathway to feel a little more comfortable with chatting with people who are going to be in that similar situation where it's like, well, how do we respond to this? And it's funny because I tell people this story all the time, and they're like, how did you keep it together? Like, how did you not lose your cool? And I gave glory to God on that. I said, I mean, I believed at the time that it's not for me to take it personal if preaching a message about God and someone has some sort of preconceived notions about how that works, or you don't really know a person's story until you get to hear it. And so it's not for me to get all butthurt. In fact, I think that would hurt the message. I think the way in which we respond to these types of criticism actually demonstrate turning the other cheek as Jesus would do. And maybe I'm not always perfect in that, and I wouldn't claim it, but it does teach you how to handle those things. So when you do get in that contentious situation, you're not like, well, now I'm just going to fold up like a cheap chair because, maybe I'm not comfortable with having this conversation. And I think ultimately that kind of hinders your message. Whereas if you're like, look, you're really bold about it, but you're speaking truth and love at the same time, it can do wonders.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, I don't know, prayer is kind of dangerous because people tend to pray for things, and then when they pray for it and don't get it, they tend to blame God. I don't know. And you think about it, how many times in the Bible has someone prayed for something?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jesus himself prayed for the cup to pass over. It didn't happen.
Yeah. That's a really great point, because I hear this a lot, and it's actually something that earlier in my life has also occurred with me, where we may ask for something And my understanding wasn't that deep at the time. And it led me astray because I was like, well, shit. I mean, what's the point of having this God
Right.
thing? You know what?
Yeah.
If I'm asking for stuff and I'm not getting
And it
it,
doesn't happen. It's like he's not real or something. But like I said, I can't think of a time in the Bible. I know there's times when people talk to God. They
Mhm.
summon him. You can summon him. You can talk to him. You can get knowledge, understanding. But as far as like, you know, a good surgery coming out, or there's really no one's ever asked for that. Like, well, of course not surgery, right? But you know what I mean. As
Yeah,
long
yeah,
as
yeah.
I haven't heard anybody ask for anything.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm probably wrong, but I know Jesus. Like I said, Jesus himself asked for something and he didn't get it
Right.
because it wasn't in the will. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, this is something that I try to emphasize when I tell people about prayer. Like, I don't necessarily find anything wrong with prayer itself in just seeking God and His wisdom and understanding. It gets problematic when it's just about my needs and my wants and being really selfish with it and treating God almost like a magic lamp where, oh, if I say this prayer this way, or if I do my rosary 10 times a day, I'm going to rub this lamp and I'm going to get the things I want in life, and not emphasizing that it's his will, not mine. Therefore, it's quite possible that if he says, and I think it's like a stop light where you're either gonna get a flat out no, like no, you're not getting this, and there's a justification that you have to seek wisdom and understanding for why, or there's going to be a yellow light where a lot of people, because of the age of technology, we have this instant gratification syndrome where, oh, if I pray for it, I should get it right away. Like if I pray for $1 million, it should just boom right into my bank account, right? It doesn't work that way. And to understand that sometimes God will put a yield sign, and it's not him saying no, but he's saying wait. And a lot of us, I think, especially because we're in a really fast paced society with technology being as quick as it is today, we just want it right now when we want it. And we don't have any patience and humility in the things we want. And we're not trying to look deeper into, well, maybe I didn't get that job because, hey, God's got something better, or he wants me somewhere else, or it's just his will and I need to be submissive enough to say, okay, then that's the case.
Yeah, that all just comes right back to God just puts it in front of you. What
Mhm.
happens?
Yeah, because more often than not, that tends to be something that I've noticed over the years is like, you, you never know when you're gonna get what you ask for. And on the other side of that coin, sometimes when he makes you wait for it and then you get it, you kind of understand why there was that waiting period. And you're like, well, now I can look back 2020, because it's always hindsight that way, and say, oh yeah, like 4 years ago, I didn't get this certain thing I was praying for because at that time, uh, God wanted to work on our relationship more so than he wanted me to have this thing that he felt might hinder the relationship. So sometimes the no is because, like, no, because this is going to be a distraction. This is going to get in the way. And because you want to become more of a follower, you sometimes have to understand why that is the case. And so yeah, you're bringing up a great point. Even Jesus prayed for something that he didn't get, and that's something to reflect on.
I'm driving, but
Oh
I
yeah,
will
no
be
worries.
available again in like 5 minutes probably.
Okay, yeah, yeah, all
So
good.
yeah.
Yeah, All right. Go
Picking
ahead.
up my kid from school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting off early today, then, I guess, right?
She's got one class. She's about to, go to college. She's got
Oh,
one class and blah blah. It's really just to make me do extra things, really, I guess.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna go ahead and get this back on here then.
Yes, it is the shortest route to Galilee. That's not why Jesus took it. It was not about convenience. It was about commitment. Why? Because this was a divine route. Jesus had a divine appointment with the Samaritan woman, but she didn't even know that he was coming. He had already planned that this was the time he was going to meet her. Guess what Jesus is doing in your life? You have an appointed time to meet with Jesus. He's going to teach you something valuable, but you don't even know it's coming up yet. It wasn't about convenience. It was about a commitment. But I feel like to really understand the Samaritan woman and her heartbreak, we have to know the context of the story here. Why did the Jews hate the Samaritans? Why is it that they would not travel in this area? The first reason is this: 700 years before Christ, the Assyrian Empire attacked Israel. And here's what they did over certain areas. The Assyrians would move Jews out and they would move Assyrians in. So certain territories that they were able to overcome the Jews, they would then take the Jews into captivity and they would move the Assyrians into the land, creating an Assyrian culture. This was their idea in the land of Israel. That was their plan. So that's what happened in the beginning. They were enemies of Jews. They were always against each other, attacking each other. How could I love somebody like that? Well, then this happens. So they move in the Assyrians to take some of the Jews out, but there were still Jews left in the area. So the second thing we see is this: over time, they started to intermarry. They started to intermarry, and now they're having children. And now, listen, now they become outcasts. Neither side will take them. Imagine this. The Jews will not accept them because they're not fully Jewish. But now the Assyrians will not accept them because they're not fully Assyrian. So now they're just a lost people group in one small territory. And they feel rejected by everybody around them. Rejected by everybody else. And they felt like this lost people group. Nobody would accept them. And then the third thing is this: because they intermarried, they started to adopt and mix the religion. Okay, this is why the Bible is very clear at 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14, I believe, through 14 through 16. Paul is telling us, hey, be careful. Do not be unequally yoked in your relationships. What do we normally do, though, in life? We don't even think about the Bible when it comes to a relationship. Half the time, we're thinking about the butterflies in our stomach. Maybe you said something like this, or you've been talking about him and you're like, I got these butterflies, but I'm in love. Listen, take a Pepto and chill out for a little bit. Pray about it, okay? Because the Bible is very clear. Light cannot mix with darkness, and you're going to allow some things into your life. Are you calling this person that they're in the darkness? Yes, without Jesus, they're in darkness. But the Bible tells us that God is love. And if you don't know God, you don't know love. It's a different type of love. Again, it's about commitment, not just about how you feel in the moment. Feelings come, feelings go, but commitment lasts. Don't be unequally yoked. But here we see, since they started to intermarry, they adopted a mixed religion. And what that means is they believed in the first 5 books out of the Old Testament, but they did not believe the rest of the Old Testament. So they did not believe in the prophets that were to come, and they also did not believe in the New Testament. But the New Testament was written at the time. They didn't believe fully in the scriptures. They only believed in the first 5 books out of the Old Testament. So because of this, they were rejected by everybody around them, and they were not allowed to enter into Jerusalem to worship God or to even encounter God. And this is why the Samaritan woman, when she's talking to Jesus, she states in John chapter 4, verse 20, she said, so tell me, Why is it that you Jews insist that Jerusalem is the only place to worship, while we Samaritans claim it here at Mount Gerizim, where our ancestors worship? The reason she's saying this because she's not allowed in Jerusalem to find God, so they started building temples in their own territory. She starts asking Jesus. Okay, that's a lot of information, a lot of background information. Here's what she's asking Jesus.
Oh, real quick. Hey, Jess, good to see you. Oh, taking a break. Hey, sometimes you gotta do that though, right? But it's good to see you in chat. Thank you for joining us.
Jesus, I'm not accepted anywhere. I can't go get right with God because they won't allow me in Jerusalem. Everybody else around us rejects us. Nobody loves on us. Where am I supposed to find the love of God? She's never seen this before in her life, and this teaches us two very important lessons about the character of Jesus. The first thing is this: Jesus always takes the direct route to reach you. Imagine the disciples hearing Jesus saying, we're going to go straight through Samaria. No, Jesus, we don't do that. We're Jews. We don't do that. There's no way we're going to associate with them. But they didn't understand that Jesus had a divine appointment with a Samaritan woman, meaning, again, he didn't take it because of convenience. He took it because of his commitment. And he had a divine appointment with a Samaritan woman. And here's what it means for you. Jesus doesn't avoid the messy or brokenness in your life. He meets you exactly where you are. Luke chapter 19, verse 10, for the Son of Man came to seek and save those who are lost. And this divine route not only changed her life, it changed everybody. Let's dive deeper into this. All right. It's not going to be on the screen. John chapter 4, verse 28 through 30. When she heard the good news from Jesus, she couldn't help but tell people and share the news, right? Verse 28, then the woman left her water jar, went into the city, and began telling people, hey, come and see this man who told me all about the things that I have done. All right. So I think about this because this woman had a reputation. So imagine the men in the village were like, what did Jesus say about everything? Every party you went to, every person you talked to, she didn't care about that anymore. She didn't care. She wasn't embarrassed of her testimony anymore because now she was proclaiming Jesus had changed her. She said, he has told me everything that I have done. Can he be the Christ, the Messiah, the anointed one? So the people left the city and were coming to him. They started to believe in him. They asked him to stay for 2 more days. And then the story tells us that the people said, hey, we believe in Jesus, not just because of your testimony, but because we have heard his words. We have met Jesus. But it started with the testimony that she was once embarrassed of. Here's the blessing of a divine appointment, okay? Or a divine direction from God. It never stops changing lives. That's what we see out of the story. A divine direction, a divine path, a divine appointment from the Lord never stops changing lives because it doesn't just end. In John chapter 4, centuries later, 2024, you're still learning from her story. You're still relating to her brokenness and her broken heart and what was going on in her home life until she met Jesus and everything changed. That's what a divine route will do when you follow God. A divine route of God never stops changing lives. Second thing is this. The story teaches us to never avoid the places that God is telling you to go to. Never avoid the places that God is calling you to go. Let me ask you, are there Samaritan places in your life? People, you're telling God, I'm not going to see them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to be around them. God, I will gladly go 2 more hours or even days to not see this person in my life. I do not want to go back there, but maybe that's the place God meets you at. Maybe that's the divine appointment that God has for you. Are you avoiding people, relationships, family, conversations because you feel like it's difficult or uncomfortable? Again, what did Solomon say? Proverbs chapter 3, verse 6, seek his will in all that you do, and he will show you which path to take. Let me read it like this. He will show you which divine path to take. Now, Solomon also said this, God's going to show you the path. He's not going to force you to walk it. Please hear me on that. God is going to show you the path of redemption. God is going to show you the path of forgiveness. God is going to show you the path of freedom. But it's up to you if you want to hold on to bitterness or follow Jesus. It's up to you if you want to stay angry in the moment and say you hate these people, or follow Jesus and allow God to do a miracle in your relationships. He will show you the path to take, but he's not going to force you to take it. That is up to you. So this leads to point number 2, which is a little more of a question today. My question is this: are you drinking from broken wells? Are you drinking from broken wells? John 4, 5-7. It states, eventually he came to the Samaritan village of Sychar, near the field that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. Jacob's well was there, and Jesus, tired from the long walk, again, it was a long journey, 70 miles, sat wearily beside the well about noontime. Will you underline that right there? Noontime. Soon the Samaritan woman came to draw water, and Jesus said to her, please give me a drink. What's special about this story is that when you start to study the culture, you realize that none of the women would ever come.
Hey, man, welcome back. Kind of interesting. That's it's kind of like what we were. He kind of went into it a little bit, but that's kind of what we were alluding to earlier when we're saying, avoiding the difficult conversations. Like I said, I'm not trying to rag on this guy. I think he is saying there's some truth in there. It's just the issue here is it gets mixed in with this manifest.
But the truth you're hearing is because he's reading the parables, and of course you're going to get truth out of the parables.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like every time I hear the parables, I'm like, yeah, that's wise.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think a lot of it is versus school. These people, these pastors go to school and they're taught how to preach. And
Mm-hmm. Well, this is super easy because I was thinking about this the other day about how it's a lot of ear tickling, and I was thinking this would be super easy where if I just granted the purview of it's just a manifest and telling people this motivational speech that's also backed in biblical truth, it's just gonna come. It's just gonna come across like I'm just nailing it, right? And it was super funny in my head. Within 5 minutes, I had maybe not like a full sermon prepared, but I was like, yeah, believe the impossible. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't take long to take biblical wisdom, which, like I said, I'm not ragging on him. There's biblical wisdom that you can take from this, but using your discernment to understand where it gets more into the realm of like, well, how do we get there, and so knowing how we even get to this starting point of how do I know I'm hearing from God? How do I know that that's His will? And teaching the discernment around this, because it's like, okay, well, if you just believe the impossible and trust God, and He'll show you the path. There's probably some truth to that, but what I wish he would go into deeper here, and I don't think he does, but I could be wrong. I did watch this the other day, and I was trying to write all my notes, where I had just some discernment of my own, where I was like, well, here's somewhere where I spot some issue just coming from my perspective of this still just seems like a great motivational speech backed by biblical wisdom. And I guess that's the contention that I typically have, because this is like this is also like the Stephen Furtick approach, where we exegete a text, we get some biblical wisdom from it, and if you've been in the faith long enough, I think you just have the discernment to take in the good stuff, like take in the good fruit of it. Like what he's saying with relationships, that was definitely spot on. You definitely don't want to engage at least a romantic relationship with someone of a non-believing faith, that can definitely distract you from the path, and things like that, and then reject the prosperity gospel side of it, of, well, yeah, if I just manifest it enough, or if I just hold to my bootstraps strong enough, it'll just come, and I'll just Christian harder with it. And that's where it gets
It's a verb.
Yeah, it's a little goofy. Yeah, right.
It's a verb. Christian harder. I have to make some kind of meme about that.
It could be a good
Maybe I just have to Christian harder.
Could be a really good coom tune. Christian harder. Put a bunch of
on that thing on relationships. I
Mhm.
I don't know. I feel for women that would be true, but for men, because women follow men, and I know they don't like hearing that, but women follow men, and you'll notice, like your wife or your girlfriend, you notice how many times have your girlfriend, your wife picked up your jokes, your sayings.
Mhm.
They eventually start sounding like you.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I think, I mean, sure, you don't want to marry a Satanist, of course. You don't want to do that. But I think if someone's agnostic, maybe, and they don't have a faith or whatever, I mean, sure, be wary, be careful. But I don't think I don't think you can't lead her. That's a man's job, actually, is to lead.
Right.
Is to lead to Christ, right? That's a man's job.
Yeah. I would say in like the early get to know you phases, and the talking stage, as we call it in the dating realm, there's a good way to vet for this. And typically when I'm talking about, I go to church every Sunday, we have Bible studies on Wednesday, we're trying to be as involved as possible. I've done mission trips and things like that. Sometimes volunteer. We have a soup kitchen down the road from me. My life, I do my best to try to surround it with God and be as well read in the Bible as possible. And the way I vet for this in that early stages of gardening my life, and making sure I'm with someone that's on the same page, or at least someone that I believe I could lead into that right understanding. It's almost easy, because if they're a complete total like Satanist, let's say, most of them don't even fucking like me. So right off the bat, I find rejection to be kind of like a protection of my heart, because and I'm like, well, if she's rejecting me because I'm trying to follow Christ and I'm trying to be more like him in essence and energy, and whatever that is unappealing to her, then that's good. That's saving me from future arguments where we're having big just combative fights about
Yeah, because
the
you
way,
don't want her hanging around with some degenerates,
right,
etc. Right.
right, yeah, and
Yeah.
then you got that as well. Yeah, yeah. No, I was just thinking, just as far as like having like that head to head, as far as like the theologies, but yeah, that even going into that, like you don't want her surrounding yourself with um there's the teaching, if you surround yourself with 5 dumb people, you're gonna be number 6, and if you're around 5 wise people, you'll be number 6. So the company that she keeps, and the type of attitudes that she portrays, it's a really good vetting tactic to notice right off the bat, like, what's her family like? Are they religious to some extent? How do they treat people? Is she involved in the church? Is she also chasing God like you are? And yeah, I suppose like I can't think of who it is right off the bat, but I know that there's a passage where God puts a man with a not so what we would consider biblical wife. And well, why did he do that? It's like, well, I, I would grant that you can lead a woman into a life with God, especially if you're already in one yourself. Um, but yeah, I would also caution anyone that's doing that, like, just be careful with that. Like, you got to make
Oh,
sure.
did God lead Samson to Delilah?
Yeah,
Did he?
I'm not
I
sure
think
if
he
that's the
did.
one
I
I'm
guess he
thinking,
did.
but yeah, you got that one. Yeah,
I guess he did, though. I mean,
yeah.
imagine he did. He had to.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I can't think of it. I know there is one, and but um, it'd still be something that I think we'd all probably caution with someone. It's like, just make sure you got a really strong foundation, and it's not going to crumble the minute she vexes or henpecks you for trying to break it down. Because there's a lot of covert feminists out there that they'll LARP. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm Christian. I do the things. I do the stuff." But then, like, as you start to dive into it, it'll that Jezebel spirit that she's trying to hide, that she doesn't want you to see, it'll start to come out a little bit. And once you notice that, you're like, oh, well, okay, there's the part that needs, you know, dealing with.
Yeah, and don't get her pregnant.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You get that one pregnant. Oh, but you know what though, man? I don't know. Even if you do, I don't know. Even if you do, kids are still great.
Yeah,
There's nothing better than being a father. Really isn't.
it's something that I got really close to doing, but I'm also glad that I didn't, because at the time I was a complete hedonistic.
Well, I had 3 kids
myself.
with Jezebel. I had 3 kids with one, but yeah, I don't regret it.
I wouldn't say all that about my ex. There's
would.
definitely some selfishness there, and I think ultimately that's why I grant that it was God's will that it didn't, because it led to a certain point, and she says it's resentment. I say I learned how to have fucking boundaries, because up until a certain point I was just like a yes man, like no fucking backbone, nothing. And what I noticed is, when you do that and you put her on a fucking pedestal, it will destroy your relationship, even if you think it's going in a positive direction at the time.
Yeah, you never
And
make her happy.
I led to a point where I'm like, no, you got to hear the word no. And then that's what I became the quote unquote problem. And she played the victim card and all this shit. And I'm just like, no, like, um, my opinion also has to matter here. And it really led me away from a more egalitarian worldview where it's like, yeah, let her be the boss sometimes. It never, as far as I've seen it work out, it never does. And I know plenty of guys where that's the way they approach their relationship. And now, even with like the guy I was talking about earlier, who I went to his Friendsgiving before they got married, they were having similar issues, and I'm relating these to like I'm like, holy shit, these are like the same arguments I had with my wife at the time, and I'm just bringing this up with him. I'm like, well, number one, you can't hide shit from her. That was happening. I was like, you can't be so insecure with yourself that you're not willing to admit to fault. That's number one, because that was a problematic situation. But number two, if you want to do something and you don't see any reasonable um, justification for why you can't do that thing, then she needs to shut her mouth and be quiet. And he got a little upset with me, but I was like, listen, I'm telling you now, if that's your mentality, she's going to respect you even more for that. Whether you believe me now or not, like, yeah, you're going to get pushback right away, especially if you've been more of a pushover in the past, that if you start to have more of a backbone and boundaries. But once you develop those, if she actually gives a shit about you, she'll respect you for having them. If she doesn't, she's gonna be like, well, then I'm fucking leaving you. Goodbye. You know,
Yeah, and a lot of that comes from being right. If something's right, something's right.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
because they can do about it.
Yeah. Well, because I noticed this with my current relationship is now. Granted, we typically don't really even fight ever. It's more of the poke fun at each other, snarky sarcasm back and forth, and we have a lot of fun with it. And I think that's good and it's healthy, and it's been for the most part what I consider healthy and successful. But we did reach a situation where we had a little bit of an entanglement where I felt a little disrespected, and I brought this right up front. Wasn't like, oh, I'll just sweep it under the rug and shy away. I was like, no, I was like, hey, I didn't appreciate this. This isn't going to happen again. I don't want this. Uh, this isn't a behavior I find acceptable, blah, blah, blah. And at first, you get that little, and the pushback and all that. But she reached back out. There was a couple days where we went a little radio silent with each other, but she reached back out to me and she's like, you know what? I am sorry that you're right. Like, ultimately, it was me trying to be include her in my life and be as benevolent as I possibly can, and kind of conceded that she was being a little bit of a brat about it. And we've been good ever since. So it's it's going back to this understanding of, yeah, it's confrontation is uncomfortable, and it's something that I want to bring up with this guy, because he's going to prattle on a little bit more about this whole well thing. But he's ultimately going to go into a demonstration where he has these cups, and it's going to reach to my ultimate issue with him. Not that again, I'm not ragging on the guy, but here's the problem, and I'm going to bring it up because he's probably going to talk for another 5 minutes before he brings it to light. But he's going to talk about how when Jesus confronted this woman at the well, he didn't quote unquote condemn her. And this is something that I've noticed coming from the sewing circle Christians, that they take this to mean that if you ever call out a conviction or something like this, or a person's bad behavior, that you're essentially condemning them, and you're not trying to bring sunlight as the best disinfectant. And I think this is something I wish maybe he could maybe he could expand on it more and clarify it, because I don't think he necessarily does. He just says, well, there's no condemnation in Christ. And then we get these people, and I find this highly problematic, that come to the faith specifically to use Jesus as a shield from criticism, when I think ultimately, if you understand the faith deeply enough, you're gonna get criticized. I mean, atheists criticize me all the time, you know, and I think it's good to have a level of accountability with people, especially my inner circle. We rag on each other all the time. Now, I think, and I could be wrong about this, but this is my um, perspective, is that, yeah, we'll talk shit to each other's face, but if someone were to say something really out of line about me or my character, they'd be the first people to be like, you do not know him. You do not get to speak on this. So it's like, yeah, we got your back.
But that's false witness, though. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You're supposed to. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, well, you know.
Which, by the way, that's why I go by hate, because it's God's hate. Because God specifically says in the Bible, and one of those things is false witness, that God hates all that.
Yeah, and I think I did a live a while ago about this false witness idea, because this is also something that I think gets debated a little bit about too, because it doesn't get expanded upon enough, where we say in maybe in word, hey, I believe God, and maybe we think it's going to church or doing the things, and I like what Father Demetrius said. I think it was last service or 2 services ago. He's like, you don't come to church because it's an obligation. You don't serve others because it's some sort of obligate. Like, if that's your worldview, that you're doing it because you necessarily have to, then you haven't accepted God's love as part of the understanding of why we do it. Is that we don't come here because it's an obligation. We don't come here for it's some dogmatic thing. And to be more of like the legalistic view of it, if that's the way you're looking at it, those are the type of people. Because I talked about this a long time ago, but I'll bring it back up into circle because I found it interesting. I heard a pastor talk about Jesus rejecting people when he says, get away from me, I never knew you. And I said, you know what, we never dive into why that was the case. But I said, if you look at what these people claim when they're approaching him, they're like, look at me, look what I can do. Like, didn't we preach your name? Didn't we do the things? Didn't we? And I said, isn't it funny that when you find someone that I would at least maybe question their witness in, is that they're really boastful about it. They're like, hey, like, we just served the homeless today, and we did this and we did that, and we did this all for the Lord. And I was like, don't you kind of sound like the people that are coming to Jesus and said, hey, look at all the things and stuff that we did for you, Lord. Shouldn't we get like, don't we get pardoned for? And that's the lawlessness. It's thinking that these acts of quote unquote goodness is how we achieve some level of salvation, and it's not. It should just come out of our heart, because our heart's just overflowing, and for us to humbly say, no, like, I'm not a good person, I'm a sinful person. I could be completely awful, but thank God that he's got mercy and can forgive someone like me who isn't perfect all the time, isn't good all the time, has done evil, you know, and to have that deeper understanding of it, and instead of just being like, well, yeah, I'm gonna get saved because I did the church stuff, you know. It's goofy. And I think this was 2 years ago, was trying to court a girl, and she was kind of along the same ideology of, well, I was doing all of that, and was trying to allude to some sort of church abuse. And I said, but here's my question, because I did a mission trip and it didn't bless me in the way you would think it would, like not in a worldly way. It spiritually blessed me for sure. But I brought this back up to her because I was in prayer about it, because you know, at the time I'm thinking, oh yeah, maybe God will bless me, but I had a really bad understanding of what that means or what that looks like. It was more worldly, and this thought came into mind, and I personally think it's Holy Spirit inspired. I could be wrong, but it was like this: did you do it for you, or did you do it for God? And when that hit me, I'm like, oh shit, like I better just shut up. like you're like, right, I should just do that because it's coming out of the abundance of my heart, not because I'm looking for some sort of gratification or validation in the things I do. In fact, if I'm truly looking at the people who were following God, uh it didn't always bless them from a worldly perspective. It's not like they always had the $1 million mansions like certain evangelists do. It's not like they had this huge following, and it made what I think to be like the light, watered down gospel seem to be more approachable, because it's like, yeah, plenty of people come, people give their money, but then at the same time, what are they always talking about when being blessed? It's he's going to bless your banking account. You're going to get the things and the stuff, and it comes back to being worldly again. And it's like, so you're telling us don't be worldly, you know, follow God's will, but then at the same time, when you're boasting about the things that validated that you're on the right path, you're going back to the worldly stuff that validates it. It's like, wait, what?
You know, it's a good story for that.
Square it.
Job.
I'm sorry.
You good?
Where's the guy that worked this here? Okay, sorry.
Good, man.
A good story for all that is Job. Job's like a really powerful story because, you know, he prays there too. He prays and he asks God, you know, to stop all this. And God spoke with the devil and allowed Satan, right, Lucifer, to take everything from him. And Job kept asking him, you know, if this is what you want, please, you know. And he kept losing family members. He lost all his wealth. And yeah, and that just shows you, yeah, it's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with anything really. Life is suffering, man.
Mm-hmm. That's something else I also brought up in I was doing a commentary about how the prosperity gospel kind of falls short when you look at the life of Job, because when we talk about being blessed, what do we mean by that? Because clearly, from the perspective of the Bible, like Job was definitely loved by God, but wait a second,
his favorite.
Yeah, well, wait a second, like his life wasn't all that great, so clearly there's more to it than what's in my bank account, or
yeah, because it's not this life, dude. That's what it is.
All
it's
that.
Life.
Yeah. Because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, he was getting mocked. You know, like, oh, God must have abandoned you. You know,
That's what they kept saying to him. Yeah, the
yeah,
devil kept saying that to him. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, I believe he even got sick. Like, I don't know if it was leprosy
yeah,
or something, but he got sick some kind of way. I mean, he lost everything, his
yeah,
family, everything.
exactly. Yeah,
And then after the whole ordeal, God just gave it all back to him. He got a new family, he got new property.
yeah, yeah. That's and you know, I wish I was in deep and as in deep as I am in now with it, but even at that time, like that was kind of my pushback to her as I'm, you know, trying to court her. I was like, well, what's your end game with this? Like, are you doing it because you want to follow God and you believe that this is His will for him, or are you looking for some sort of compensation? And if that's the case, that it's more along the lines of, well, I wasn't properly compensated, and that's why I think it's abuse. I said, do you think Paul felt compensated when he was in prison? Like, if you're looking at it that way, do you think Job felt compensated? It's like, where do we get this idea that God owes us anything? We get salvation from Him, and that's the eternal life that we get to spend with Him after this one. Meaning, yeah, you're gonna go through some hardship, and Jesus even Himself warned us that there be struggle in our life. So it's bizarre to me when I hear it, because I'm just like, where are you getting this from? Where did this idea come from that you're going to be blessed materially? Now, granted, and I'll even say that doesn't mean you can't be, but I wouldn't make that your North Star ever. I wouldn't ever make, because like I'm pretty poor, but I still feel pretty blessed. I'm still kicking. I'm still breathing. There's still you know, but the way I approach it is to appreciate and be thankful for the little things in life, and not look to some idealistic version of what I want. You know, and that's a good way to mitigate that discomfort with your circumstances, because you know, maybe you wish things were better, or things like that. Well, shit, I mean, even if you talk to a guy who's a multimillionaire, they still have problems. They're still rich people problems. Now their problems might be different than yours, but they they would still, if they were being completely open and honest with you, tell you, hey, you know, just because I got 4 cars in the mansion doesn't mean my life's perfect. It just looks that way on paper. And I think that's one of the issues with social media too, is like, we look at relationships from a lens of, well, everyone's happy and we're all together and look at all the positive things that we're doing. You don't normally see people complain too much about their lives socially, because typically either people don't give a shit, or there's just this lack of empathy. Well, I guess those would be the same idea, but even then, uh there has to be this facade of, my life's perfect and I have the perfect house and the perfect, you know, situation. And I said, you know, what's interesting though is like, you look at a couple and maybe they post a bunch of happy pictures of them being together with their family and whatnot. I was like, do you think for 1 second that their life is always that way, or is that just the portrayal? And it's following a false ideologue of not understanding. There's probably also situations where they had hardship. There's probably also situations where they argue. And let's be realistic, like that's typically the case. And so when we're trying to follow marriage and things like that, to know that there's duty, responsibility, and commitment involved in it, and it's not just some fairy tale, you meet your person and that's the end of it. That's what actually broke me of believing in this sort of idea of soulmates. Like, now I think that's complete bullshit. I think it only works as long as both parties are willing to work on it, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And I think it just, time has made it harder and harder because, I mean, it's, just go back, 40, 50 years ago,
Mhm.
marriage is completely different. Women were completely different. Men were completely different.
Mhm.
Everything was. It's just time, TV, radio, everything has made things harder and harder because,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I can see how it's a double-edged sword. Like there's a lot of positive things that came out of having social media and these sorts of things. Like now we can talk to people across the world. Like I talk to people from Australia. I have a guy from, I think it's like New Zealand area, who we exchange music with each other, and we talk music all the time, and we geek out about that. And that's the positive side of it. Like that's not something you could have done, let's say 50 years ago. It was more of just who you know in your hometown and all that. So there is that positive aspect of it, but there's also a really negative one, in which, and I've noticed this with just the people I'm around, is that a lot of people are just buried in their technology. And it's like, holy shit, like that's all you look to. And it hurts us from a social aspect that we don't get together in person and just say, hey, you know what, for the next, I don't know, like let's hang out, and for the next X amount of time, we're just gonna turn all of our technology off. We're just gonna hang out, talk to each other, have normal conversations. And it's why, like, anytime I'm feeling social burnout, because I do streaming and I talk about all kinds of stuff. If I get to that point where I'm at social burnout, I end up going in the middle of the woods, and I leave it all behind, and I just interact with nature. And then the area I usually go to is a good, you get that aspect of it, but you could also go into town, and it's a smaller town. So having those social interactions that I'm talking about, that I think got hindered by this kind of stuff, you can still to some extent have it. But yeah, I definitely argue that it's for sure it's a double-edged sword. There's blessings and cursings with it. And and one of the things I've noticed a lot is, especially with the dating realm, because now with Hinder, Bumble, and all this, it's way easier to open the petri dish and now expose uh, that instead of having these hometown connections and it just being kind of networked that way, you could have people across the world be in competition with you just for dating. And it's why I'm actually a big proponent for not using social dating apps or anything like that. I said, like, look, if, yeah, my, not that I love giving advice, but I think the best prescription is, like, if that's something you want to try to go out for,
have social interactions with people, talk to people, and be okay with approaching and do it in person, because let's be honest, like being behind a screen, you know, it just, I don't know, it kind of weakens all of it, because a lot of the initial attraction is going to be one, how you did it, if you're confident enough to do it, and having the social I'd say integrity behind it. Like that's why it's how, like, because I get the pushback of the Me Too. It's like, well, you're only gonna come across creepy if you're like shy and sheepish and you beat around the bush with it, and you're not just like, hey, this is what I want, this is what I'm looking for. If it gets to that point, but even just to have a regular conversation where you walk up to someone and say like, hey, or have a good morning or whatever, and you could build that up over time to where um I do a lot of uh I do a lot of stuff with that involves being in conversations with people all the time, and typically it's the case that it's like, as long as you're not insecure or unsure of yourself, like you have this level of confidence and competence, like you come across as a person that, oh, like seems like a good guy to talk to, like, okay. And you'll notice that people tend to open up if you're not like just really ultra introverted, even though like I tend to, I guess I kind of like play hopscotch with that. But it's funny, like whenever I tell people I'm a little more introverted, they'll be like, "No, you're not," like, because I also do music, and that I can tap into that extrovertedness and be like a complete. What would you say? Like there's a persona I take on that people like. No, no, you definitely know how to reach people, but I still say like I got adopted by people that I would consider more extroverted than myself, that taught me how to get out of that shell and not be so um, worried about how people think about you, because ultimately you can't really control that. So let's go back into this. I know he's about to get into it at some point, but this is the one thing I really wanted to get into, is when we talk about um, not being condemning and not judging people. This is a big misunderstanding, and I even see it in some of the churches that are in my area. And it ultimately boils down to be nice, tone policing, and you can't say anything like, don't shame these people, don't bring it to their attention. While at the same time, he's going to say that Jesus brings brokenness to light, right? So it's something that I wish, at least with pastors, that they maybe expand upon this, because they never do, because it ultimately, I think it ultimately turns into, you have to watch your tone and you have to watch the way you're talking to people. It's like, yeah, maybe to some degree, but again, I think sunlight is the best disinfectant with some people, and there's a time and place to be maybe a little more approachable with the message, and there's a time and place where you're like, no, you're completely wrong, and here's why, and not be nervous to be that blunt about it. And I'm pretty keen on how far I can push it. If it's someone that I just met, maybe I'm a little bit back offish with it. I'm not like in your face, but sometimes I will. It ultimately, it's so nuanced because I think it depends on the context of the conversation. Because you can have a pleasant conversation with someone that disagrees with you. I do it all the time. But then you get someone that wants to be a complete troll, and it's like, well, okay, then if that's the way you're going to be, I'm really good at matching energy. So just let me know when you're done being a troll, and then I'll be done being a troll back to you, and we can go back to this regular conversation where we're just discussing these ideas more intellectually than just being, whatever, clownish.
Come to the well at noontime. They would never come to the well at noontime to draw water. They usually did it in the evening of the day. Why? Because the sun was setting and it would get cooler. But it was also a time for them to talk to each other. It was a social event. The ladies would meet at the well in the evening and talk about their families. Oh, this is going on in my family. This is what my children have done. What have your children been doing? What's going on in your life? They would take selfies at the well. You know what I mean? Post it on Instagram, post it on Facebook. Look at us. That's what they did. So isn't it interesting that the Samaritan woman did none of that? If all the ladies came in the evening to the well to draw water, why is it that she is coming in the middle of the day when it's hot, when it doesn't feel good, when she's fully alone? Because she didn't like her life. She was avoiding these people because they knew what was in her life. They knew what she was dealing with. She felt like she had nothing to say. How could she speak about her life? I bet you she felt like her life didn't measure up to the other ladies around her. They're talking about their families and the good things that are happening. And here's her, she's brokenhearted again and again and again. It was noontime. And so look at her response again to Jesus. John chapter 4, verse 15. She said, give me this water, then I'll never be thirsty again, and I won't have to come here to get water. I don't want to come back to this place. She didn't like her life. Okay, let's think of this concept. I just gave you background information on the Samaritans, that they were hated by everybody around them, that they were a rejected people group. But imagine feeling rejected among people who are already rejected. Imagine feeling like an outcast in a group of outcasts. I'm sure she's debating in her own life, God, do you even love me? My people are already rejected by everyone else, and now I'm rejected by my people. I have nothing in my life. So Jesus penetrates the heart. John 4, 16 and 17. Such an odd question. Go get your husband. It's an odd statement. And she said, I don't have a husband. And so let's dive deeper into that. Why did Jesus even ask the question he already knew? Here's what Jesus wasn't doing. He wasn't rubbing her bad decisions in her face. He wasn't condemning her. But here's a powerful point.
Hey, there it is. Wasn't rubbing in her face. So this is interesting to me, wasn't condemning her. Imagine, I'm trying to modernize this a little bit. And maybe you're talking to one of these 3 or 4 gals on whatever, and you're like, hey, go get your husband. And I'm like, I don't have one. So you're right. You had, 50 guys that were her husband, technically, or whatever. I'd still say some people would tone police you for that. Like, oh, who does this guy think he is, I would still give I'd still give a little of some pushback to this. Like, I think when you bring up something in a person's life that maybe it's not ungodly, let's say, or unbiblical, and it's going to be uncomfortable for them, cognitive dissonance really will negatively affect your brain. And so when someone tries to pull it out and correct you, we instantly jump into this line of thinking that someone's condemning us, right? And this is where we get the judge not unless you be judged idea without taking that scripture into full context and diving deeper into what this means, how it looks, blah, blah, blah. And it goes back to what I said earlier, where I think sometimes you got to get in people's face. It ultimately depends, because, like, let's suppose for a second, because I think in this instance, he's trying to relate this to everyone that's got a situation that they don't want to talk about. It's uncomfortable, whatever the case may be. That's already taking in a bunch of presuppositions. Maybe this person is doing something wrong and is prideful about it. And we're not addressing the other side of that coin. Well, what if we're speaking to someone and they're like, yeah, I just blew off 50 guys and I made $1 million doing it. Hell yeah. And like just real happy about it. It's like, wouldn't our approach be slightly different in that case than this person who, at least with this presupposition, we're saying you're ashamed of the things you're doing. And that's why you feel like a social outcast. Because you already know what you're doing is wrong. Well, we're already presupposing that these people think or know what they're doing is wrong, without addressing what if they don't. And so, moving into this, what if by just letting them know what they're doing is not necessarily kosher? Wouldn't one argue that seems a little condemning, doesn't it? And this is where it gets really vague. And I think it's relatively easy to look from the purview of a person that's truly ashamed. If that were the case, they'd probably be one of the first people to the altar and be like, you know what, Jesus, I did a lot of messed up stuff in my life and I want to repent today. That is a complete black and white to a person that will wear a cross and actively do prostitution and be prideful about it and double down on really bad theology, saying, yeah, it's fine because God loves me, and uses it as some sort of shield from any criticism. And that's where I ultimately find the message to be slightly problematic. And like I said, it's an empty well, because we're only addressing the one group of people who maybe they truly, at least in their heart, want to repent, but they don't know how. That situation would be approached far differently than the alternative that I'm also giving out here. And so, while I think in this person's case, where it's like, yeah, I'm a social outcast, even amongst outcasts, I'm not accepted. I know what I'm doing is wrong. It kind of goes against the standards of society that were in place, blah, blah, blah. The problem here now is that at our current time of day, we're now trying to make it socially acceptable for a lot of things that shouldn't be. And for a while, because we wanted to come at this with a level of kindness and understanding for these people not knowing what they're doing, and having some forgiveness in our heart with it, I don't know if approaching it in this way where they're just pridefully saying, I'm liberated and it's empowering to go on to a social platform and just show off my body for money and not even have any sort of conviction uh, to feel negatively about it. And so maybe at this time, yeah, sure, she's feeling rejected and she's wondering if God still rejects her, and he's kind of, approaching that situation how it should be approached. I'm wondering if we also need to bring in this counter situation and speak on it and say, well, okay, maybe maybe in this instance he didn't condemn her, right? Because there was some level of regret there. There's some level of shame there. And that's where Jesus typically meets people is, hey, I'm ashamed of what I'm doing. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to change my ways, but I don't know how. But what about like an instance like the Pharisees in the temple? And here's people who are pridefully proclaiming that they're religious or whatever, but their actions aren't speaking for their words. And how does Jesus treat that situation? One could argue that whipping them out of the church didn't that seem a little harsh? Didn't that seem a little condemning? So again, I like to bring in a more dualistic idea of this because we hear this story and we see people who are truly at least wanting to own up to it. And I think in that situation, yeah, you don't want to rub their face in it. Clearly, they're already at that point. But it's completely missing the other side of that spectrum. And that's somewhere where I feel like a message like this, it's great because you're saying, hey, if you come across someone and, they're uncomfortable with this thing that they're doing in their life and they don't think it's fruitful for them, yeah, perhaps this is the correct approach. But what if we get some of these pastors, and I think that's why a lot of people are leaving these churches, who are so prideful that they can't be corrected on their theology at all. And I've noticed this a lot with people when I question them online with this stuff is they double down in it. They don't want to engage with the criticisms, and it's ultimately like an ego thing. And I say, hey, like, I'm open to being wrong. I don't think I have it all figured out. I don't mind someone coming in and giving me a different perspective or a worldview and criticizing mine. Why are you so arrogant that you think you have it all figured out? And this was really demonstrated when I was asking a KJV guy about I can't remember off the top of my head. I know it was like a certain topic. Oh, tithing. And he said tithing isn't biblical. And I said, where in the Bible did you get that? It's in Old and New Testament. What are you talking about? Of course it's biblical. And he said, well, it had nothing to do with money. And I said, well, okay. I grant that could be the case, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying it's not biblical at all. I was like, well, now I'm clarifying it. I just mean you don't have to give money to the church. Like, okay, fair enough. Just wanted to make sure I understand where you're coming from. And he just got all offensive that I so much just questioned him. And I know pastors like this where if you're just trying to ask questions and understand the belief and you have good criticisms, they get really defensive. And it's actually it's something that I noticed as well when I was former Baptist. I get so defensive when people question it, like, how dare you question the worldview? But over the years, it's like, well, hang on a second, aren't these things that we should be able to respond to and gently so? And not be like, I can't believe that. I can't believe you'd have questions. God forbid, you know? And this is something I've seen across the board when either the pastor doesn't want to be questioned so much so that even if the church rejects his message, he'll just start another church. Or as the listener, if you feel like you've been rejected by the congregation or you're not allowed to voice your opinion or da 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 da, you'll go to another church. And again, this goes back to what I was saying before I started this review is I think there's without a normative authority, this vicious cycle continues because there's no sustainable understanding on what the Bible says, why it says what it says, how we should live it out. It is completely subjective. And this is where I find the view to be slightly problematic because, again, without this normative authority that's saying, like, look, this is the standard and it's God's standard, and it's not for us to decide what God's standard is. God tells us the standard. We all fall short of the standard, but we should be trying to get closer and closer to it, which is the understanding of theosis. It's maybe not apples and oranges or 1-to-1, but I think a lot of people call that sanctification. And I do believe that there's some truth to that. Like if you're really wanting to go down that path and you really want to be discipled, that ultimately you're always questioning your epistemology, how you know it to be true, because even from a believer's perspective, not even unbelievers, like unbelievers are obviously going to question you, like, how do you know God's real? Prove it, blah, blah, blah. But even from another believer's perspective, there could be contention. And if you don't know how to back it up with anything, well, I read the Bible and exegeted it, and this is just what I've come to. I think it just becomes a little empty, right? So this comes to my conclusion that this is an empty well, because in orthodoxy you have a little more substance, a little more something to fall back on, because it's not just the Bible alone, it's not just scripture alone. You have other things to point to. You go, well, hey, hang on a minute, we have apostolic succession, we have ecumenical council, we have a normative authority that tells us what this document means and what it's for. And really, as the congregant, it's not really for us to make determinations on how we inference these scriptures. It's really for us to be taught by the church and submit to its teachings. And the only interesting criticism I got is, well, how do you know if the church is wrong? What if they start teaching heresies? And I said, I can't even logically consider that based off of the idea that these were all orally and written traditions based off of a council that put this all in stone. So even not appealing to my Bible alone, I could just look at Nicaea 2 and the decisions that were made there. And if anything that the church was doing or saying went against what someone said before, I could just look at that and go, well, hang on a second. This perspective right here goes against what the council decided earlier. And we're not supposed to delineate from the true understanding. And so they said, well, wouldn't you point to the Bible? Wouldn't you point to Scripture? You don't. I don't think that'd be necessarily the case. I think you could have other things that you could point to. Now, someone that's again, I'm not a theologian, but someone that has deeper understanding would probably back me up and say, yeah, there's plenty of things that we look to demonstrate the authenticity of orthodoxy. And it's why I shy away from too many debates on it, because I want to deepen my understanding before I really talk about it. But I just use it as a compare and contrast to say, ultimately, I do think there's a bit of emptiness behind a motivational speech. And it's emotionally charged. Later on, he's going to give you this personal sob story. No hate on the guy for any of this. Like Hayden and I were talking about earlier, you can get biblical discernment from it. You can get wisdom from it. And I wouldn't take that away from Protestants. That's why we would say that there's definitely some based ones out there. The issue here is, but outside of a normative authority, how do we decipher what the Bible is actually saying and how to live it properly? And this is something that we really can't answer without saying, well, it's the Holy Spirit and it's God. Well, if that's the case, wouldn't there be an agreement? And we see that that's not the agreement, that everyone is having arguments over this. Even just amongst Protestants, not every Protestant believes the same thing about how the scripture should be lived out. Not all of them have the exact same cookie cutter theology. And I've even heard Protestants have issue with this more progressive idea of Christianity, because they see how harmful it is just to say, well, you have grace and you can read the Bible on your own, and you don't necessarily need a church to tell you what scripture means or to give you bread, and you don't need other believers. Or as far as I see, it's antithetical to having fellowship with other people, which I think is deeply important, with going to church, which not from a legalistic standpoint, but to be engaged and to have true interactions with the Holy Spirit, and to get correct teachings and understandings on this, and to spend time in prayer. This is all important, and absent that, I think it's really easy to fall into some pit holes. And so all we want to do is say, like, hey, avoid these little holes that you can get into, and try to maybe reconsider something that doesn't have quite as many holes as Swiss cheese in it. But interestingly enough, when you do that, people get really defensive about it. And I can understand that. But even as an Orthodox, I don't take it personally when people challenge my worldview. So I tried to live by that example, and I would I don't know, like, it's not like I'm any authoritative figure, but it's something I would encourage others to do as well. But let's that's about all I wanted to talk about on that one. Hey, you still with me?
Yes, sir.
What you got for me, man? Go ahead.
It's a lot of pride, dude. A lot of pride. Pride's a big problem with the world today. It's actually it's celebrated, you know.
Yeah, I think, no, I could be wrong. This could be, this would probably have to be expanded upon to some degree, but I think a lot of it comes from the culture.
Well, yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like that's why it's so hard. Like relationships are so hard today. It's just pride is mainstream now. Everybody, you're the best. You can do everything. And that's why marriages are so hard. Women are prideful. Men are prideful.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, and everyone's forgot about humility. Everyone. And then it's like it goes far. Like a lot of times when people get angry at you because you tell them your point of view, it's pride because they're sore losers. Like people don't like to lose.
Yeah.
Like that's one thing I've noticed in my life. For instance, when I'm working on something, let's say I'm changing a valve, and if I don't have the proper tool or something broke and I have to go to Home Depot and I get mad, it's not because I don't have the tool, it's because I lost. Does that make sense? Like it's because I'm a sore loser and I lost to the valve and now I have to go stop what I'm doing because the valve won and I have to go get the piece to fix it.
I learned a good coping mechanism a while back. I was doing some plumbing work myself, and dummy me had a blonde moment and forgot to turn my water off. So I had water shooting all through my apartment. Now, that's a good place to get upset, you know, and freak out and lose your shit. And for some reason, I just start busting out laughing like, this is life sometimes, you know? And I'm just laughing it off. And I'm like, oh, it really is the best. They say it is the best medicine. And I tend to agree with this, that the second, instead of, you know, I don't know, being hypercritical of me being stupid, I just kind of laughed at my own retardation to not turn the water off. I'm like, yeah, stupid. That's what you get. You should turn the water off first, goofy. I'm just laughing, and you know the apartment's flooding. You know, you could be like, oh no, you know, but because I was able to laugh it off so quickly, I was able to right away kind of deal with the situation. Like, okay, let's make sure none of my electronics are going to get affected by this. Got a mop, turn the water off. And it's something that it was a lesson that I practice to this day when, you know, someone offends me or something doesn't quite happen the way I planned, is I just kind of go, well, isn't that how it goes sometimes? So we don't always get what we want in life, and just to just to be like, yep, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, I'm a real bad sore loser.
I tell you, if it's a competition, sometimes I get that way, and I think that's especially the case for men. Is we're just highly competitive, whether it be video games or sports. We tend to not like to lose in those situations, and
well, everything. I mean, it's like if you're putting a pool together, you know, and someone else does it better than you, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
I'm
part of masculinity, I guess.
I'm fucking shit at pool, but it's still fun.
No,
so
I meant like building a pool. Like, let's say you're building a pool or whatever, and someone else builds the pool better than you, and it looks better than yours. And,
I tell you what will give you a lot of humility is I go golfing with a buddy, and I'm terrible, man. Like, I'll have so many mulligans, and I'll hit the ball in the water, and things like that. And luckily, I tend to go with him because he also sucks. So instead of being highly competitive the entire time, which I think there's a time and place for it, especially if you're good with something. But in that aspect, because we both suck, we both just kind of laugh at each other as we're taking swing number 18. Why are we even doing this right now? Oh, because it's a good way to bond with people, and we look at that aspect of it rather than the who's gonna. We turn into a competition in the reverse of who's gonna have the more mulligans, or who's gonna have the higher score at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm a sore loser.
The things I'm good with, that I'm still that way. Like I used to be, at least to my own group of friends, I used to be really pretty good at some fighting games. And I went to a Comic-Con, and I got my ass just handed to me, and I remember I was seething so bad. I'm like, geez, either my friends suck as bad as I do, and I'm just slightly better. and these guys were so like,
well, that's
incredibly good. It was like,
yeah.
holy shit.
Yeah, well, that's because the guys at Comic-Con are playing online. They're playing against, you know what I mean, and you're just playing against your friends. Yeah,
Exactly. Well,
y'all got access to the same information. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, and the other thing I grant to them is that we also, I had folks that they didn't necessarily mind that you played verbatim, but if we had a nice day out, my dad would literally come down, turn the TV off, and be like, "Go outside, you stupid assholes!" Like, what are you doing inside? It's nice out. Go enjoy the weather. Go play. Go play basketball or something. Go play in the mud. And it tends to be the case that the people that are really, really, really good just spend hours and hours upon hours of doing that hobby, and that seems to be where we get this negative idea of doing this stuff. But that goes back to what we were saying about the passions. Like, if you let the passion consume you, that's all you care about. It seems to be the only thing that you do, and not having some sort of priority is where it's like, well, maybe I should just go outside and enjoy the weather today, or go hang out with some friends and do something. And it's something that I'm glad I have the connections I do, that if I'm feeling like I've been a hermit, because I do mixing. I do a lot of stuff in the music realm. There'll be a case where I spent the whole day working on a song, and then I'm like hitting up a buddy, and I was like, okay, I need an excuse to get out of the house. I don't care where we go or what we fucking do, but I literally spent the whole day working on this track, and I need to get away from it. So please actually distract me from this work.
That's it. On the video games, when I was a kid, man, I mean, I grew up on Atari and Nintendo, and a lot of those games suck, dude. So, like, my parents really didn't have to tell me to go outside, because you play those games for a little while and you get bored of them. It wasn't really until like Super Nintendo came out that they started actually getting good.
Yeah, I had an original Nintendo. Not too many of those games are one of those.
There's only a few Mega Mans, Zeldas.
Yeah.
There's only a few Metroid.
Yeah. Oh, well, even in those, even in with the like, I love Ocarina of Time. I will play it to this day and speed run it. But there's definitely points in the game where you're like, okay, like, time to move on and do something else. But then it's the games where you can keep grinding, like the Diablos, and when like Borderlands
Yeah,
first.
but that's when they changed video games to addictive. That was when
Yeah.
they learned they could make them addictive, and that's
Yeah, because it was always
Yeah.
about getting the next achievement or the next level or getting the next gun or a
finding
lot
that
of
Griffin's diadem. Yeah.
yeah. I see a lot of people spend hours because at least in 1 and 2, I don't think you can do it in the third Borderlands, but you can go back and raid the boss as many times as you want to get the right gear. You would be like going back in like 50 times just I gotta farm this boss for this loot. And yeah, there was only one game for GameCube. It was originally released for Dreamcast that was this way. And my buddies and I would spend hours grinding in this game. It was kind of like Borderlands, but you got to think of it in its time. So it was an online game, but not too many people were playing it online because the online sphere wasn't quite developed yet. It was still during dial-up and things like that, so it wasn't like an ideal. But you could play it offline, and it was kind of role playing. But you could pick a shooter, you could pick a melee, or you could pick like a magic user, and it was the essential. You go in, you kill the baddies, you grind. And I was thinking about it a couple months ago. I had like this like level 150 character and all this gear from the countless looting that I do, and I was laughing about it because I heard this guy complaining about how many hours he spends on his game, and I'm thinking, yeah, I had this game where me and my friends would just waste hours upon hours building up these characters and grabbing on this loot. Couldn't even fucking tell you where that game is at, or if I even have the memory card that's got that character that I spent all those hours on. So then it feels like a complete waste of time. I was like, what did we do that all for? It was fun at the time, but now it's like shit. Like,
I'll tell you what, I still play StarCraft 2, but it's really just for reactions. You know what I mean? I still play that because StarCraft 2 is, I don't know, it's like playing chess. It's like playing chess in real time. That's why I like it.
Yeah. I just downloaded. I used to be the first one. I used to love that game, but
Which one, StarCraft?
I'm terrible.
Oh yeah, me too, dude.
Oh my god, I'm terrible against other people. I had a
Yeah, me
guy
too.
completely trounce me, and he took Zerg, I took Protoss, and I'm like, yeah, Protoss are the best because once you get the ion cannons and the dragoons, it's like you can wreck someone's shit. And every fucking time I play against him, he would just decimate me, and I'd be like, what the hell? I thought this was like the best one. I didn't think I could lose to the fucking Zerg. They suck. They're like one of the weakest class.
If he's got a better build order, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you really know how to get your resources up right away and get stuff going, you can just outclass somebody by having more units.
Yeah, what's it called? Actions per minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have a higher APM,
Yeah. And and so I would do. They used to have maps where there was this really fun one where you had 6 little spots and a center, and the idea was you could rush the center, and then like if now you automatically spawned units. They'd automatically spawn for you, so you didn't have to worry about. You didn't have to do all the mining and stuff like that. It was just a auto spawn, send units to the.
You're talking about like footies.
Yeah, I can't remember what kind of game strategy they call it, but so you'd
custom game.
Yeah, you'd automatically spawn. You send them to the middle, and then like as you level up, they give you better units. So like your first might be like the Zealot
arena.
Maybe it was like some sort of RPG, but so you get like maybe like you get like zealots at first, like the first unit you can get, or the Marines, and you'd send them in the middle, and then like as you, I think it was based off of how many units you take out, it would progress you, and then like maybe move up to having dragoons and whatever. It would keep leveling you up that way. But you could also, once you get to a certain level, take out the other camps. And the idea was to build your army to the point where you had units that you could go after. Because again, you're in like the map was 3 center 3, and so you could send units to the other side and try to take out your opponent. But they also give you like defense mechanisms, like so like if you had the Protoss, that you had the ion cannons and all that in your basic base. So like even if someone tried to rush you, you would have units spawning that would go after them, and your defense systems. It was an interesting twist on the game, and I love those, because you're not even like, the mining is where I always get like wrecked. So it's like, oh, I just have to tell you get a unit and you get a little pad, and one pad sends you tells all your units to go to the center. One tells them to rush this opponent or that opponent. I can't even remember what. I know that like they call it like Final Fantasy 7 sort of. I'm gonna try and even think of how they phrased it, but yeah, it basically is just like a rushing game, or whoever could rush the best one. But I just downloaded this. I just downloaded the second one, and I haven't played it too much because I went against the guy, and I it's the same thing with the first one. He out resourced me in minutes, and his APM like crushed me in seconds. It actually shocked me. Like, he had way more. Like, I thought I was doing pretty good. Like, I got my gas going. I was starting to get dragoons going, and I was starting to build a defense system with ion cannons. And he took out my camp, and he had so many. He like completely rushed me. I was like, holy shit. This is why I go against the AI. The AI takes it easy on me. Oh boy. Start another fire on social media. Oops. I'm really good at stirring the pot with people. It's so freaking easy. Just say anything that's more right-winged and watches people freak the fuck out. I got the typical "who hurt you" yesterday. Oh, that's your personal experience. Who hurt you? You must have issues with getting women. Meanwhile, at least on Facebook, my profile picture has me and my girlfriend in it. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? What do you mean I'm having trouble? I posted that what was it, that meme that says did you upset someone online? They're gonna say something about your character, and it's typically like you're gay or something like this. Small peen. Funny enough, like I posted that meme, and then someone was like, "Your peen small." I was like, "Really, dude? Did you not read the comment I just posted?" He's like, "Well, you opened yourself up for it." I was like, "No, yeah, oh, okay." Dummy. What we're saying is, if I offended you, you're gonna say something about me having a small peen, and then you got a small peen. See, you open your. Oh no, no! You're just proving my point, Goofy. Just proving my point. Way to fall right into the trap.
Now, where is this going on at now?
Well, one of the fires I started was on Facebook, and the other one is on X. I think the one where I sent the meme saying, I sent the meme that Andrew has with the girl and said, "Did you upset a woman?" And then like the 3 options she'll pick. And then after I sent that, some guy was like, one of the options that you can pick is that you got a small peen. And then that was the response back to me. And I'm like, way to play it right, way to play it right into the hand.
Right.
Well, you said it first. I'm like, yeah, but okay. Like, are you stupid? I'm saying these are the typical responses I hear, and then you make the typical response. Like, you played right. Oh, Goofy.
You know, one time there was a post about Link. You know, I'm just because because you got Link for your avatar, and I posted one of those memes about kind of like yours, where Link's praying and all that. Because Link was originally Christian in the original concepts and everything. And man, that started a big fire in there. Everybody was having a fit. Link's not a Christian. Okay, all right. I mean, that's the original concept art.
Dude,
there were crosses, everything.
Oh my god, dude. I told that in an atheist chat, and they lost their shit. They lost. Prove it. Where's the evidence? Source.
They do, and then they say, well, because all that was pulled out, and it was like, no, it was pulled out because they were worried it would be disrespectful to Christians, not because, because it's a fantasy world, and that was all like during the times where Star Wars was a controversy,
Yeah, I heard mixed reviews. Like, I haven't heard that perspective. The other idea here was not that it'd be offensive to Christians, but that perhaps that now they're twisting it to be PC. Like, oh, we wouldn't be PC if it was like strictly Christian.
I've never heard that. Not with Nintendo. Never heard that with Nintendo. With Nintendo, because I mean that was back then. They were fighting over Star Wars and saying that the Force was a false religion and it was witchcraft. And there was a couple. That was all during the Satanic Panic.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the reason I've always heard was because of the Satanic Panic. That's why they pulled all that out.
I guess they're trying to twist the narrative now to say, oh, they didn't want to offend. At least the review I was looking at, because I was trying to pull up the sources to show them, like where in Zelda 2, you clearly see a cross.
Yeah.
And it clearly depicts some form of Jesus, even if it's not, it's not clear and then
the original releases
clearly,
on the Famicom it's got the crosses. A lot of the games in the Famicom have crosses and they have Christian iconography, but they don't have it in America. But that's what it was. It was stuff like that, like Link does magic and that's witchcraft, and that's what it was.
Well, one of the pushbacks to this was like because of the Triforce and that they were goddesses, and so like
right.
If anything, it was like a more Greek sort of thing.
But that didn't in the original Zelda, that wasn't in there.
Yeah,
they didn't have all that. I mean, they had a little bit of story, but it wasn't that deep.
Yeah,
like I don't think the goddesses came around until Adventure, right? Maybe it was not Adventure of Link. Link to the Past, I think, is when it came around.
I'm not sure because my first game was Ocarina, and they introduced the goddesses then. But I said even excluding the fact that they're women, you could clearly see the influence from Christianity because of the
it's
Trinity.
in there.
Yeah,
it's in there.
Like, there was originally Christian. Yeah, 3 goddesses that came together and formed the earth. It was like, basically, if you change that, into the Christian perspective, that's the Trinity. You just got to take out the fact that there were women, but that whatever. So they were like, well, because there's goddesses and there's statues of. It was like, okay, but if we're looking at a realistic world, it doesn't follow that just because we have goddesses and all that, we have that in our culture, and there's still Christianity. So that doesn't even disprove anything.
They get mad though.
They were seething so bad. I said some other Christian came in and was kind of trolling them with me, and I went to him and I'm like, dude, how many atheists do you think are going to burn their Zelda games now? Like, no, it burns us.
You know what, bro? I got bored of not Ocarina, Majora's Mask. I got bored of Majora's Mask. I ain't gonna lie. I got pretty far, and then I got all the way to like the water temple, and I was like, I'm done.
I don't even. I'm not even to this day sure how to completely go through the game. I would probably
I had the book, but
I would need the book for sure, dude. Like, I can get to a certain point, and then I'm like, I don't even know what you're supposed to do. And like the 3 days thing always like there's people that know how to beat the game, and I'm to the point where I couldn't tell you for the life of me. I either end up using up the 3 days, or I don't know how to work all the mechanics properly in that, because it was it was definitely a bit of a left field game from Ocarina, which was a little more straightforward.
Yeah, which was weird because it was so much like Ocarina, and they changed everything. And
yeah,
they changed like big mechanics in what time.
Yeah,
it was cool though, because it's like Groundhog Day. It's cool, but
yeah, the time thing fucks with me. Twilight was really good. I liked Twilight.
I never played that one.
I enjoyed that one. I got to play it
after Majora's.
I think I got it up to like when I was gonna face Ganon, and I got stuck there because it was on my Wii U, and I ended up parting ways with it. So I would like for them to re-release it onto the Switch so I can play it, because I do have a Switch.
The problem is I don't know. I guess you could do it with the Switch, but I don't know. It's like everybody didn't like that game because of the damn motion controls.
Yeah, well, they do it in Skyward, and they were able to mitigate this by they switched up the gameplay. Instead of it being completely motion, you can opt for that on the Switch, but you can also opt for just regular control. So you can like move your Switch controls around and have the motion, but you can also go in, and they fixed it to where it's more analog like it used to be. The only place where it gets goofy is, I think, like the flying shit. Like there's places where you're like flying, and you almost kind of need the motion controls, because I don't know, the controls are janky if it's analog. So I imagine there's certain areas, like I'm sure they could re-release it and do that with Twilight too.
But the problem is would they? That's a lot of code, you know.
Yeah, no, and I imagine it would work out how Skyward did, where there's probably certain areas where the motion controls would be more optimal because the analog is too janky, or they just couldn't code it properly to work correctly. It's the only reason
they released a new one, huh?
Yeah, it's the only reason I put Skyward down, because like it gets annoying because you have to switch the control. Like I prefer when I can do analog, and then I have to switch it out when it's like I'm telling the controller to do one thing and it's not behaving properly, because I don't know. I guess it didn't code it properly or what. I don't know. A new one would be good. I got Tears, but I haven't dove into it because I imagine it's going to be a lot.
There's a new Zelda game, dude. There's a one about Zelda. Echoes of Wisdom, I think it's called.
Oh shit! I didn't see that. Are they going back to like the original style, or is it going to be open world again?
It looks like Link's Adventure. The one where he's on the island. It looks like that. What's it called? I think it's not Link's Adventure. What's it called? The one where he's on the island. The one where you got to get all the musical instruments.
Is that the one for the other one that the Wind Waker?
It was on the Game Boy.
Oh, not Wind
It was a
Waker.
Game Boy game they released. So it's like that style, and they re-released it.
I never did any of the
Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening. That's what it's called.
Yeah, that could be that. I never did any of those. I did have.
Link's Awakening's pretty good, dude. It's short, but it's good.
I can't remember the one that came out for the original Nintendo. I had that one. That might be
Zelda.
Or just
It's
original.
Zelda and then Link's Adventure is part 2.
But that one's kind of hard to. It's a quicker game, but it's harder to because you have to figure out where get the sword and all that, and it's all in that 2D.
I beat that one. I remember being blown away by that, bro, because I grew up on Atari, like I said, and anything with more than like 2 screens, you were like, wow, this is a whole world.
There's a really good one that came out for the original called, I think it was called like Zoda or Zoda's Revenge or something like this.
They start dropping.
Really really obscure game, but it was a lot of fun, and that would be the one that I'd either spend a lot of time working on that one or I'd do Commando or Commander.
Zoda's Revenge is Star Tropics 2.
Oh, is that all that is?
Yeah, it's Star Tropics 2. They changed the name, and it didn't sell very well because they did that. Because nobody knew it was Star Tropics 2.
Oh, now I gotta look into that because I have it when it was called Zoda's Revenge. It was fun.
Zoda's the big bad guy from Star Tropics. Yeah.
Oh shit! The more you know.
Yeah, well, I didn't know either. It's just I'm into all that, retro YouTube stuff, and I watch a lot of it. And I was like, no shit, I didn't know Zoda's Revenge was part 2.
I don't want to look that up because
it was one of the late releases too. It was like at the end of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Oh, holy shit!
Isn't that crazy?
That was such a weird but great game.
Yeah, Star Tropics was. It was like the whole thing was, yeah.
Because to replay it, it's been so long.
Dude, Star Tropics came with a letter that the main character's uncle sends to him. It's in the box, and you're supposed to dip that letter in water to get a code. So it's cool. Like nowadays, you have to actually Google that code in order to continue the game.
Oh,
because you don't have the letter anymore, right? So.
Huh.
That was another thing about the old games too, bro. They came with stuff, especially the big box PC games.
Yeah, like all the hidden gems in it.
Oh, they come with stuff, pins, maps. Zelda 1 came with a map. You open up the box and they had a map of Hyrule.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Even though
all those old games came with stuff. They don't anymore. You don't even get the box anymore. You just download it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going into similar to like how music is. A lot of it's getting into like the streaming. Like a lot of people are going into the more streaming. Like even like on my PlayStation, you can do PlayStation Plus and stream games that way.
Yeah,
and I noticed that's like
they're getting rid of physical media. It's gone.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of pros and cons to that because on one side of the fence, that saves up your hard drive, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, but then they can alter it,
Yeah, that's true.
That's what sucks. I mean, like that's my thing now lately. I've been going like every other week. I'll go to the thrift store and just find DVDs. I've just been building because DVDs, they don't even sell them at Best Buy anymore, dude. They're gone. So, because I missed out on the VHS thing, buying the old VHS tapes and the Nintendos. So I don't know. I'm buying all the DVDs I could find.
I have a pretty good collection, but now that I know that that makes sense because you got like Netflix and things like that, like
Yeah, they're
Hulu,
gone.
all those streaming services.
Remember the last time you went to Best Buy and the DVD racks is just full. Nobody's been buying them.
Yeah, it's
Nope.
it's like even if like my car, there's no CD player.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who the
Everybody
fuck's
just plugs in their phone now.
right? Like who the hell's playing CDs anymore?
So I got a pretty nice little DVD collection now. I got like Edward Scissorhands. I got Princess Bride.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a fair share of decent ones. Like a lot of them came from my dad too, and he had a great collection. Like so, I got like some like Young Frankenstein and some of those
That's what
classics.
I'm looking for, dude. All the old Frankenstein movies.
Why isn't it coming to me? The other Mel Brooks one that had Gene Wilder in it. Shit. Where they made the is it Wild West was Smith's work. It was something like that. Blazing Saddles.
I was gonna say that, but I never saw it, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
I bought it though. I have it. Like I found it at the thrift store. I still never watched it though.
Yeah, that I got that, and I got the original Star Wars because fuck the new shit.
Dude, I found episodes. What is it? 4, 5, and 6, right? So like the original trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. I found that on VHS.
I got 1 through 6 because I got the it was that like 6-pack deal thing.
Yeah.
Although 1 and 2 was rough. I actually thought 3 kind of did okay.
Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, I thought Revenge of the Sith was okay.
It's the best one, dude.
Yeah.
Especially the prequels. I don't know. Darth Maul steals the show. He does.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. So I did like the Darth Maul. Like, I think this is going to be like what maybe most of the community would say. If we could do less of Jar Jar, the original 2 aren't necessarily bad. But I also I think I understand why. Like, I think Anakin was supposed to be kind of bratty because people hate on Hayden Christensen's portrayal, but it actually makes a whole lot more sense if you.
But if you watch Anakin in the animated Clone Wars on Cartoon Network, his bratty is way better.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you never watch the animated Clone Wars,
no, it's something.
Dude, if you like Star Wars, that's the best.
I did want to see Obi-Wan because I thought that one would be good.
Nah, I'm not watching that Disney crap. I tried, bro. I tried, and I got up to Han Solo, and after everything they did to Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon, I quit.
I only. What is it? I guess it'd be 8 or no, it'd be 9. So they killed off Leia, or no, did they kill? They didn't kill off Leia, but they killed off Luke or whatever.
They killed them all off. They killed Han. They killed Leia. They killed Luke.
But yeah, it wasn't. And the funny thing of it was Mark Hamill came out and he said they're going to ruin this character, and sure enough.
But he's still a tool, though. He's still a tool. He still sits there and he talks all that DEI. He still talks all that. He still does it. He's still 100% with all that agenda, but he's got a problem with how they treated Luke. Yeah. I don't know. Well, look, he left X.
I noticed he was saying a bunch of woke shit, and I was like, "That's unfortunate."
He's very woke, and that's what happened to Luke. They went woke and they changed Star Wars.
That you became the thing you hate.
Yeah. He turned to the dark side.
Well, from a certain point of view, you could say he went to the light side and became a rebel scum.
So I actually made some parody videos where it's like bad lip readings of Star Wars, where yeah, where it's Darth Vader trying to convince Luke to join Trump and all that, to make the galaxy great again and shit. I'm gonna DM them to you later.
Yeah, please do. That'd be
Right.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I got one where Luke comes out transgender to Vader.
Oh my god.
He's like, "No, I'm a woman."
I like the bad lip readings where it's like you see like the seagulls stop it now. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty good. The latest one though, it didn't do it for me. Either they lost touch with it, or I don't know.
Well, like I do them, bro. Like there's one I'm doing right now, and I'm just not happy with it, and I haven't like uploaded it because I'm just not happy with. It's not easy, It's not easy. Like there's you're trying to catch like Luke saying something, and then you want to change what he's saying, but it's not.
Yeah.
You only you can reuse clips and all that, but there's only so much you can do with certain words.
Yeah, that's true.
Like no, for example, there's only like you can say yo, no, yo. There's not very much you can say.
Yeah, I imagine that's a tedious thing to do, especially to make it look like they're actually saying, what they're saying or whatever. I did an AI video of the crystals, and I thought it was pretty fucking funny.
Crystals.
Oh, are you out of the loop?
Wait, wait! I think I know what you're talking about. Something about putting the liberals in crystals or something.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm out of the loop though. Like I know I've seen it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so I'm actually not 1,000% sure where the story originated, but I was on a panel. I think Andrew was on it, and then Jake went on it, and he said something about it, and I was laughing my ass off, and then it just became like a meme for Crucible members, and then like people would just go on these panels and then be, get in the crystal. So I thought
It's got to be with that crystal religion bullshit.
Yeah,
it's got to be that with the wine mom crystals. It's got to be something with that.
I imagine it's poking fun at like the spiritualism a little bit.
Yeah.
But so I made a video and I took it to like the next level. I was like, how far can we go with this? And I was like, Donald Trump's in cahoots with Elon Musk to turn people into crystals and then use the crystals as power generators for the new AI bots that are going to be the new Nazi regime or whatever. And like just went into like this really bizarre thing with it. But it's kind of funny, the entire thing, just because of how bizarre it is. Like I just went like as conspiracy theory as I could with it. I'll send it to you.
There's a joke there about Kyber crystals and liberal crystals. There's a joke there.
Now, if it is, the ability to be that funny, I guess.
No, I'm saying there's a joke there, like do some kind of bad lip reading about liberal crystals powering lightsabers or something.
Oh,
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I did one, and it was Luke had a wind-powered lightsaber because he's green, right? Yeah.
I was saying how like Elon's already building those robots and whatever, and I was like the crystals are going to power the robots, and they'll have a super powered robot army.
Deport all the Mexicans with the liberal crystal powered androids.
That's it. That's how we're gonna make America great again, with liberal powered crystal liberal powered robots.
Gotta do it. Hey, bro, I'll tell you what. I'm looking forward to these. I mean, look, the sex bots. I'm looking forward to it because it's gonna ruin OnlyFans, and thank God.
I still remain on the fence about all that.
It's gonna ruin OnlyFans. It'll ruin all that prostitution, all that.
I imagine to a certain degree it'll definitely mitigate that for sure. Like, because instead of spending all this money and jerking off to some chick, now you can get this robot and you can kind of take care of it how you're supposed to. But I don't know, man.
No, I know. But I mean, there's nothing you can do about simps, dude. There's nothing you can do about them.
No, and that's the thing is like simps gonna be simping. Like, I thought it's super funny. Like, someone sent me this one's definitely on my ex where I pissed a liberal off and they sent me a picture of like the fleshlight or whatever. And it was like, that's the only sex you're gonna get. And I'm like, okay, goofy.
I can't wait. I say bring them on. Bring them on. Stop all this damn simping.
I'm just
It's
wondering.
sad, bro.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a way to. I guess not really. Like, once sex robots come out, like, simps just gonna keep simping.
Yeah, but at least they could buy. You could buy your own Android the way you want her. Buy upgrades for her. Tell her what to do. Yeah.
And now for now here's the other thing I'm wondering is they got to make this in a way that's consumer, like microtransactions. So what are these upgrades?
No, I would imagine different skins basically.
Okay. Or like you can get one and they got like the super ribbed vajayjay.
Or like you could customize it. Like I'd put horns on mine. I'd make mine a demon chick with red hair.
Yeah.
I guess dudes are gonna want cats. They're gonna want feline with cat ears and stuff.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I get the fetish because anime girls tend to be like the most psychotic.
You could buy anime droids. There you go. Yeah.
So there's definitely that. Like, I can dress her up like an elf, and then
you get a blood elf from World of Warcraft.
Go nuts with that. Tends to be a fetish. Like, I definitely had that fetish all through high school because I date a bunch of those like goth weird anime girls, and all of them are like, they're crazy as shit, but it tends to work in your favor and in some aspects of it. It's like, oh, now I can have all the good elements of it without the I guess the not so good elements of it.
Yeah, but the OnlyFans is gonna die when it happens, and God, I can't wait.
I mean, I'm hoping that's the case regardless of where we move forward in society. Like, that's what I really want to happen is that all these chicks that are on that like hit a wall, and a lot of them are as they're getting older and reaching that point where they're no longer physically attractive. And
it's so terrible, bro. It's like Tim Pool was saying the other day. You imagine you start a YouTube channel and it doesn't work out, who cares? But start an OnlyFans channel and it doesn't work out, and there's nothing you can do about it. All that shit's out there. Them dudes got the screenshots. They got the screen captures. They got everything.
Yeah,
nothing you can do about it. It's out there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I started mine with like, oh, I don't give a fuck, and if it doesn't work out,
it doesn't. Who cares?
Yeah,
doing OnlyFans and have your butthole like, all over the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like I'm swinging dick online or anything, but it's like that is socially damaging for the rest of your life, and then you hit this
imagine your kids see that shit later, man.
Yeah, well, and you think about the damage that does in the schools and all that. Like, oh, look what your mom does. I wonder if I could pay for her to take her. Like,
it's like, get your mom $20 if you show me her butthole.
Yeah, right.
I know
My-
I would. I would. If I was in school, I would.
my my mom is so out of touch with all this. When I'm telling her it, she doesn't even know. Like she's like she thinks I'm like making this shit up. Sometimes I'm like, I'm not even fucking kidding.
Yeah, my mom was too, but I finally woke her up. She was too. My mom used to tell me, "You're crazy. You're gonna go crazy." I listen to Alex Jones a lot, and so she was, "You're gonna go crazy listening to Alex Jones." Now she listens to him. She's like, "He's right." I said, "I've been telling you that for like 20 years. He's right."
Before I discovered I don't know if this guy considers himself red pill. So I would say this is before I found what you consider the red pill to be. I was listening to this guy and he talks about masculinity and all that. It essentially aligns itself with the red pill ideology, but it's before I even really heard the terminology used, and I don't think he necessarily claims it outright, at least. And I was listening to him one night, and my dad was like, "Who the fuck is this guy? He sounds like an egomaniac and blah 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 blah." And I was like, "He's right though. Like he's making a lot of really good points." And he's like, "No, if you listen to this guy, you're like no one's gonna want to date you," and da 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 da. And then you get like the people like Myron and Rolo who came out and basically said essentially along the same lines of what this guy said, and then it became this whole thing, and it became really popular. And I'm wondering if like he looked back, probably not so much because he wasn't a big social media guy, but it would have been funny to show him how much it's built up since then and be like, yeah, this guy was talking about this. Uh, and I imagine these people were prevalent at the time, and that's maybe where he got some of his information from. I'm not sure, but he was saying along the same lines of stuff before I even knew the Manosphere even existed, and he was trying to do like like a lot of the same things Michael Sartain does, where he was getting people in like workshop groups and doing stuff like that. So I don't want to be like, oh yeah, he was the first guy to do it, but he was definitely the first guy I discovered that was talking about it.
Hmm.
But I was trying to wake my dad up to it because, oh, this guy just seems like a complete narcissistic egomaniac. I was like, no, he's just spitting straight up facts right now. I'm like, the dating realm is that bad, and what he's saying is the best way to approach it. Because, like, look, if you go into today's society and you're soft about it, you're in for a bad time.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I mean, I came up dating in the 90s and shit. So I don't know, 90s and 2000s, early 2000s. I don't know. Like I hear all this stuff about, what they call it? What they call them when men aren't having sex and it's not their choice. What they
Oh,
call
the
it?
incels.
Incels. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. Do these men even try to talk to women? That's what I don't get.
No,
I mean,
no, and a lot of so again, I'm careful not to give too many prescriptive claims, but my quote unquote advice for what it's worth is I tell men to go out and do it, because like I get asked all the time about it because it's not like my chick's super hot or anything like that, but she's super feminine and nice and Christian, and they're like, oh, how'd you get that in today's society? I was like, because I talk to people.
yeah, I don't get it.
approach
Yeah,
women.
you just talk to them.
Yeah, right. And they're like, well, but you're not worried about being me too and all that. I was like, yeah, just don't be a fucking creep.
Yeah.
Like it's that, like it's really that easy. Like just don't
Well, I mean,
be
if a chick shuts you down, she shuts you down. Go move on. There's more women than men. Move on.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, well, what if we get there's this guy, what's his name? Todd V Dating that talks about this. Like a lot of guys are so worried because I think it's mostly social media where you see the chicks just like completely losing her fucking shit, and you think of like getting the drink put in your face and things like that. I was like, you got to be such a fucking dickhead that you don't even give a shit if she does that. Like,
Right.
I
Yeah.
got
Who
I got
cares?
raised up with like the Barney Stinsons of, you know, like the men that would approach women and not even care if they got a drink thrown in their face because
Yeah.
of the shit that came out of their mouth. It's like you don't get the luxury of being polite. You like if
You know,
that's
that's
what
what
you
it
want,
is, though. That's what it
yeah,
is that men have been feminized and they're worried about
exactly,
their feelings and their word. That's what it is.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what it
yeah,
is.
you gotta worry. You gotta be concerned with their concerns, and it's like, no,
Right.
if
Yeah.
if like, look, if what you're trying to do, and it's not like I'm for it because I'm religious, but if all you want to do is be a coomer, then I don't see the issue with just telling her straight off the bat, not being like, well, what she takes it, who the fuck cares? At least you were honest, and you weren't like, well, yeah, you know, I'm okay with being the friend for now, but secretly I want the other things. It's like, no, you just straight up fucking tell her. And by the way, it works out so much better that way because even if you do get rejected, then you just move on.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
Who cares?
You don't
Who
have
cares?
to, yeah, you don't have to waste all this time with pleasantries. It's
Dude,
bullshit.
I would shoot at chicks like back to back. like right in front of them.
I only had ever one night where I did 2 back to back, and I was pretty proud of myself for that. But I was like, holy shit, two for ones are always you know, like, oh damn, I must
I
have
mean, I
been on
know
my A game.
when I started, when you realize when puberty, right? And you're like, I want to talk to this. I know I was scared then. I know
Yeah,
that. Like I'll admit
yeah,
that. But yeah, I don't. My thing is, I don't see how men aren't figuring out you have to talk to women.
oh yeah,
Just talk to them. Talk to
mm,
them. You don't
mm,
have to talk to them and say, I just want sex. You don't have to do that, but you do
right,
have to talk to them, make
yeah,
them laugh, be charming, uh,
mm.
dress nice, have swag.
It's things that seem obvious to us because I think at least for maybe my generation, I'm 35. Like we grew up around people that like that's how you did it, man. Like there's no other fucking way. You didn't have we didn't have social fucking media. You went up to a chick and you let her know you're fucking interested if you were, or you just have a regular conversation and
And try to make her laugh.
you
Yeah.
know it wasn't that fucking difficult. And I think it's because like there's this lot of like pedestalization with the pussy. It's like that's where you fuck it up every fucking time. I was like, come on now. Like there's been enough of this going around in the sphere to tell you like, yeah, you do that, you're gonna flop on your face, but then like, well, I don't know what to say, and I don't know how to like. Did you try hello? You know, you tried treating them like, you know, there's a human being in front of you. Did you try that? Did that, you know, not a fucking sex toy?
Just ask her name. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your name? That's like the best pickup line ever. What's your name?
Can I tell you something explicit?
Uh,
I don't know if you know that joke or not. Oh, it's apparently a good pickup line, but I didn't think it was that. I thought it was kind of cheesy. But to each their own, I guess. I don't know. I can grant that. There you do have that awkward phase. When I first was trying to date, and then I got laid, and then it was not that hard.
Yeah.
Like I could
Yeah.
just be naturally charming without trying. Like it was just being who I am, and I, if if it wasn't her vibe, then okay. But I remember me and a buddy went into a bar, and this guy was, oh my god, dude, I was face palming the whole time because I don't know if you heard of fast forwarding the conversation, but it's something I like to do because, like, if I'm trying to take a girl home with me, what I'll do is if I can already tell that there's some level of interest, you can fast forward the conversation. But if there's a little pushback to that, this also kind of tells you where she lies in it. And so I'm sitting there, and he's just on and on and on and on, and she's rejecting him, and I can tell. And it was funny to me that I could tell that, like, off the bat. I'm like, oh, she's not wanting anything to do with them because, da 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 da. And he kept trying to pry, but he was doing it through like the 20 questions game, which I think never works. And so he takes off for a minute. I'm like, I'm gonna do the fast forward since he won't. And I go to her and I was like, that dude wants to go home with you. He won't fucking tell you that, but that's what he's trying to do, by the way. And she's like, oh no, I thought he was just trying to have a regular. I was like, no, I bet you $20 right now. If you walk out this bar, he'll try to come after you and see if he can sleep with you. And so she's like, okay, I'm gonna leave or whatever. And so, Grant, no joke. As soon as she walks out the bar, he goes zoop right after her, and it comes back with his head down low, like, I can't believe she didn't want to come home with me. I'm like, dude. I could have told you 5 sentences ago in that conversation she didn't want to do that. You got to read between the lines sometimes. And so then, like,
I could always tell pretty quick if it was a waste of time or not.
yeah,
Some chicks is like, if you work with them or whatever, or you see them every day, you tend to grow on them.
yeah.
But yeah, usually, if it's somebody you're just meeting somewhere, you can usually tell right away.
No, there was she was leaving breadcrumbs towards the beginning of the conversation. Like, oh, I came with these guys. Now, granted, maybe that's playing hard to get. Fair enough. Try a different way, try harder, whatever. But instead of steering the conversation into a place where he could get her if there was any level of interest, and maybe she's just using that as like some sort of excuse or whatever to kind of get out of the conversation, there were other little like breadcrumbs that she would leave that, like, hey, this ain't happening. And like I said, like, I'm being hyperbolic with 5 sentences ago, but I'm pretty, like, I was like, okay, there's rejection number 1. Then he tried again, rejection number 2, and I was like kind of counting them in my head, and that's where I'm like, I'm gonna do it for him because this fucker won't get the picture unless he's more direct. And so I'm like, I'll be the guy for you, buddy. Like, that guy wants to fucking take you home. That's what he wants to do. Just so you know, like that's what's going on. Like, instead of pussyfooting around about it, just cut to the chase. That's what's happening here. And she's like, oh no, yeah, go walk out the bar, watch him follow you. So then me and my he comes back in, and then like me and my buddy were like, dude, it was funny because then he was giving us this push. He's like, well, sometimes it's just about having the conversation, and I was like, yeah, no, that's fine, but I knew your intentions going in. Like, how did I know what your intentions were going into it? And I knew what her intentions were, like, within the beginnings of that conversation, without even knowing either one of you, just based off of body language and what you guys were saying and me eavesdropping unintentionally. I said, I could tell you wanted to take her home, and I could tell you she wasn't interested. And I'm not a genius. I'm just some dude with average intelligence. And I was like, so if I could tell that from an outsider's perspective, I could tell you that there were places in your approach where you could have either figured that out quicker and moved the fuck on instead of, because like he just kept coming after her and focusing on her. I would have cut to the chase a little more directly sooner, and then risk the rejection and then move the fuck on, and then the rest of the night see what else was there. Instead, what he did was like this hovering thing where he's like, oh, I'm gonna have this little quick conversation, get this and she was being polite about her rejection, so I think he was just taking it as she's being playful or hard to get. But I was reading into it and I was like, no, she like if that was the game, don't play it. Because then it would have been one thing like if he just moved on and then started talking to another chick, but the fact that you kept coming back around and hovering over her, I think you put the leverage in her hand. And once you do that,
women don't like that either, though. They don't like that.
Yeah, they don't. So it's like,
They
forget
don't like
about
men that sweat them. They don't like that. Like if you're sitting there literally sweating a chick, yeah, you're just wasting your time.
Yeah. Well, that was like the conclusion I sort of came to, and when he put pushback, the guy next to me was saying the same thing. He's like, yeah, no, like no. But I don't know. I have a lot of what you could say experience with it. So I don't know. Maybe it's just having that level. And unfortunately, like what do you tell a guy who's never slept with a chick? And I'll grant that it could be harder now than it was back then, but even
see, that's another thing too, though. How is it harder now? Because women, they're easier now than ever.
From their purview, I'm granting their perspective. They think it's harder. How do we?
It's not.
I would argue not really.
I would argue it's easier because women are easier. You hear these women talking about they have body counts of 600 and shit.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you're worried about being this like creepy doofus, but it's not like she's a queen or a princess or anything. She's got like probably a high body count, right? So why are you nervous? Why are you nervous about some like 5'4" chick that probably has been sleeping around? It's not like especially if they're a bar rat. There's no way she's a virtuous woman. Come on now.
I don't know. I don't get it.
And I'm trying to find a way to wake them up with it, shake them a little bit in it, but I don't know. Like even when I was telling that guy, I was like, no, should have fast forwarded the conversation. Should have been more direct. Don't it's great you want to have a conversation and chat with a lady. That's all good, but I could tell your vibe and her vibe right off the bat. Like I could tell you wanted to take her home, and you weren't trying to push that in a way that that was coming across directly, and then she was indirectly telling you this ain't happening. So you're both playing it's weird. I don't know. Like I was just like, maybe it's just me. I've been like, hey, want to get out of here? Like it's that easy. And then when she says no, okay, well, all right. Offer still stands, but I'm going to see what other trouble I can get myself into.
Yeah, no, I would just talk to chicks. I mean, like I said, if you get them laughing, they pretty much dig you. They get them laughing.
I would agree to. Also, that one telltale sign for me is if I and I do this all the time with my current one is she'll give me that little like tap on the shoulder, you know what I mean, like the little stop it kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
She does that to me all the time, and I know like I'm like grinning ear to ear, like, oh, I got you.
don't get all this incel crap. I don't get it.
Well,
Women are easier now than ever. I don't.
you gotta think about the programming. Like feminism is in the air we breathe and water we drink, and being a masculine man is now toxic and misogynistic, and you're a creep for even approaching a woman. And how dare the audacity of you to speak to someone on that level? And it's like, yeah, that's such bullshit.
Yeah, but the answer to that is so what? Is double down. That's the
Yeah.
answer to that. So what? So what?
Yeah. And that's what, when I because I was talking to someone else about this, and they're like, well, I'm worried about getting me too. And I'm like, so what? Who fucking, like, do you personally know this chick? Does she personally know any of the people you surround yourself with? You're really that concerned? Is it your approach? Are you being pragmatic about it? Like, are you thinking are you too much in your head, or are you just letting the conversation flow naturally? Like all these things you take in now. It's like Tavi Dating says, he's like, all these guys are worried that like the second you say anything, it's going to be that immediate negative reaction, and then just that fear of it alone is causing a lot of these men to feel like insecure about even approaching a woman or saying. I was like, man, you like, I was doing a college game, I think like a week or two ago, and I was driving girls from from where the game was to the bar. I was hitting on almost every single one that got in my car, dude. Like it's like candy when you know how to fucking do it, right? It's like, I don't know. For me, it's never been horrifically difficult, but yeah, I guess I come from that same mindset. But at the same time, when you're growing up in a new generation and feminism is the meal of the day, and these guys haven't even had half the experiences we do, it's like, I don't even know what to tell them anymore. It's like, just go talk to women, do it, and stop giving a shit what they think.
Yeah, that's really it. Like, it's like, don't care if they get, if they call you a creep or whatever, just,
yeah, just laugh.
It's like, yeah, okay, all right,
yeah,
have a nice day.
Yeah, bye, bitch.
Yeah. I mean, I got come from that time with bros before hoes and all that, and I don't know.
Oh, well, you got to be that way. I mean, it's been my motto for years. Like, I will definitely back up a guy for, a white knight. Like, fuck that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I was given I was telling an experience where I was like, look at it from this perspective. I had this experience with this chick, and I was creepy and blah, 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 blah. Well, she ended up sleeping with a guy who literally drugged her. And I was like, see how much you shouldn't give a shit about what women say, because I was the creep for being a little more gentlemanly about it, but she was the crazy type that actually liked, to some degree, getting SA'd. If that wasn't the case, I'm not sure what she saw in a guy who literally drugged her to take advantage of her, and now she's dating the bloke. And I'm like, so when these chicks say that shit to you, it's like, just consider that interaction that I just had. Not to say every woman's like that, but I got called the bad guy here. But like, I'm the creep, and men are terrible, and men are bare, and here you're literally going out with a guy who definitely SA'd you, and you played victim to it, and then you started dating him. It's like, what? I was like, can you square any of that for me? That you're concerned that some chick is gonna say your behavior is one way or another, when that's what they end up going out with anyway? Are you like you're really gonna be bothered when a lot of the romance novels like what is that one? The Gray.
Twilight.
That was
Shades of Grey.
yeah, 50
Yeah.
Shades. I was like, look, like they all fantasize about being conquested.
Yep.
To some degree.
Yep.
So if that's the case, then why are you like timid about being the conqueror? Like, be the conqueror. It's a lot easier that way. I'll tell you what really I don't know if I would consider myself to be red pill. I don't know. I guess I follow into the ideology to some degree, but I joke around that it's what really red pilled me is I took a girl out on a date, and it was kind of like a flown out, blown out, thrown out situation. And we get to I rented out this really nice Airbnb, and the minute we get there, she seemed she came across okay at first, you know, and then she was also recommended by a buddy, so I kind of trusted his instincts with it, you know, like he seems like a decent judge of character. Now I question every girl he's ever been with because the minute we get there, the crazy came out, and I was like, holy shit. I was kind of glad I didn't sleep with her after that because she was telling me all these stories, and it turns out like I would have been playing Eskimo Bros with half the people I know. And it was like I was completely disgusted, and she thought it was bizarre because she's like, oh, like men typically really capitulate to me and put me up on the pedestal, and you're the first one that hasn't treated me that way. I was like, yeah, you're fucking disgusting. That's why. Like, what do you want from me? Like, you kind of gross me out. Like, you sound like a guy right now because you're like, yeah, look at all these men I had sex with. Yeah. And I'm like, you know, that's disgusting to me, right? Like, it doesn't work the other way around. We find that like appalling. And I said, you know, I think it'd be just good if you fucking go and you get out of here. Like, I'm not trying to wine and dine some 304. And I said it was that experience in itself that you know, quote unquote, made me more red pill because I was like, holy shit! Like even chicks that because she, you know, she was like one of those LARPing Christians. I repented of my sin. Blah 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 blah. Well, I find out. I actually ended up ditching her on I pawned her off on a buddy, and because after I found out she was kind of like gross, so I'm like, well, I don't want any part of this. And he came up to me and he was like, oh, she seems kind of cute, da 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 da. And I was just like, yeah, go for it, bro. But like the way I put it, you know, like it seemed like I made it too easy for him. So that he comes back up, he's super mad at me. And I'm going, dude, if she was a catch, why the fuck do you think I released? I was like, wasn't that your fucking sign, bro? Like, so, yeah, you still could have told me how fucking crazy she is. I was like, dude, why do you think I pawned her off on you, you stupid asshole? That's what you get. It's like if you want to figure out how fucking crazy she is, you could have told how. Like I was like, oh yes, please take her off my fucking hands, please do. Get me out of this fucking nightmare. It's like you took one for the team, man. Like that wasn't your fucking sign to, you know, maybe not get too engaged. And then I thought this was pretty funny. I went to go see one of my buddies play. and she showed back up, and I was talking to these two witches, and I felt like I was in like a mini whatever podcast because I was pissing them off so hard. And they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're so mad at us." And they were going to my buddy, and they were like trying to get him the white knight for them, and he's like, "No, Jeff's cool. I don't, I don't know what the problem is. He doesn't seem upset." And then she shows up out of fucking nowhere, and she's got this new beta guy. She's like, "Oh, I got my new bag or whatever," and I'm trying to talk some sense into him. I'm like, "Dude, do not give this chick an inch because she'll take a mile with it." And he's like, "Oh, you just had a bad experience. You just seem resentful. Da 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 da." And I'm like, "All right, well, I warned you, bud. I warned you that she's not everything she's claiming to be." And later on in the night, she basically summons him. And I was going to say something, but then the dude, he was taking a set break, and he sees this shit. And he said it before I could. He's like, "You do not get summoned. That is such low energy behavior. Like, no, she can come over to you and she can get the drink. You don't have to play to that." I was like, "Oh shit, I was gonna say something, but you beat me to it, dude." So poor fella. Seemed like a nice guy. I do not pity anyone that wants to simp for a woman like that. Not worth it, man.
Mm-mm. No, you could tell. I mean, you could tell. You could tell if chicks are worth your time or not.
Yeah, I knew within like I knew within the like I said, it was a blown out, thrown out situation that I set up for myself because I knew by the second night that this chick wasn't. It was going to be a catch and release for sure.
A catch and release.
Yeah, because the first night she seemed okay, but then like the second time we hung out, I don't call it gut instinct or whatever, but it was like, oh no, she's what do they say, recreational use only kind. I was like, nah, forget that. I'm not trying to do anything long term with this chick.
Yeah, I think men need to realize that too. That's another problem today. That men don't realize that some chicks just aren't worth keeping.
And that's the mindset I really want to break in some of these guys, because be like, oh, she's perfect, she's my little princess, she's an angel, and I was like, what are you talking about? She's a spoiled fucking brat. And I bet I can prove it in like 3 sentences. Or she starts to get all defensive and get a little bit upset. She doesn't like my tone.
What are we doing? Want me to send you one of those real quick? Let me send you one.
Oh, the bad lip? Yeah, please do, man.
I give it something to do. Let me see if I can find them.
Yeah, I could put it up here on stage.
Copy link. I'm a XGM. Luke tells Vader he's transgender. Man, I tell you what, this little StreamYard app's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I like it.
I haven't used StreamYard. Well, the iOS app, there's an app for StreamYard guest. They don't have the host yet, but there's a guest version, and I've never used it before. But it's pretty. I always use the web browser. This is pretty sweet. It's solid because the web browser would drop a lot.
All right, let's see. Huh. Why can't I? Yeah, here we go.
How am I supposed to make the galaxy great again if Luke won't stop whining? I hope he's not crying in front of everyone like a little girl. Emperor Trump will never let me hear the end of it.
We found your son crying in the woods.
What the hell is he bitching about this time? Does he want equal pay for Wookiees again?
He was screaming at the sky about wind-powered lightsabers.
Really, Luke? Wind-powered lightsabers? They can't even cut through paper. Why do you have to be such a girl, Luke? It's embarrassing. It would break your mother's heart if she knew that you grew up to be such a sissy. Leave us, General.
Of course, Lord Vader.
This is all Disney's fault.
Luke, stop this nonsense and be a man.
No, I am a woman.
Luke, you have a penis. Nothing can ever change that. Not even the Force can change it.
Yes, I can. I'm transgender, and my name is Luke Keisha now.
Luke, stop that bullshit. You're not a woman, you're just stupid, Luke.
Hey, stop dead naming me. Have some respect.
Luke, you can tell me what to call you.
Yep, you have to call me Luke Keisha.
Your mother named you Luke, and she always dreamed that you would grow up to be a powerful man.
Well, I'm not. I'm a woman. And I like men.
You soft little piece of shit. I ought to just... Oh, I can't do it. This stupid wind-powered lightsaber. Ugh. Why do you even have this thing? These are all the brainwashing tactics of the evil Disney company. Wind-powered lightsabers, my God. Whatever. Your mother wouldn't want me to kill you anyway. Oh, Luke, your mother always said you'd grow up to be so strong and such a Chad.
Well, I'm not.
It's all Disney's fault. Don't you want to make your mother proud, Luke? What about me? Don't you want to make me proud too? Don't you want to have children of your own one day? You must fight the woke. You have to stop this degeneracy and find yourself a wife.
I don't want kids. I'm in love with Stephen King.
Let me guess. He's a woman now and you're both calling yourselves lesbians?
I was born this way. Can't you see it? I'm a woman. I'm beautiful, stunning, and brave.
There's nothing brave about tucking your genitals. I don't have time for this. It's gross and perverse. Take him to Emperor Trump's throne room.
Yes, Lord Vader.
Please stop making those stupid, whining, bitchy faces. You look so goddamn stupid. Be a man, Luke. Don't be a pussy.
But I can't change it. I am a pussy.
Come on, Luke Keisha. I would laugh, but Lord Vader is so sad. I hope Emperor Trump can talk some sense into him. Yeah. Unfortunately, Luke Keisha here is pretty far gone.
Damn you, George Lucas, you bastard! You should have never sold us to the Disney Corporation.
That's it.
It's pretty funny.
That's it. Poor Lucretia.
I'm gonna reshare that.
Poor Lucretia.
Lukeisha. It's not Lukeisha. Oh man. Let's see. Hang on a second.
All right.
Where do I gotta go? Oh, here we go. No. All right. Let's see. Share.
Hey everyone, today I've got something truly wild to discuss. Something that could change everything we know about reality. Buckle up because this one's a doozy. Have you ever heard of Project 2025? If not, you might want to sit down for this. So, Project 2025 has been discussed amongst the various platforms of media, but there's one plan that has been kept top secret. This new secret plan has been kept from the public view by the government elites in fear of revolution. Donald Trump is working with Elon Musk to create a way to turn people into crystals. I know, it sounds crazy. But let's dig a little deeper into the sinister plot. Government funding will be allocated to Elon Musk for researching a new advanced technology. This new technology will allow for a person to be encapsulated into a crystal and used as a power source for immortal robots. Trump and his team are working diligently to ensure this new technology is available immediately for his new fascist army. This new robotic army will ensure compliance, security, and stability for America. Crystals, after all, are believed by some to have incredible energy-absorbing and storing capabilities. Now, what's the evidence for this? Some point to Trump's fascination with technology and mysterious projects. Remember his push for Space Force? It's speculated that Project 2025 is an extension of this interest in futuristic and otherworldly advancements. There are also whispers about secret labs and facilities, places where top scientists are conducting experiments that are way beyond our understanding. These experiments are focused on manipulating human DNA and energy fields. But here's the kicker. Some claim to have seen people transformed into crystals. Not to mention Elon's obsession with building robots. Coincidence? I think not. Witnesses describe seeing figures suddenly solidify and turn into beautiful yet eerie crystal statues. The government elites kept this plan out of 2025, but now that Trump's presidency is inevitable, the secrets are now coming out. It raises some interesting questions about the boundaries of science and the lengths powerful figures might go to achieve their goals. However, with this new superpower, America will be unstoppable. Anyone who dares question Trump will be turned into a crystal. His enemies will be turned into crystals used for his subordinate army. Are things getting out of hand? Or this righteous judgment against the degenerate Coomers? Only time will tell. Thanks for watching.
Man, I like that voice.
Except for he messed up building. He was like boinking.
I use like the Vader voice and all that. There's an app on iOS called Character AI. That's where I get them all from. It's free.
I used to have.
They got Christopher Lee on there. They got everybody on there.
Oh, that's cool. I used to have I think it was like a free to use app where you could do voice modulation. No, it wasn't like great, but it was pretty fun to like prank your friends.
Well, the one I use, you have to text to it. But what I do is I'll text it the line, and I'll say repeat after me, and I just paste the line in there, and and then screen record it to get the voice.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, this one, you could talk into it directly, and it would take your voice and modulate it too.
I know Elon invested in one, but like they haven't done. And I got the app, but they haven't done anything with it. I don't know. I don't know, man. What's it called? Voice AI. I don't know. They haven't done anything with it. At least not with the online app. The web browser version is good, but I don't use any. I don't use a desktop.
I'd have to look into it more to, because I can't remember what the one I found was called, but unless you did the microtransactions, it was pretty basic.
Yeah, yeah. That's that voice AI is like that.
Yeah, but even if you didn't invest in the microtransactions, the basic voices they gave you were pretty funny.
I got this other one I found, and it's got a one time, or it had a one time purchase. I don't know if it still does, but it's called Voice Changer. It's pretty good, but I mean, for a one time purchase, it
Yeah,
was
I
like
would.
$70, and then they put it on sale too, and it was like $40 at one point.
That's not bad. I like the. I don't like the microtransaction one because I can't remember if it's like pay for per voice or how they did it, but like a one time thing would be fine. I used to use there was it was like a photo generator that was like that, and instead of there being microtransactions around each photo, it was like a one time buy for the app, and then you can put a photo in there, and it would you could uh mess with it and modulate it in certain ways. Basically, by prompting the app, you could tell it like what you wanted and things like that.
Hmm.
It's not always great though, because like the one I did, um, even though it looked pretty good for the most part, it fucked up like some of your appendages, so it looked like your hands were all goofy or something like this, or you had like there was one I generated where it like gave you like four eyes, something like that. So even though it's a one time buy, it's pretty limited, and I guess I don't know if it depends on the picture itself or what makes it that it's a little buggy on occasion, or if it's just like the prompts itself that make it buggy, or who knows. That's why when you did the popcorn thing, I was like, oh, I want to figure out how to do that, because whenever I'm trying to make memes or something like that,
Yeah, yeah.
I stick to my AI generator, but it's not always good. It doesn't always come out great.
Which one you use?
Uh, I'm not using the one I was just talking about. The one I have now is called Photo Leap.
Grok's pretty good. Why you don't use Grok?
Grok
Yeah,
in the
mm,
X app.
yeah.
I'll have to try that.
He's pretty good. You do have premium, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Grok's
very.
he's okay. Chat GPT is better, but Grok's okay.
Photo Leap's actually pretty good. Uh,
There's an app.
yeah, it's a phone app, and so you know how uh, so they have this whole thing that Andrew has a black ex-wife and whatnot. But
Who? Andrew Tate, you talking about?
no, Wilson.
Oh, Andrew Wilson?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Does he? I thought he
So
was married to Rachel all the time.
yeah, so there's this there's this whole lore about him having a black ex-wife, and I think it came from Millionaire. Uh, I think it came from Millionaire Bachelor. I could be wrong. No, yeah, it was definitely so. Millionaire Bachelor said basically that Rachel takes a bunch of D, and I said, you know what would be really funny, and I haven't shown this to them yet because I I don't like being disrespectful to because I like them, but I was like, it'd be funny lore if we said Rachel would be like some previous OF chick or something like that. So here's let's see. There we
Rachel shared
go.
one of my tweets once, man.
There we go. We caught her. Rachel Wilson was previously an OF check. There she is.
Hey.
That's the best it'll do. I'm not. Actually, I don't even know if they take offense to that because I don't think it looks that much like her.
What are you in like the Crucible or something?
Yeah.
I joined the quartering. But I did it because of Hannah Claire, bro, because I didn't like what Tim Pool did to Hannah Claire.
Yeah, I got the with the Foundry, which is the original Crucible, and then there's like an offset one that I'm on, and I think that's like really the only 2 Discord channels I interact with.
Yeah, I don't even do it with the quartering really. Like I get in there and like I'll post a meme or something every once in a while, or I'll steal the meme.
I like to. I go back and forth. I steal a lot of memes from X, and then every now and then I find a really good one on Facebook. I can't remember where I found this one. Let's see if I can pull it up. It's always I want to say this one came from Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to bring those back. It was such a great idea, but some fucking lunatic doctors ruined it all.
Let's see if I kept the funnier ones. Let's see if I got another one that's pretty good. I try to delete them after I post them, so at least they'll be on my profile, but so I can save space on the computer itself. I'll get them off my desktop, but I think this one definitely came from X. This one's pretty fucking good. There was some butt hurt over that.
Yeah, I seen that one. Yeah. Yeah. It's true though.
And now everyone was like trying to cover my ass with, "Oh, he's just kidding." I'm like, not really though.
Guys, like you see some of those dudes talking about something. I just turned trans and all my friends are hitting on me. No, they're not. You're lying. Nobody's hitting on you. You're lying.
All right, okay, so this might be interesting since we're on the topic. Let me pull it up. Oops.
You on YouTube too?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna like that. You can't make fun of the rainbow peoples.
Oh no. I've only been the only Millionaire Bachelor tried to deplatform me. I wish I could remember what this chick's name was.
I don't know. I used to be on YouTube. I quit it. It's stupid.
Yeah, the censoring. I'm surprised I don't get censored more. Like Millionaire Bachelor was the first legitimate strike I got.
So I never got none, but I mean, I get all kinds of copyright, and it's like, dude, it's like there's nothing copyright about parodies. You can parody all you want. They can't copyright you for that, but they still do it.
Where's this chick at? I usually rag on her. Fuck, I could. Let's see. Trying to think of what the hell this dude goes by, so I can find it quicker. He was dating another guy for a while, and the guy was like white knighting for him, which I thought was really funny. But I thought it'd be an interesting segue because we were already bringing it up, and I'm just curious if you think this dude passes, because we just said we just said that they don't typically don't.
Hmm.
I would grant that it's it might. I had to do it. I think I had to do a double take, but once you do the double take, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Just trying to find it. It's been a minute since I've been on their page because I'm always the one stirring the pot in there, which is the only reason I get like every now and then I get an update in it's usually just them on social media talking about their transition. It's like all they ever want to talk about. Like I think that's like the whole profile is just dedicated to the what's it like, and XYZ. Come on, where you at? Might be really far in my history list. I just gotta remember the dude's name. That make things way easier. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is probably the most. Oh, okay. Here's the most charitable. No, not now that I'm looking at it, no way. I don't even need a double take for this one.
It's hard to tell from there. Those shoulders look really wide.
I think it's the shoulders, and then like
Yeah.
if you look at the thing that did it for me, because I was like,
Chin.
it's not that he's bad looking, but it's right in
Yeah.
here.
That Chad chin. Yeah.
Yeah, the Chad chin.
Yeah.
That's what gives it away for me.
Yeah.
But it's pretty funny. Like the dude that was like in a relationship with this person was like all proud of it and shit. And I'm like, dude, come on now.
The dude got a chin like Glass Joe.
That, you really want that glass chin going on. I just think there's like the more I look at it, there's like those little features you could point out and you're like, yeah.
Hey, you look them in the face. That's what, man. I remember when all that shit first started, and like all my friends would fall for all these trans chicks and all that, and I'd be like, "That's a dude, bro." Because they don't look them in the face. Look them in the face.
I was told that what was it shoulders? There's some facial features that as passing as they can try to be.
Dude, they have to get surgery to remove all that. Like they get surgery to remove their jaw lines and their chin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there's masculinity in the jawline and the chin.
I think the other one someone said was like there's gonna be like there's a hand differential too.
Yeah, men's hands are bigger. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shoulders, hands, and pelvis. That's another thing.
Oh yeah. That would definitely give it away right there off the
Yeah,
bat.
you see the hips and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, the way they're like no surgery can make you look asymmetrical like that. Like give you the hourglass figure.
Mm-hmm.
That would definitely give it away.
But dude, I would see my buddies checking out a fucking I don't know, whatever you want to call him, a dyke, whatever. It's not a dyke, a transgender, whatever. And I'm like, man, y'all ain't even looking him in the face, bro. Dude's got stubble. Dude, look the dude in the face, bro. I'm telling you, I've seen it before with one of them with stubble on their face. And no, that's not it. Until they finally look.
No, they're definitely a woman.
No, and I make fun of them too. Ah, you fag.
I would too. Wow, I mean,
Yeah,
shit.
oh, yeah. Teach them a lesson. Look in the face, bro.
I feel bad because so we had a fraternity bro that went that way, and dude looks fucking awful.
Would he transitioned or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went into non-binary, so he didn't go like he didn't fix all the plumbing and all this, but definitely got like the uppers taking like did some chest work,
Hormones and shit. Huh?
and the hormones. Yeah. Yeah. He looks fucking awful. Not a very attractive female if that's what he was going for, but yeah, he claims to be non-binary. He's like, I don't ascribe to either.
Isn't that crazy, bro? I don't whatever. I don't get it.
Well, what's even more upsetting is, I have sympathy for the dude. Like his parents disowned him too. Like they don't want anything to do with that, and I don't blame them. You know what I mean?
I don't either. I think he's supposed to. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
well,
a tough one.
What I mean, what else? Like, as a loving parent, what else? Like, are you gonna do? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
if
like,
someone's beating their head on against the wall over and over again, you're not supposed to be like, it's okay, keep doing it.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about like, they want all this positive reinforcement, but it's like for basically doing severe damage to your body.
It's
Severe
pride.
irreversible
It's
damage to your body.
pride.
Like that's the most unloving thing you can do is be like, yeah, go for it. Like, yeah, chop your dick off.
No, and then don't have kids. Yeah, don't have kids. That's the worst part. They're never gonna have kids. That's the worst part.
Yeah, you're messing around with now I'm curious if because the puberty blockers are basically like
Oh yeah, they sterilize.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They like to say they don't, but yes, they do.
Yeah, no, because I was thinking like if you keep your appendage, let's say, and you did the hormones, I wonder what let's say you decide to detransition, if there's any chance of recovery on any of that. Probably not, or it's very
There is,
minimal.
but there's also a chance that you will be sterilized. So they like to say that it doesn't. No, it doesn't hurt anything. You could just detransition. It's not true. It's not true.
That can't be true. Let's see. Let's see. What's the?
Man, what happened to that court case? I wonder. Let me see. Let me look that up. I wonder what happened there because that's all in court right now,
huh?
The Supreme Court's ruling on that.
I think they're signing for the the more anti rhetoric because if it's the one I'm thinking about, they're trying to claim that there's a is it like a sexist thing, and it's not.
And it says from one day ago that they're ready to appear ready to uphold the ban. So, I mean, that's good, but it's from a day ago.
This isn't giving me a percentile. It just says it's very significant.
What is?
I was trying to get I was just curious what the percentage is. Because I was grokking it to see what the percentage of being able to get pregnant or to impregnate if you are on HRT, and it just says it's just going to be a significant effect, but it's not telling me. I imagine it varies between the sexes too, but oh, here we go. Statistics.
I'm asking ChatGPT.
Yeah, I got Grok going.
He's not that good, bro. I don't know everybody. He's not that good. He's all right, but
20% chance men who planned their pregnancies became pregnant before their menstrual cycle. Oh, here we go. About 80%. This is transgender men may be permanently sterilized.
that's crazy.
That's what I was looking for.
And you know what? They've spent decades telling us that it's bad to be a father, it's bad to have families, and it's kids are just a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, that's all a part of the
they're expensive.
Is step one is to get God out of the picture.
Yep.
Because without God, then you don't have purpose. So there's no purpose for your life. There's no meaning to it. So we're just here, we're just existing, and it's what you make of it, and da da da. That's step one. And then step two is to indoctrinate you with, well, because you're just living here and you have no duty or responsibility to society whatsoever, you're just here, blah blah blah, no meaning to life. We start to propagate these ideas that having children is a burden, and that you can live your best life without them, and this and that and the other. It's not a blessing, it's a pain, it's a curse, whatever. And then you further the rhetoric into it's okay to be exploratory with your body and have different orientations. And then the final step was the trans stuff. And it's like, well, if your orientation,
the final step's going to be pedophilia, dude.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, current well, it's already starting to like kind of dabble in. It's already starting to dip its toe in that water.
Yep.
But I'd say currently, that's kind of where we're at now with that step. Is that if your orientation doesn't matter, there's no meaning to life, there's no God, there's no justification for anything, and kids are a pain, then there's really no harm in mutilating your body for science.
You seen Brave New World or read it?
I'm only on it to complain about previous jobs I've held.
No, Brave New World is a book.
Now let me look it up real quick.
Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. They got there's a movie. I recommend watching the old one if you want to watch it. But yeah, that's what's happening today. Everyone's on drugs and everyone's just having sex. There's no families.
Okay, here's the IMBD.
The one I'm talking about is from the 70s. Vegas was 70.
I don't think I'll get a strike for playing the trailer.
Nah, the trailer. You shouldn't. You should. That's not the one I'm talking about.
Is or is not?
That's the remake.
This is New London. Everyone's happy here. Everyone has a place for hunger and violence.
There's no pain there, John. Everyone fits. I've always wanted that for you.
This is your home now. You just need to embrace this place and let it be wonderful. Hey.
All you have to do is connect. Everyone belongs to everyone else. You're never alone here. Everyone's connected.
You know, I've been watching you people. But this place is so perfect. Why is it upside down? There was a disruption.
I just can't seem to get back to myself. A virus enters a cell, turning the body against itself. We need to stop this before this goes too far. We're at the beginning of something. Something necessary. If you're not happy, you're nothing at all.
I imagine that's a remake, but now I kind of want to see that.
Watch, I sent you the link to the original one.
Have
It's
you
on
ever
YouTube.
seen? Did you ever see Gattaca?
Who?
Gattaca?
No.
Let me see if there's a trailer. It's a hell of a good movie.
1997 film.
This is
Uma
something
Thurman's
else.
in it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? Are they mad at me? Do they not
This
like
is,
me anymore?
something
I'm
else
scared to
that
ask for reassurance.
I think,
that I'm gonna look too needy. What? Am I scared of abandonment?
It's weird
Yes,
for its time. You know, like this was a while ago that they made this, and it's like the kind of stuff they're talking about doing now in like real life.
Genetics, what can it mean? The ability to perfect the physical and mental characteristics of every unborn child.
The ability
Of genetic engineering.
to choose the genes.
In the not-too-distant future, our DNA will determine everything about us. A minute drop of blood, saliva, or a single hair determines where you can work, who you should marry, what you're capable of achieving. In a society where success is determined by science, divided by the standards of perfection, one man's only chance.
How do you expect to pull this off? I don't know exactly.
Is to hide his own identity.
This is the last day that you're going to be you and I'm going to be me.
By borrowing someone else's.
Congratulations. What about the interview? That was it.
Do you think you'd be doing what you're doing if it wasn't for who you are, what you are?
I have a feeling you might be there under false pretenses, playing somebody else's hand.
They've got my picture plastered up all over the place. They'll recognize me. They won't recognize me.
They'll recognize me.
I don't recognize you. They won't believe.
that one of their elite could have suckered them all this time.
They are going to find me.
But in a place where any cell from any part of your body can betray you, how do you hide? When we all shed 500 million cells a day. Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman. Welcome to Gattaca.
Yeah, that movie was insane. Like his they do like a lot of this like gene mutation, and you can pick which genes your kids can have and all this. And I see how like they're doing the what is it, like they're trying to replicate the ability to give birth and all that. I'm like, this basically falls in that same line with IVF and all of this. It won't be long until you can pick which traits your kids have and what they don't and all this. And it actually it creates a lot of well, at least in the movie, and I imagine it would happen in real life too. It creates a lot of ostracism. Like that's why that guy has to pretend to be something he's not. Because it's like, yeah, your genes dictate what kind of job you can get and your capabilities and all this. Pretty wild.
They're not gonna let us do that.
Well, I hope there's pushback to it, honestly. Because if we get into that, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not even human anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's basically us trying to play God. And that usually ends up really bad. Really bad. Oops. All right, I think I'll make this the last clip.
Who is man? What's man's place in the universe? Where are we going? Where do we find meaning? What is our purpose? And I think the best sense that we get of this purpose, of this meaning, comes from the Bible, from Orthodox Christianity. So I'm just going to talk about the basics here, not anything too wild. If we think about two contrasting worldviews, the worldview where there's no meaning, the universe is chaotic, There's just a random smashing of molecules and atoms together that doesn't have any direction or any purpose. That kind of a universe is ultimately, in philosophical terminology, nihilistic, meaning that it's purposeless. Who is man? What's man?
I thought that went a little bit longer, but I think he's
cut off, man.
Yeah, it come off a little bit too soon there, but I thought he's bringing up an excellent point there, and that's what I try telling a lot of these people, even if you don't want to take in like the full on Christian mindset from orthodoxy, just looking at the world from a meaning of purpose and having a place in the world, and there being reason and rationale behind it all. You ultimately have to basically follow the opposing view to its logical conclusion, and it does seem to fall into like a more nihilistic, hedonistic mindset. And I think that's, basically where you get people that it goes back into what we were saying earlier with like not wanting to have kids, and focusing on our passions more than our duties. And kind of wish I didn't come off right there. I'm sure he was going to go into more on that, but oh well. Yeah, that's a little bit. I like a lot of Jay's stuff. I think he does a lot of the culture war stuff, and
he's on InfoWars.
Does a lot of the stuff on the how
Jay
Hollywood.
Dyer.
Yeah.
He's on Alex Jones a lot, Bandai Video and shit.
I don't know if I know Alex Jones. Let me see. Is he YouTube too?
They banned him from YouTube a long time ago, dude. They banned him before they banned Trump off of Twitter.
No, he was on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he grew up with Joe Rogan. Like they were friends back in high school and shit. You want to listen to? You ever heard of InfoWars, man?
It sounds familiar.
He's the one he got sued over all that shit with Sandy Hook. They sued him for like $1 billion or some shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can barely find anything on him on like it's just clips and shit on YouTube.
Yeah, they banned him. Yeah.
See, I'm sure he's on X though. Maybe.
Yeah, he is. They let him back on it.
I'm already following him.
They had to get Elon and let him back on. It was crazy. It was nuts.
Let's see, I think. No, I thought I was following it. Now I am. Okay, now I got InfoWars going.
So all he talks about is a new world order, Illuminati, globalism, Satanism. That's all he talks about.
I can
Jay
only.
Dyer's on there.
I can imagine what like that would that'd be someone that's deeply. He's got. I think he's got a good grasp on all that. It's something I can only touch on it so lightly. Like my knowledge on it's pretty standard, limited. It's slight. I guess you could argue it's slightly out of my. You can draw the correlations pretty easily with the way Hollywood is, and some of the music industry and people dressing up like Satan and all this shit, you know, it's pretty easy to see like the influence of it, but you know, go into it any more deeper than that, it gets out of a little bit out of my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is just the standard understanding of the epistemology and why it's useful for society and just drawing the logical conclusions from that.
Fucking Cat Williams just did an interview that I saw yesterday. I don't know how he knew it is, but it's pretty new. He was talking about all that. Matter of fact, he said the biggest thing in Hollywood is you sell your soul, and then your number one job is to pretend you didn't. Or something like that.
Damn. That's hitting the nail on the head there, isn't it?
If I get the exact quote, what was it? You know what the number one job that somebody who sold their soul to Hollywood is? To act like it didn't happen. That's it.
Boom. That's a mic drop.
They were talking about P. Diddy and all that. Yeah.
See, like, I don't have access to like any news or any of that, so I didn't even. When all the Diddy stuff came out, I don't even know what the hell they're going off about.
Oh my God, that's nuts, dude. He's up to like 200 something people. Probably close to 300 people. And there's even like a 9-year-old in there somewhere.
Also some, I don't know if I can say it on YouTube, but CT.
Yeah. 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 You know what? That's crazy too, bro. Because like everything I just said, I saw from YouTube. I watched what was it? Law and Crime, the YouTube channel. They talk about this all day long. They don't use these words. Nobody does them nothing. You know, they don't say AS or SA or they don't say none of that. And nobody does them nothing. And they get commercials. They get everything. It's because they're approved.
Well, yeah. Interestingly enough, this tends to be the case across the media where you're limited. So, for instance, it's perfectly fine to come after me as a theist, and I've been harassed on Facebook plenty of time, and it always strikes me funny because, like, the minute I punch back, because I will, I'm the one getting like, oh, now I can't post to groups, and now my views are limited, and now I'm getting strikes here and there, and I'm like, well, hold on a second. How come when the rhetoric's coming from the opposition, it's perfectly fine, and they're not getting,
Well, yeah, it's just like when Tim Pool was on, he interviewed Jack Dorsey and Vijaya Gadde, and they were talking about the misgendering policy on Twitter. You're making a rule that is biased. The rule is inherently biased because you're telling conservatives to lie, and that if they don't lie, they'll be censored. When they inherently believe that they're lying, and you're making them lie.
I'm
That's how it
hoping.
works.
Yeah, I'm hoping there's more like free market, like guys like Elon that can buy this shit out and get it out of that sphere. Because it's so easy to just mark, like even for my channel on YouTube, it's so easy to mark, okay, this isn't for children. I always make sure it says that, and that way there's a little more wiggle room, and that the terms
Trump passes that Internet Bill of Rights, that'll help a lot.
Yeah, it'd be good to get on to, like, I think is there, I'm not familiar with Rumble. Is there much of TOS policy on Rumble?
It was TOF.
So like we can't say SA, we can't say gray.
Oh, terms of service?
Yeah.
Oh, is it TOS? Terms of service. It's you can say a lot more. Yeah.
Do they have much limitation or? It's pretty much.
I don't watch Rumble very much at all,
Yeah.
but I know like all the like Jeremy from the Quartering, he's on there. He says all the time that he can say whatever he wants.
That might be the way to go. I'm just wondering, like, because YouTube is still pretty prevalent, so
that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's not just that either. It's like the reason I don't watch Rumble is because of the UI. It's the UI. It's just YouTube spent a lot of money perfecting their UI. You know.
Oh, and then
so Rumble's trying to play catch up with it, and then YouTube's just advancing.
Yeah, and that's the other issue you run into is they kind of, got a running start on it, and now any other platform that comes across that wants to be in direct competition, even if it's more of a free speech place, unless you get enough people that are like, oh, well, now we can get on here and we can say whatever the hell we want. We're not going to get canceled for talking about XYZ topic. It's a little more free. You still have to deal with, like, is there algorithm as good as YouTube? And it's still getting the audience over to that platform.
Trump wants to put an option out where you could opt out of the algorithm, it being that Bill of Rights. You could completely opt out of the algorithm. You could completely opt out of censorship.
I definitely would like to get opted out of censorship because
it's crazy because I watch true crimes and stuff, and like they'll show the scene where the body is, and it's like it's a blurry picture. It's like, why even show the picture? I'm an adult. I'm an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Why even show the crime scene if you got to blur everything out?
Yeah, it's the most bizarre thing to me because, like, so there was this article from New York where they're calling the right wing trash and all this, and I posted it, and even on a free speech market like Twitter, like I still got fact checked on it. I was like, what the fuck? Because of the framing of the person that posted the article. So really, if I didn't want to get the strike, I should have just took the picture itself and then wrote about it myself. But I was trying to read what they were saying, and I didn't see where the misinformation was coming from. So I don't even know what they're talking about. It's like even in the spheres where you do have less limitation, it seems like these people still want to censor you and report you and say, oh, you talked about XYZ thing and we're not okay with this and whatnot.
Well, that's because Community Notes is just that. It's community. So there are left-wing, there are left-wing flags and left-wing, I see a lot of them that I just don't see the point in even putting a note on it. But that's what it is. It's some left-wing nut jobs.
Yeah. Well, so they built this. It's supposed to be an equivalent social media to Facebook, and I just checked it out this month. I'd say it's called Truth Social.
That's Donald Trump stuff.
Yeah, and I mean it looks like it interacts kind of like Facebook does, but to be frank, it's like I don't even know anyone that uses this, and
nope.
The interaction with it, it's like, yeah, okay, this is an alternative, but the alternative, it's like, there's not much here.
It's really just if you want to see Trump's tweets. That's all that is, really.
Oh, that's not all.
Yeah, that's really all anybody ever like. If you see any True Social tweets that are shared, they're always from Trump.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what he started that after he got banned from Twitter. And he said he would never come back, and he made his own. Yeah, True Social is his.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then that it's mostly his shit. Yeah, I was like, there's no really, like, I was trying to explore it, and even to get, Yeah, it does.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's the same thing with like Rumble. That's why I don't like Rumble. It's the same reason I don't like Truth. It's the UI. It's the it's everything. It's just that website would have been great back in the the early 2000s.
Yeah, even interacting with X, there's still some features I like about Facebook that I like more about X.
Man, they should make X like Discord, dude. That's what they should do.
That would be good.
Hell yeah. Imagine custom emojis. Imagine animated profile pictures, animated all that. Channels, your own channels. You can make your own voice channels, all that.
Because
so instead of spaces, you could just have voice channels and people could just join them.
Well, you can do spaces, but I think that's still in its like more of a beta, because it seems like it still seems pretty buggy. Like it doesn't seem as user friendly as like doing like.
Yeah, imagine if it was like Discord and you could share your screen. You could play D&D. You could play D&D on Discord in voice chat.
Oh, that's
so
pretty
imagine, because you can share your screen and everything.
Yeah, to have a more interacting thing would be cool. Yeah, I'd be all down for that. Yeah, like even sharing like a YouTube video or something like that. That seems to be.
They got YouTube watch parties on Discord.
Oh yeah, now that'd be cool too. Like if you get a straight up share.
Yep, they got that on Discord. That's what I'm saying. They should make this more like Discord. It would blow up.
And there's your $1 million idea, Elon.
I've tweeted at him a bunch of times about make this shit more like Discord. I don't see what you're waiting on.
Because even to so even if I'm gonna post like any of my links like on Facebook, it features it. On X, it'll just give you the link. And then what's weird about sharing anything from X to Facebook or anything similar, it just posts the link. It doesn't like
no thumbnail.
What you're, it just gives you that. Yeah.
Yeah. YouTube too. You post a YouTube link, it's just a link, no thumbnail. I don't know why. It's like you got to screenshot it, post a screenshot and the link.
Yeah, you would think it would do that.
It doesn't do it. Yeah. I don't know. But imagine if Elon sold a package of 10 custom emoji slots. People would buy that shit up, bro. I don't know what he's waiting on. I mean, he started a whole community of people trying to make emojis on X to sell emojis.
Yeah, you could make like little micro, like I know like with Discord, you can have little microtransactions and do the same thing where I can have like fire coming out of my emoji or something like that.
Well, your profile, you can have like a overlay on your profile where it's like broken glass or something, or his light's on fire. I don't know why he's not doing none of that. I don't know.
I wonder if
he could just open that. He could just open it up and let people sell custom ones.
I wonder if it'd be cool if they put more features in here too.
On what? On live stream?
Yeah. Yeah, because the only thing I can have a virtual background. I was seeing if like
you do that with OBS.
What would be really cool is to have something in the back here, instead of it being all black.
I'm sure you could do that with OBS.
There's a layout edit. No. I don't see any. I don't know.
You using OBS or what?
What's
OBS, open broadcasting software? No. What are you streaming with?
I'm using StreamYard.
Just StreamYard?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. You can do OBS and then invite people through StreamYard after. And then so what you would do is you'd link your OBS to YouTube and whatever else. Yeah. OBS is free too. But if you went that route with OBS, OBS lets you pick a scene, lets you create a scene so you can put your backdrop, whatever you want. And then when you stream it, you could pick which screen you want to stream from. And that's how you get around putting StreamYard on there and everything else.
No, here we go. It says OBS Studio.
Yep. It's
Oh,
it's
next
like a
time-
black circle with like a white camera lens almost looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got pulled up. I'm gonna try it for my next live stream because I'd love to have stuff going on in the background and all that.
You diddle with it a little bit first, check it out.
Yeah, I'll probably
I
do
know
like
you're gonna get you got to get a restream link from YouTube. I know that you're gonna go in your like YouTube Studio to get that, and then you paste that into OBS.
I could probably figure that part because when I first did, so I use this one, but I also have Restream, and Restream has a little bit more to it than this does.
I mean, we used to use StreamYard. It's pretty good. It's pretty good to just invite people in.
Yeah, I think this one's been more successful because I've been able to invite people and invite them on panel, and I've been able to use it to be on panels. Whereas,
yeah, but you could use StreamYard with OBS, with YouTube, with Restream.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, Restream. Every time I've done Restream, I don't like. Right now we're at 37. That's awesome. Normally if I do Restream, I don't know what it is. I don't get people on, and I was having like, say I could just pull up you there. Some of it gets a little janky, but it might just be user problems. I could put it on me. It could be user issues. Like
Nah, that's probably Restream.
I know I did a chill stream just to like play around with the system so I could get used to it, Like I was just pressing like, okay, what's this button do and what's this button do? The nice thing about Restream is like I can pull up my music. I don't have to see. The only way I can play music is if I present it and then put us aside. Where Restream, you can have it in the background.
Yeah, OBS you could do that too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, OBS you could assign audio channels, and they even have volume bars, so you can turn it up and down.
Yeah, definitely got to check that
OBS
out.
is pretty sweet. The only thing about it is it's open broadcasting software, so that means it was made by internet nerds, So that's the only thing is like the user interface it's a little intimidating. But yeah, I mean, it's got everything in there, man. Chroma key removal, that's in there. It's got everything in there.
Well, I don't mind like even with StreamYard, even though it's pretty basic, I'll probably just do like a live stream and play with it and see if I can kind of just figure it out. Get it all set up, and then
I even made
just tinker with it for a little bit.
I made a little scene with my demon where when I talk, he talks, like his mouth moves, and yeah, like backdrop, everything.
That's probably like, I was always curious. Like I know I've been on panels with guys, and they have like the Furby person, and like last night we were on one with a guy who was like a clown, and he could pull shit out of his pocket, and I was like, how are people doing this? Like,
probably OBS.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Probably. I mean, there's other apps but you buy them. Like OBS is the free one. That's the one most people use.
Hell, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna check it out. Just do a little live stream and fuck with it and see what I can get going. Be fun to it's like I said, I do. I make music and I make little bits like that thing I did with the crystals, and be cool to have it, just playing in the background and have something in the backdrop, so it's not just like,
I
just
do
make it.
animations. I mean, they shitty, but I do animations.
I got a buddy that does that kind of stuff too. He'll do like he could do like music videos and things like that. In fact, let me see if I can pull up his artwork. It's pretty neat. Like I met him through this online workshop, and he's like, I can't remember verbatim, like New Zealand or something like this. So we're always in different time zones when we're trying to collaborate, getting online with each other, but he'll just FaceTime me and was like, "What's going on, man?" Let's see. I don't know if I have an album. I should make an album of his stuff so I can just jump to it. But he's done a lot of like my album covers, and we talked about putting together a music video. The only thing I'm missing right now that would hinder me from working with him right now is he wants me and I wouldn't have to do much, just investigate in maybe like a small enough green screen to have something behind me and decent lighting. And he said he'll do all the animating parts.
Dude, I got Adobe. I mean, I don't have Adobe, but I have like the light version. But I mean, it's got green screen removal. Like it's got background removal. Like, I can remove.
Oh, really?
I mean, as long as
you don't even need a green screen?
No. Like if you took your video in front of a basically same colored wall, I could, I wouldn't, if you're white, I wouldn't stand in front of a white wall, but you could send me the video and I could 90% pull it out. I'm pretty sure with just like my phone, and send it back to your green screen. I'd do it for you if you want me to.
That could
the
be
only thing is that they can't be that long. I think like 2 minutes, 2-minute clips. I could do it.
Well, the thing I wanted to do, I gotta clean before I can even set it up properly here. But the thing I want to do is, because if I even want to turn my camera on, this is about the only spot I can do it. God, this table needs cleaning.
Hang a blanket up.
But see, I got all this shit back here.
I can't see. I don't know if you. Hold on, I'm looking. I don't know. I might be able to. I'll tell you what. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
I think the appliances might be the hardest part.
I might be able to.
And the other thing is, because in front of me, not that you can see it really well, but in front of me, to get like good lighting on me is ridiculous.
Dude, take it. Like when we hang up, just record yourself in there for like, I don't know, 5 seconds or whatever, and send it to me, and I'll try it and I'll send it back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it, because what I wanted to do is to have back here, because no one wants to really see my kitchen, right? So back here, what I wanted to do is have like it look more like I'm in a studio or something like that. But I'm just not, There's green screens that you can mess with. I'll check. There might be something in the OBS I can use, because I know Streamio has some stuff that would be more effective. The only thing is you have to have basically like 2 stage lights on you. Otherwise, back here looks goofy back here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But over here, where I could have something, is where I keep my I have like my golf clubs and shit. So there's really nowhere to put it. And over here is a refrigerator. So
I'll tell you this: if you're gonna do it live on OBS,
sneak one in here. But
if you're gonna do it live on OBS, then you're gonna need a green screen. I can tell you that. Now, if you're talking about doing like a music video with pre-recorded clips, then you could do it the way I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
But if you want to live stream, you're gonna need a green screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about investigating, and when that way,
you get the little tents, dude. It's like a little tent. You just pop it out with 2 bars and hang it in front of you. The lighting is important. Lighting is important with green screen. I know that.
Yeah. Well, and then that's the other thing is figuring. I think I could figure something out. It's just gonna take a second. I'm really mad. I was looking at a 2-bedroom. I think it was like towards the beginning of the year, and I was gonna basically turn the second bedroom into a full studio.
Yeah.
And have it so like the entire room was just dedicated to where I did live streaming and all that, and did all the music stuff. And it didn't pan out, so I'm still working out of here. Actually, I had a buddy come over and he's like, this is the recording studio. I was like, yeah, I got 2 amps on the floor here. It's not a great, I don't even know. I think it's what's it stuck on? Well, okay, I can't show my microphone because it's stuck in garbage. I need to do cleaning in here, but it's just an instrumental mic. It's nothing incredible, but I'll send you. There's some Coom tunes in there too, so there's some AI stuff. But if you go to my early stuff, you can hear my guitar work, and it's not like, I don't know, I don't sound like I'm coming out of a professional studio, but for what I got going right now, I'm pretty proud of it.
No, I started messing with that AI music. I've been messing with that lately. It's pretty sweet, actually.
I recommend this one. Let's see.
Not Udio, huh?
So I recommend this one. So you could put in the lyrics, and then you can tell it what style you want.
I use Udio.
I'll have to check that one out too, because I don't mind trying. But you get all kinds of genres you can choose from.
Is it free?
No, I don't think so.
I pay for Udio.
Yeah, if you're already paying for something, then I just stick with what you got. I don't think I should this yet, but here's that guy's artwork.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I used to use this as a backdrop too, because I really like all the color. Zoom in a little. I really like the coloring backdrop. What's interesting, because I'm from Myrtle, is we have a pier that looks like that. And so I was like, dude, did you draw inspiration from where I'm from or something? Because he's like, yeah, I figured, you're by the beach, why not have a pier? I was like, oh, dude, that looks super cool, man.
Yeah, my apartment's a fucking shit show right now. Oh well.
Sorry. Just get a green screen. And we
Yeah, right.
You get a green screen and we can put a little maid back there.
I've technically had my chick on panel, but you know, she gets she's pretty camera shy, so it wasn't like she was saying even behind my avatar, she was, you know, being one of those like really quiet girls, unless you know how to open the mouth types, you know.
Oh, I don't get on camera. I just use my avatar.
I'll do a mix. The only reason I'm not today is because that's usually where I do it. Where I was showing you earlier, and that table where I have to put my laptop, so it needs rearranged.
You know, there are some, like for instance, I know Zoom. Like in Zoom calls, you can remove your background live while you're zooming. So there are ways to do it live. I don't know how you would work it with OBS though.
Now, I imagine you need for maximum effect. At least with I imagine OBS will be the same as Restream. With Restream, if you don't have a green screen, it's going to look like shit. In fact, there's not many options in StreamYard, but the ones that are there even suggest that you have some sort of backdrop.
Yeah, so there's less, interference.
Yeah, well, that that makes sense because it's easier to cancel out shit. You know, if you're just going off of one color. You just gotta, as far as I understand, you got just make sure it's properly lit and all that.
Well, the reason for that is like if you're sitting in front of a green screen, it's going to reflect light onto you, and then that light is reflecting is also green because it's a green screen. And that's the problem when you go to remove it, that light that's hitting you is green, and it's going to pull that out. And so that's why you want to shine, clear light on yourself so that you're none of that green's on you.
That makes sense.
That's like the big problem in Hollywood with all the lighting effects and why, they green screen everything and then they got to edit it. They got to do it all in CGI after because they got to remove that blue hue or the green hue that's on the actor.
Yeah, that way it doesn't, that way you're standing out and you're not becoming part of the backdrop. But
yeah, well, it ruins your lighting effects too. You got to come back in and if you're standing in front of a fire in the movie, but you're in front of a blue screen in real life, there's not going to be any red lights on you. There's not going to be any firelight on you. So they got to come back in, put it back in.
I wish I got more into the video aspect of my broadcast career. I used to just be on the radio all the time, and that's the thing I liked. It was just being a radio guy, and I do like little bits and skits there, and make all sorts of different personalities, and all that. And it was always when we had to do I was good at journalism, but we lived in no, I went to school at a very rural area, so the news was the Amish drew a buggy down the road today, kind of shit. You didn't have anything pressing to really talk about unless you went outside of the county itself. And so that was the most annoying thing. My documentaries are boring as shit. I did a news piece for the station where we were doing a wood chipping party. That's the excitement. Are you not entertained by the wood chipping?
I got a buddy on here on X, Upstart Radio. That's what he does. His radio shows. They're pretty good. They're cool too because it's all like retro stuff and his shit. So like every once in a while he'll play a clip from some old TV show you used to watch or something,
Yeah.
or an old movie.
That's what I like when I got into it, like the approach I wanted to take. Unfortunately, like I don't know if I have to like start a new like a different channel on my other browser, because I want to do like a bunch of reaction shit too. And it's hard when most of the stuff I watch is pretty based, so I just I get a lot of more of the right side of stuff, so it's hard to get. So I even put Jocelyn on the task. I was like, hey, if you see something I can respond to and talk about, please share it with me, that way I can put it in my stream, because all the stuff I'm finding, it's nothing I can really react to. It's all stuff I agree with, unless you just want to hear an echo chamber for the whole time. Like, yes, I agree with this person.
There's lots of YouTube channels that just like, yeah, that's what they do, and they just add commentary to like Andrew Wilson or Ben Shapiro or someone else.
Yeah,
there's a lot of channels that do that.
That could be a segment I do.
Plus, like, I mean, I watch a lot of that too, because there's, I don't catch everything, said right winger says on, said on different shows or whatever, and then I'll catch them on there. It's almost like a rebroadcast.
Yeah.
That thing with Cat Williams, I saw it on one of those rebroadcast types. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm careful with that, unless like I'll restream. I've been on some of the TikTok invasions. I'll restream those because not only can I give commentary to what was going on, but I also give commentary on how I felt I performed and all that. And the whatever stuff, we only did one, and I wasn't the host of it, but we were doing commentary on just like some of the girls and what was being said and blah 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 blah. And I think I got a strike because you gotta be careful when he plays Coon tunes, or I think that's where you get it. I'm guessing that's where I got the strike from. So maybe just to do like shorts and then to react to that. I don't know.
The thing is, I mean, usually you don't get like copyright struck if you're commentating. You gotta talk over it. You gotta pause it and add to it.
I see.
You can't just like replay something verbatim. You gotta actually speak, change it, make it yours. But it doesn't matter with YouTube anyway, because YouTube does whatever they want.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll argue that I didn't. I'll concede that I didn't talk. I probably didn't talk and pause it enough, so that could be the case. It's also
you can't just restream it to watch it. You can't just do that.
Yeah. It was also difficult because it was during the live. Not that I can't do it live, but it was during him doing the live. So, I don't know. It might be the way I approach things. Like the thing I reviewed this morning, I watched it before I did any commentary on it, and I wrote down specific notes on where I wanted to stop and what I wanted to say. But now that I'm a member at the dot video, so I don't think it'd be that hard to pull it up from that side of things and do it that way. Then again, I suppose we could also just do it as a live and then just pause the live whenever I had commentary. I don't know. I have to think about that.
What about Destiny, bro? Jesus Christ.
The Coomer Gremlin?
Destiny, huh? What's a cool? What's a coomer? That's one of these new words I don't know.
Basically means degenerate.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, him.
I think it's funny that the whole Lauren Southern thing came out, and they're trying to like hide and cope about that, and then it got leaked, and it was like, oh.
Yeah, I was there. I think when Andrew was asking him about that. Huh?
I remember. I think they did I want to say they did a debate or something, and she was like the mod, and he said something in regards to that.
Yeah.
So when it came,
was it on X? Was it on X?
The whole thing with him and Lauren Southern was on X. Yeah,
I think so. I think that's where I heard it, and they kept asking if she had slept with Destiny.
Yeah,
I think it was, and she wouldn't
here's-
answer, and they were like, "Why are you doing that?" And he was like, "No, because everybody wants to know."
Well, here's a great clip for you. You get the part where he's like grilling them on it, and they're in full denial, and then you mix it in with the news of it coming out, and I'm like, aha, see, called it.
Yeah, he's great.
Can't pull one over on people like that, like, you know.
God, but Destiny's a fucking degenerate, dude. God.
I honestly, since I don't follow him or anything like that, and I haven't debated nor care to, it's only what I hear from X is what I gather from it. But you know, then Andrew does commentary about, you know, all the wild stuff that happens at that channel, and I'm like, oh my god.
Well, I see him on Piers Morgan a lot. Tim Pool was recently talking about him.
Didn't even Piers grill him a little bit?
Yeah.
Which I thought, you know, he's, I don't know what he claims to be, but he strikes me as more like centrist, I guess.
Who, Piers?
Yeah.
Piers has gone through a little bit of evolution because, you know, he got canceled over the whole transgender thing and they kicked him off of the BBS or the BBC, whatever.
So
and he had to go on his own, and now he's on YouTube.
So is he starting to like lean more towards the right or what?
He says he's not. Like he still says I'm a centrist. I'm a centrist, but you know, that's a big problem I see a lot. Is I'll see a lot of people that claim they're Democrats, but then when you tell them, you know, oh, so you don't like, you know, owning a gun, for example. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. But so you're okay with just abortions? Oh no, that's evil. Okay. Well, what are you left about? Well, a lot of people claim to be Democrats and they claim to be on the left, but they're, you know, but when it comes down to like the real issues, they're not.
I think a lot of it. So I won't speak for anyone else, but I'll tell you from a formal centrist view that there's two parts of it. Part number one is going to be the rhetoric towards the right, that we're awful people, and this is even before the little mustache man stuff. You know what I mean? That's before they even used any of that. This was about 5-6 years ago, and the rhetoric was just that they're an evil conglomerate, lying sacks of shit kind of stuff. And so one was he didn't really want to associate with them because it was like, well, if you bought into the rhetoric, it's like you didn't really want to associate with people like that because they're just awful people, quote unquote. And then point two, as a former centrist, I used to believe because they advocate on at least on paper that well, we're all about being liberal and free and da 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 da. But what pushed me far right was how full of shit they are, because it's like, yeah, we believe in free speech until we censor you. We don't believe in gun rights. We should take away guns. Like, no, that's okay. There's two rights you're already taking away from people. And then even the rhetoric back then, it's not as bad. It definitely evolved over the years, but even back then, the rhetoric against the Christian right was still bad. So even being associated as a Christian was a negative thing. And it had some connotations with that. It's so making the transition was super easy for me, because it's like, well, one, I'm a Christian and I believe that I have a sense of morality. And here you are saying we believe in freedom. We want people to be more free, but you're already controlling how people speak. So that's an attack on freedom of speech. You want to take people's guns away, which is their freedom to own guns. And then you want to have a control and a say on what the Christians believe and how they believe it, which is an attack on freedom of religion from our perspective. So there's three rights already off the bat. And this is what I tell people on the left, because they're like, you want to take our rights away. It's like, no, actually, that's you fuckers. That's you fuckers, because I got you on three. Now, we don't give a flying fuck when you call us tiny mustache men, although it's fucking hilarious and insane. We don't.
People don't care anymore because it's getting old.
We don't want to take your guns away, even though you try to pew us all the fucking time and take out our president. And under our understanding of freedom of religion, we should be free to practice and evangelize Christianity to whoever the fuck we want to. And if you don't like it, then you don't have to buy it. No one's forcing you to become Christian. Goofies.
That's what Tim Pool tells him. This is what he says. And he says, I don't care. He says he used to advocate for people's right to free speech no matter what, but he doesn't anymore, because it's true. These people want to take away your speech. Let them have it. Let them have it. Let them have it. Don't advocate for theirs. That's what they want. Let them do it.
Well, I'm almost at the point where, even though I believe in these freedoms, I'm like, you know what? If they want to take our shit away, then how come we can't take their shit away from them?
Yeah, that's a problem that's starting to happen. I know what you mean. It's kind of like that your body, my choice stuff Nick Fenton said. Kind of like that. Because at this point, we're like, y'all are literally killing babies because you don't want stretch marks. Because you just want to be degenerates and you don't want stretch marks. Literally, that's why you're doing it.
Well, and this is the thing, like, whenever I get into the debate with women, number one, it's how dare you say anything about my body? You're not a woman. You wouldn't know what it's like. It's like, so you wanted us to give you the right to have a voice in politics. And the first thing you do is say, we don't have a right to say anything in politics. Really?
Yeah. Right.
Second of all, it's not your body, you stupid bitch. We're arguing for the baby's body. And third, without bringing up grape and medical shit, can you actually tell me how this isn't demonstrably evil?
And that's what I tell them. I said, you couldn't do it. Could you do it? Could you sit there, grab those tongs and pull a baby and rip it limb from limb? Could you? I mean, that's monstrous. I don't see how people can do it. I don't see how a doctor can do it.
Yeah, and it goes against their oath.
Yeah.
I don't know how that didn't stop
that, and I don't know how that didn't stop all the
Oh, I'll tell you how they're
trans
brainwashed,
stuff.
bro. They teach them over and over again that it's not a life, and it's just that's why.
Yeah. Well, I know because I think it was on X. I got in a bit of a back and forth with one of these crazy women who's like, "Oh, it's just a clump of cells, and I should be able to do whatever." I'm like, "You're just a clump of cells. Can I do whatever the fuck I want with you?" No. Oh, really? So what's the distinction between you being a clump of cells and that baby being a clump of cells? Then, well, I have
Well, no, you
autonomy.
punch a pregnant woman in the stomach, you get double homicide.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
Well, and this is actually one of the greatest things to bring up in this argument is, but wait a second. If it is the case that you unalive a woman and she's pregnant, you're facing a double homicide right there. So right then and there in the law, it's a life. But when you don't want it, it's automatically not. That's convenient.
Women are selfish, dude. That's what it is. It's in their nature, though, because they had to be. They had to worry about who's going to bring me to, who's going to kill the saber-toothed lion. Who's going to,
Yeah.
They had to be. And now since they don't have to worry about none of that, they don't know what to do with all those primal urges and everything.
Mm. Well, one of the worst things that we possibly did for our society was liberate them from the burden of childbearing. And I say it that way because that's their rhetoric, that in all air quotes. But I don't think it's empowering to go on to OnlyFans and sell your vajayjay for $5.99.
No,
I don't
I don't get it.
empowerment. I don't think it's empowerment to do all this
Women,
shit.
you see them all the time on the whatever podcast talking about what are we good for having babies? It's like, yes, dude. What do you mean? Like, that's not the biggest thing. What do you mean? I don't get it. They act like, I mean, for real, women today act like having a child is nothing. Like it's not important. It's not a superpower. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest miracle of mankind.
Superpower. It's a superpower. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, women aren't good at anything. Y'all have babies. What do you mean?
You're able to carry life. That's pretty yeah.
Yeah, but it's nothing to them today. Today is nothing. It's nothing. It's like you said, it's a burden to them now.
Yeah, right.
I remember women, women like my mother. My mother grew up, couldn't wait to have kids. That was all she dreamt about, was when she was going to find a husband and have a child. It's like, that's how women used to be. And today they're like, they don't want to have kids.
It's the same. It was the same for the women I was growing up with. Like they used to play house and all this.
Yeah, not anymore though.
With their little baby dolls and couldn't wait to be a mother.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No.
All that started when I was a kid, because I remember watching it. I watched it all wash away. Some people were still into it, and some people weren't. It all washed away.
You take the responsibility away with contraception. Now, granted, we still had condoms and things like that, but once birth control became a phenomenon, this already started to be the case. Not only that, most of the women that were on it have like these severe hormonal influxes, and then you just swat it away with depressants, and then give them propaganda that says men are evil, and they're already taking crazy pills, so they believe this shit.
And then they come off of those birth control pills, and then they realize they marry a beta.
Yeah.
And then they hate them.
Yeah, then they resent their choices in life, and then but that's not their fault. That they have no I asked this question before because I think this was on Facebook. Someone said something along the lines of it's men's responsibility. Don't say she didn't have a choice. And I said, so are you saying women don't have any agency at all? That they can just be, that they're just so fucking stupid that they can be manipulated into a relationship?
Dude, women pick. Men don't pick. Women pick.
That's what I told him.
Women pick.
What are you talking about?
Men come up. Men. We come up and we give you our business card, and you either accept it or you don't.
Yeah.
Women pick. If you married, if you married trash, I mean, you picked. You picked. You're on your third marriage. You picked. Men don't pick.
No, that's why it's a numbers game for men.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It just has to be. And once you play it that way, you don't fucking care. It's like you hear these little beta bitches crying on can't talk to women. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's so easy. Just it's not that difficult. They're people too. Just stop. I don't know. Stop treating it like that you're like so damn thirsty.
Right.
That takes care of a lot of problems right off the bat.
Mm-hmm. So now what are we doing?
I don't know.
Make fun of Destiny some more.
Oh wait, I got a good clip then. If that's where we're going.
God.
I got a great clip.
God, I just watched that dude and I'm like, God, that dude just doesn't care. He would just lie. He'll just lie and what about all day? He doesn't care.
Let's see. I didn't think it was this far down.
Putin issues desperate final warning. World War III may be coming. Uh-oh. Canada launches nationwide gun confiscation.
Oh, really?
And Alex Jones tweeted it 3 hours ago.
Sucks to be in Canada right now, man. No guns for you.
They've been took them away from them, though. Like, only certain people are allowed to have them and shit.
That doesn't strike me as too left field, considering they were already going down the very liberal line of thinking where basically...
they're kidnapped, bro. Canada's occupied.
Yeah.
Like the global order has occupied Canada.
In fact, when all these leftists are, crying about leaving America to avoid the Trump
the Trump regime,
the Trump apocalypse or whatever, it's like, well, why don't you just go up north? They'll be polite to you.
Yeah, you can smoke pot up there. Go. Right. Go.
No, we could smoke pot here. Or are they trying to take that away?
No. In Canada, you can smoke pot everywhere. It's legal up there.
Yeah. It's
like here, it's only in certain states. Up there, it's completely legal.
I was gonna say, I never thought it would happen in a million years here.
I did.
In the
'Cause
Bible
it was
Belt,
just-
you
It's too
know.
much on the TV, bro. Yeah, I mean that's gonna take a while, but it's too much on the TV. It's always on the TV. Like everybody smokes pot, and so what you gonna do? You lock everybody up?
I was still a little surprised that our state gave into it. I was like, I didn't think that was. Granted, I'm okay with it, but I didn't think they were gonna do it. Is it this one?
I mean, if you're gonna make alcohol legal. I mean, what's your argument for not making weed legal? You know. Weed's better than alcohol. Sorry.
This is the Lauren thing. I don't know if that's the video I want or not.
Adam Schiff isn't gonna run again. What?
Oh, here we go. That's the video I want.
Life is public. How the f should possibly say this kid is more open than me? He says he's.
You fucking do with my meth jobs. It's just floats around every.
Yeah.
He does with fucking meth jaw under control and flaps around like this, and then they come into this fucking chat and they fucking with my meth jaw. That was a little bit of spittle.
He doesn't even know what's.
Yeah, he's great. He's great.
Oh, I don't want to listen to this whole debacle I had with this chick, but she goes, you're channeling Andrew Wilson right now. It's like, good. See if I can find it.
You're a fucking messiah. What's the problem?
Oh, that's not that one. Down, down, down. Okay, so I think it's right around here. Maybe. We gotta hear some Spurg prattle with this too, though. This chick is fucking batshit crazy. It's fucking batshit crazy.
You hide your true behavior from your
That's
priest.
not hiding. I just said to you that I would say it to him outside of the church.
Oh, so if you and your priest went for a beer and you were like, yeah, I've got this bitch who does everything I say and never argues with me, isn't it great? You think your priest is going to be like, yeah, that's okay, bro?
I mean,
the thing about orthodoxy is it's supposed to be you living the ascetic life, actually putting into praxis what the faith. It's a lived faith. You're not going to church, showing your best face and doing confession and then going home and then acting a different way. That's not how you're supposed to be doing it. That's something that the Roman Catholics got accused of doing when they're being legalistic.
more purity shit. Yeah, no one this is why most people leave Protestant churches, because it's just a bunch of finger wagging. Oh, you can't talk like this.
Wow,
you should behave this
fascinating.
way. It's a bunch of pious virtue signaling. You and I both know that nobody's fucking perfect. And we should stop trying to hold people to that standard.
I never said that you should try and be perfect.
oh, we should act exactly how we are at church, and we have to put up the church this on 24/7, and oh, Lord, forgive us, and Hail Mary, closest to the
Okay,
King.
but
If I fuck up, it's like, come on.
you've clearly not taken in the teaching of the church if you think that you're allowed to
See,
be
that's what kills me.
I mean,
People that aren't into the church
and
trying to tell
then
you
insert
about
another
the
side
church.
because you're supposed to be
Aren't
living it
you a
all the
woman
time.
and shouldn't you
I
be
do
You know
live it all
that.
the
Come
time.
on. No, you're not living it all the
Oh, yeah,
time.
but
If
you
you
say the
think it's
same about
okay,
Andrew, and you see, the thing of it is
well,
I think
then
we
you
get
literally
along
in this
just fine.
conversation, you're like channeling the spirit of Andrew right now. So it's like talking to Andrew.
Yes.
Just a less
Oh, good.
intelligent version.
Good. I'm glad it rubbed off on me.
Like you literally
That's
are
a
channeling the
compliment.
spirit
Thank
of
you.
Andrew.
I
Wow.
just add to that.
It's a compliment to act like a bit of an a-hole about your
Oh,
girlfriend.
good. I'm glad you think that.
No, but seriously, what is it that you
So she got all bothered that I said the B word, but calling me the a-hole is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Rules for thee and not for me.
No, but you know what though? But that's just how it's always been, bro. You could just shit on men, and men are like, okay, all right, it's fine. But not women, though. You can't shit on women. But then, but women at least had respect for men. But now they've lost all respect for men, and they just shit on us.
I feel like is that Rodney Dangerfield? No respect.
Yeah. Like women will literally use fighting words with you now. Like, there's no consequences. They don't have to face consequences like men do.
No, I mean, you could get falsely accused for shit and all of that.
Well, not even that. I mean, even the justice system. I can commit the same crime a woman committed, but they're gonna give me more time.
Yeah.
And it's just a fact, and the men accept that because men understand because they're like, that's just how it is. Because we've always been shat on.
Yeah,
well, we've always never wanted anything bad to happen to women. We've never wanted anything bad to happen to women. So we accept that they get lighter sentences.
Yeah, that goes back to I was stirring the pot so hard with that you might have saw the post I put up talking about like how women are just so bratty now, and I don't think it was during that back and forth that I had with that crazy bitch, but it was either that one or the one afterwards, and she's like, that comes from that Peter. Spag battle. I'm like, okay, I don't fucking care.
I wonder if that's the chick. I got into an argument with a little British chick once. It was over abortion.
That's that covert feminist that went after Andrew, saying he listens to this Peter Wright guy on gynocentrism and and then Andrew comes in and is like, what the fuck is she even talking about? I have no idea who this Peter Wright is. And it's funny because I don't know anything about it either. And then she tried to say that I'm following his ideology as well. I'm like, how can I follow an ideology if I don't even understand what the fuck you're talking about? I've had this understanding for a very long time, just based off of a combination of experience and just talking to other dudes. I don't think some book that I've never even fucking read in my life influenced it. That's a hell of a straw man against my position, but no. What? And then claims that somehow his writings are against Theotokos, but she didn't draw that line. I don't know what that. I don't know if it's like the language barrier. Like she thinks she's being really smart when she's not, or I don't know. But the idea that women are basically these perfect little angels and can do nothing wrong, and it's men that corrupt them is fucking bullshit. And I don't think that is a Peter Wright thing. I just think that's common fucking sense. And so I don't know how that's a stab at the Holy Theotokos, who was submissive to what God the Father wanted in her life. I don't even know how you would square that to me. And because he brings her up, and like that's the archetype of the perfect woman. And I'm like, well, then that doesn't sound like he's being very disrespectful, right? Like you're saying that's the archetype of a good woman is a holy, devout woman. I'm like, what? So I don't know.
I mean, the only thing women have ever had to be responsible for was childbearing, and now they don't.
Well, and that, and that's something that Rachel talks about in her book a little bit, like not verbatim, but you can kind of draw that conclusion, because it's like, well, they didn't have to have a bank account. That was on the men. They didn't have to job. That was on the men. So you follow that to what would they be responsible for? Be childbearing and
housekeeping, raising a child.
Yeah, and if you're gonna get, like, the idea here is if you're gonna have like a helpmate, and you're working all the fucking time, like, yeah, it should be the one doing, like, it should be the housewife. It just makes sense. But women snub their nose at it anymore and say no, and it's sad. You're a misogynist for basically asking for them to be a fucking grown ass adult.
No, but then they don't even know what that word means. Most of them, bro.
Oh, for sure.
They don't even know.
That's why it's funny to watch, like, the computer glitch go off when you start to dive into that mindset. And I debated this chick on feminism, and I said, from my perspective, it's actually the most loving thing a guy can do, because he's taking away your responsibility to work, and you get the easy job. You get to stay at home all day on your cushy ass. Like, it's not that hard to cook dinner. It's not like that's a difficult task. And cleaning is not even really ultimately that difficult.
No, it's not difficult at all, dude.
Like the hardest part.
Tell them to go fucking pick up trash.
Yeah, the hardest part of that is
go work in
maybe
the sewage.
child raising.
No, not even that. That's fun. Yeah. That's a blessing. Yeah. Go pick up trash. Go climb a pole and change the transformers on the light post. Go.
Well, here's my challenge to these crazy, whenever they push back on me, I'm like, all right, I tell you what. Why don't you go work on an oil rig? Oh, no. Don't want to do that?
Yeah, no.
Shut up.
No, they don't want to do that. No. They want to work in HR and tell people how to talk. That's what they want to do.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, well, isn't it funny that's most of the jobs the hold, and then,
bro, I have a conspiracy theory that like, I don't know, at least 50% of our jobs are just fake ass jobs just to employ women.
Yeah. Well, and then when we let them into, like, the equal playing field, that it turns out what they want, like a bunch of henpecking, vexing, finger wagging.
It's fake jobs. Fake jobs.
It's like, this is why our churches get weak. This is why our society gets weak, because we capitulate to these nagging, finger wagging broads who don't want to
even commit to any part of society. They just
Well, it's like look at restaurants, for example. You have all these agencies within the state that run around and make sure that the deep fryers a certain distance away, and that's all women doing all these jobs, dude. That's all women doing all these jobs, these inspections and all that shit. And that's all. You don't even need all that, because if you don't cook your food right and poison someone in a restaurant, they can already sue you. They don't need the Restaurant Association of Canada or whatever. They don't need that. They can already sue you. Those are just women. Those are just fake ass women jobs, so that they can employ women, and then so that women can come out and fine you for their payroll. That's it.
Crazy.
That's it. It's fake. It's fake. You don't need that shit. You don't need some woman coming in there and telling you that you can't sell cookies that you didn't make in the kitchen from another vendor or whatever. The free market takes care of all that.
And I had a manager it was fucking awful, because when it was a dude, he was like just super chill. You know what I mean? He didn't give you shit as long as you got your job done. He'd leave you.
He didn't even want to tell you nothing, huh?
Yeah, he'd leave you the fuck alone. Let you do your fucking job.
Gets pissed off when he does have to tell you something.
Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. But the minute it flipped over and bitch McGee 2.0 took over, it was constant
nagging,
vexing, constant. You had to follow up with this micromanaging, bitch fits over the tiniest little. I had a inventory, and my store was basically perfect, minus this little 4x4 section that got a little fucked up by the customer, and she like blew her fucking lid. And I'm looking at her. I'm like, this would take 5 minutes to fix. What the fuck are you freaking out about? Well, the store's not perfect, and everything's gonna. I'm like, calm the fuck
but that's because women don't ever have to face consequences for how they speak to people either. They don't.
No, yeah, and that's the other thing. Well, I was just like, chill the fuck out. I'm like, we'll fix it. Like, first of all, you have to get there 2 hours before they do. To do so your DM can inspect your store and make sure it's up to par and ready to go. So I'm like, we got 2 fucking hours, and this is a 5-minute job. What the fuck are you freaking out about? It was just like little things like it was just like every time. And so I finally got my regional, and luckily, like, he's a guy, and I'm like, listen, bro, like, you tell her to shut the fuck up and lay off a little bit. Like, I do a lot better when I'm not constantly having to answer my phone and do all this micromanaging shit. I do way better on my job when I get left the fuck alone. Now, granted, if you came in and my store looked like shit, you better hand me my ass. But can you actually do a walk around for me and tell me if there's something that needs fixed, I'll fix it. How about that? And he did a walk around, and he was like, your store looks good, bro. Like, yeah, okay. We happy now? Can I get left the fuck alone? Like, holy hell.
Telling you, women's jobs are like 90% bullshit. And of all the jobs, are at least 50%. No, it's like they say it all the time, right? Women could quit today and the world would keep turning. Men quit, the world would stop.
Yeah, well, and that's another argument I make. Is like, well, we want women and equality. I'm like, if you took off, here's a fun social experiment. If you took off every guy on planet Earth, do you think there'd still be a society ran?
No, it stopped.
Nope. Nope.
Stop. In a couple of days, it would stop.
Now, in reverse, it would suck, right? Because I mean,
Well, eventually we'd all die and we couldn't have any more kids.
we'd have that, that kind of sucks. But I think we'd be okay until we died,
Well, think about it. God only made Adam, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that?
How about that, man?
How about that? Yeah. God only made Adam. So according to God, we don't need women. Right? Because we had everlasting life, so it wasn't like we were going to die or anything.
No.
So,
Yep.
Yeah.
And he just said, "Oh no, it's, gotta make this partner for you."
Yeah, because he was lonely. Yeah.
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 That's the only thing we really
A companion. Yeah. A companionship.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't that
And
nuts?
damn Marxism came in and said, "Nope, can't have
Isn't
companions."
that nuts? God made Adam with everything he needed to just live. Yeah.
Yep.
Forever. Not just for 80 years either, too. Forever.
And Damien came in and fucked it up. Ironically, I saw a post. I use ironically sarcastically here, but I saw a post saying women are basically blaming Adam for eating the apple. It's like, bitch, do you not even know the story? I was like, you know what? That should be the meme for feminism, right there. It's men's fault that Eve fed him the apple.
Well, yeah. The apple shouldn't have been there.
Oh my Lord!
So they hate hearing that too. Another thing I see all the time is always, "Oh, blame the snake, Eve. Tell me it was the snake. Instead of it was you, blame the snake."
No, it actually makes it makes the most sense to it's men's fault for everything, and there's no accountability for women to read the memes that where it's like no, it was Adam's fault because he should have known how to lead better or something like this. It's like, oh, shut up.
I wonder how that would have turned out though if Adam would have said, "No, I'm not eating that apple."
Oh well, we wouldn't have been. What
would have happened? Yeah, what would have happened? They would have kicked Eve out. What would have happened?
Huh.
I mean, and sometimes I wonder too, because you know how Genesis chapter 1, there's two creations basically in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2. Like if you read them independently, they can read independently, is what I'm trying to get at. So it almost sounds like there's two creations. And then you read, the Jewish teachings, like they believe Adam had a first wife called Lilith, and that she sinned and all that, and she became the demon that sits on that causes stillbirths and all that. That's where that name Lilith comes from. It comes from her.
I don't think we subscribe to that, but
no. But there is. If you read Genesis chapter 1, it's not until you get to Genesis chapter 2 that God pulls Eve from Adam, from his rib. Like there's a whole different creation. There's two creations. I'm not saying I know that or that's how it is. I'm saying if you can read it, you can read it that way.
You can interpret it that way. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I don't think I don't think the Orthodox would subscribe to that. I think they would just say it's one, but
it's almost like it was a reboot. Yeah.
Hit the restart button.
Yeah.
There is a mention of a Lilith later on, but I don't think it's the same one
necessarily that the Jewish like
that would be in the Kabbalah, I believe what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because it's not the Torah. The Torah is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. It's the Mosaic books, right? It's the Torah, and the Kabbalah is like the mysticism.
My theology is limited in that, but I know that there's lore there. You know what I mean?
So what's different between Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy? What's different other than the saints? Other than that, what's different?
No pope.
So the hierarchy.
Yeah, hierarchy. I think it's excluding the obvious there. I want to say there's still like a hierarchy per se, but it's done a little differently. But I'm still studying up on that. Let me see if I can.
Because I don't know, I hear Andrew talking like a lot of the shit. I mean, like I said, other than the saints, right? And then I mean, I don't. I was born Roman Catholic. I don't really. I mean, I still go by it, but
I don't. Well, I guess there would be disagreement there because according to the Orthodox, in order to become a saint, you have to be Orthodox. It's so like because yeah, my girlfriend was asking me about this. Like, there's two saints she brought up, and she's like, I don't even know how they're saints, and I didn't know nothing about it, so I looked it up, and they're only saints in Roman Catholicism, but the Orthodox don't believe that they are because they would be what's the word? It's not like it would have been worse. It'd been the anathema, where it's like excommunicated. It would have been like anathema. So at that point, if you've been excommunicated that harshly, like you can't even come back. It's like the most.
But there's excommunication in Orthodoxy.
Let me make sure I'm spelling this right. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so there's this idea of anathema. So it's a formal curse or excommunication from the church, denunciation ban associated with anyone who holds to a doctrine considered heretical, and that person is like completely shunned and condemned from the community. So it's a pretty harsh thing to happen to a person.
But does it kick you out of heaven?
Due to the fact that we don't make salvific claims, I'm not sure. I don't think that's actually a great question. Okay, so repentance is always possible until one's last breath. Therefore, even those under anathema can be saved if they repent genuinely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't agree with that.
I figured that was the case because, yeah, they really tend to shy away from.
It's not up to man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's kind of why. Yeah, like it's really not for us to make that call.
That's why I'm against the death penalty too, because I feel like you're sending someone to death and you don't know how long it would take them to repent if they would.
Yeah.
You know, they could repent the day after. You don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they still do that. I know they do this down here. I don't know if this is across the states, but suppose it were the case that you went to jail, or you're at least incriminated to that extent. The jail that's right around here gives you a Bible, and so I don't know if that's something that's probably, maybe, I don't know, but I think that would be a good because the idea here with jail is to get them to kind of
rehabilitate.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And so, like, what better way than to like instill some sort of grounding foundation with God and all that.
They have. I know most prisons have churches and all that, especially federal.
What else was I going? Oh, Orthodox.
So I'm pretty sure all American prisons have churches of some kind. But federal prisons have the most because they have to have, they have to have Catholic, they have to have Christian, they have to have Muslim or Islam, they have to have everything in federal prisons. They even have books on Scientology.
There's one church of like Scientology down here. I was always curious if anyone even goes to it or not, or how cultish it would be.
That's just pretty crazy. Then you go look at L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard was a pedophile. He was a science fiction writer, and he writes this religion, and and it's like Hollywood religion too.
Yeah, it's always peculiar to me. Like it's always
it's really satanic too, because it's all like you. The whole Scientology teaching is you.
It's usually someone with that background that's got like the most really fucking sideways. I don't know if it's always the case, but from what I can see, like they always got like really bizarre ideologies. I mean, again, if you're basing your moral foundation on just science, then I'm actually not sure you could ever demonstrate anything to be morally good or evil at that point. I mean, I don't see how you could.
Yeah. Well, because
you would just say everything's an effect of physics.
Yeah. We don't know everything though, so you can't, because we don't know everything. It's like I'm a firm believer that something is either ultimately good or ultimately evil, but we just don't understand it because we can't see ultimate, right? We can't see infinity.
Yeah. Well, I tend to agree with the idea that evil itself doesn't really have an ontology. It's just the absence of good. Because if you do accept the worldview where it was created, then we're basically saying God created it, but God's good and holy and moral. So That doesn't seem to be the case. And then the only place you might get a little critique on that is, well, what about like Satan or something like that? Because he used to be an angel, right? This is like the story there. But
that's weird though, bro. Because again, in the book of Job, God walks with Satan in the book of Job. Satan's sitting there walking with God, and they're talking about Job. And so it's like, well, when did he fall? When did he become Satan? It's weird to figure out if Satan's actually still an angel or not.
no, I think from our understanding, he fell. But does it say that they're walking?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. There's a whole conversation. Yes, yes. And he says, "Look at Job. Job, yeah, that's what that whole comment is. Look at Job. Job is righteous." And then Satan says, "Yeah, but that's because you give him everything."
It's been a while since I read this verse.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to figure out if Satan fell and when. Now, if you go read the book of Enoch, right, which that's apocryphal, I know, all that, but that's not, Satan's not mentioned in there either, though. Those are other angels. Those are like the Nephilim and all that shit. Those are the Watchers. But yeah, in the Holy Bible, they talk about Satan and Lucifer and everything, and then in the book of Revelations, right, that he's going to be locked up for 1,000 years. Yeah, but in the book of Job, he's walking with God, and you're like, how is he walking with God? And so some people say it's because that's Lucifer's job, is to bring glory to God by pointing out the evil, by pointing out the sin, But yeah, I don't know, it's in there.
Yeah, it depends on the translation. Let me see. I'm guessing it's this little portion.
Go Greek. Greek's like the best translation.
Because if you read it this way, it doesn't sound like they were walking the. It says there were sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came along with them.
That's the angels and Satan. Yeah. See, they went to present themselves.
Well, that wouldn't mean that they were walking together. They presented themselves to him, like they came.
But doesn't present yourself doesn't that infer presence? I'm not saying that's what happened, bro. I'm not. I'm just saying that whole story there is weird.
Yeah. Well, remember when Jesus was telling Peter, "Get behind me," saying, I wonder, like, if it's something like that.
It could be. I don't know. But they have a conversation.
Well, yeah. There's multiple conversations with Satan
Between God and Lucifer?
between God and Satan, like even when he tries to tempt Jesus in the
Well,
desert.
yeah, but there's that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's that one.
But no, I don't think
But then
they're.
you would think. You see,
I don't think
I
they were
was always
walking
taught, too,
together though.
that God would expel. You know what I mean? Like he would expel it. He would expel, like you couldn't even be in his presence, because that's why you can't go to heaven with sin, right? You got to be forgiven because God would expel you.
Oh, because basically sin is the absence of God's energies, basically. That's why we don't think evil has like an ontology. It's just the absence of God's holy goodness. So I would want to really read into it before I could say intellectually, but just this is my educated guess that it could be possible, considering the fact that Jesus was in Satan's presence, that it's not necessarily that the absence of evil couldn't interact with the Godhead. It's just the that the light will overshine it, I guess. I don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's real weird.
That's
it's real weird, but it's like, is he an angel still?
Let's see.
You know, that's what makes me wonder about this shit. Like, is he still an angel? And then, and then you go into Revelations and you talk about when they lock him up in the abyss, it's only for 1,000 years. 1,000 years is like a blink of an eye to them, right? It's nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so official answer, yes, the EO Church considers Satan to have originally been an angel.
Mm-hmm.
Was once an angel named Lucifer. Let's see.
I've even thought, what
Satan was once, I guess. I'm guessing it's a little. Okay, after his fall, Satan became the chief adversary of God and humanity, known as the devil or the tempters, will lead people away from God. Satan means accuser in Hebrew.
See, because that was his job, to accuse you of being a sinner.
Yeah. Well, this is bizarre because it's like at first the answer says yes, but then
but
yeah, but but then as you go down, they're saying
I'm telling you, bro, I've looked into
was once. So it's a really
I have this thought. This is a thought I've had before about
peculiar way to answer that question.
What if this presence, right, when they presented themselves, what if that was a flashback? That could be that. Like it was because God knew Job before Job knew Job, right? So God knew Job before the beginning of time. So it's possible that this conversation is a flashback.
Well, and that's the other thing that I maybe because the way God's time works and our time works, we're thinking about it from earthly time. That could be a way around
solid
that.
time, right?
Yeah, that could be a way around it, but I'd still bring, again, mine's just a speculation to say if Satan could interact with Jesus and Jesus is God, how's that the case?
Because he was human at the time too, though.
Oh, so maybe that aspect of it, that he was part human, that he could interact.
Yeah, he was human.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get it to get the answer to be more specific, because that doesn't really help.
Oh, I gotta dip out though, G.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
It was a good chat.
Yeah, I'll make sure to check you out next time.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it more often.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, and yeah, if you holla at me.
Sounds good, man.
All right, dude. Later.
All right, later, man. All right, that seems like well, actually, I'm gonna answer his question real quick. So let's do that, since I still have a couple people in here. Okay, here we go. So in EO theology, after his fall, Satan is no longer considered an angel, because that would only be specifically a high rank cherubim. Okay, that's better. I'm really careful not to speak on that too much, because though it's good to know the answers to those questions, I like looking it up before saying anything, really. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I don't see any other requests to go up, and I don't have anything else to chat about today. So hope to see you. I think I'm going to do one on Monday, and I'm going to try that app that Hate just recommended to me. So maybe I can actually have it so it shows like this somehow with the bots, how to get on the stream. Because I'm wondering if that's part of the problem why I don't get more people on the stream. We'll see. I'm going to test it Monday. But until then, have a wonderful evening.